This, right here. What you see is an interesting fragment in time. I was only 5 when this game came out. My brother brought that precious silver case, and we spent countless hours on Kingdom Hearts 2. So many memories. The intro taking us for a loop, being invested in the long search for Riku, seeing Mickey as a playable character for the first time, being freaked out by the mysterious anti-form, straight up not understanding how Zaldan's fight worked and being stuck on it for who knows how long, grinding at the top of Pride Rock for EXP. The list can go on and on and on. But does this game actually hold up? Am I blinded by nostalgia? Was there ever a Sora to begin with? Well, the answer to one of those questions is yes. You see, today we're going to go over this game, start to end, just as I did with Kingdom Hearts 3 so long ago. I think it's important to hold these two games in a similar critical lens in order for you to understand where I'm coming from. I'll start with the original version of the game before moving on to the Japanese exclusive Final Mix, and finally, the 2.5 remix. I won't waste time. Let's start with the intro. Nah, I'm just kidding. Start it! Starting it with a little clip of Nomura here, and I did the same thing for the MGS5 Part 1 video, with Kojima, obviously. I believe there was copyrighted music here, so I just replaced it with another song that might just not get detected, I guess. This right here. This right here, baby, is the peak of video game hype. They show so little, but you knew that Kingdom Hearts 3 was finally coming out. This is a good intro paragraph, I have to say. What mechanics are coming back? Good at catching people's attentions. Well, you're gonna have to wait. Video games take the longest to make as a medium. I'm sure you know this. It's why some big budget games take so long to come out. But the longer an anticipated game takes, the more hype is going to be drummed up. So it's inevitable that many people will be disappointed with the final product. I've still yet to play Death Stranding, how I feel about it, which is crazy. I really should get to it. But over time I grew bitter. Halo 4 and 5 are genuinely bad games. Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't know the meaning of the term tendon. I'm one of the only people that thinks Breath of the Wild is just okay. And Fallout 4 ruined my life. Gonna pause it there. I just wanted to say, past that intro paragraph, I would not put this in the video so early on if I made this video today. I would not just have string together a bunch of like incendiary opinions about games that a lot of people like so soon into the video, because that would probably deter a lot of people from actually giving the video a shot, because they're going to think, oh, he's going to be, he's going to be as negative as he can about this game that I like. Oh my God, I'm sorry. But, yeah, I do feel this way about those games. But especially towards Breath of the Wild. I probably should have not said that so early on in the video. I made the same mistake again with MGS5. In case there's probably a lot of you who are unaware, but my MGS5 Part 1 video is a re-upload. The original one is gone. It's lost to time because the original intro section was terrible. I did the same thing that I did here, except worse, where I said, oh yeah, I haven't beaten Metal Gear 1 or 2 because they're dated, and so is MGS1 at that note, which is fucking not true, first of all. I don't even agree with that. I was just saying that, I think, because I thought it would get people's attentions. But I soon realized after that video was released that I just didn't agree with it, and I don't think it would have done a good job. I think it probably deterred a lot of people, so I got rid of it. And yeah. The last game I was truly excited for was Smash Ultimate. You see Grant McDonald in the bottom right, Ram Ranch once again. When Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, my expectations weren't incredibly high. Kingdom Hearts 1 is one of the first games I've ever played, and Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of my favorites. Despite that, the bitterness For the most part, it was mostly just me watching my brother play it. But I did play it a little bit back then. For the record, I've played both Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 many, many times since then, so I'm not saying I've never actually played. You get my point.
last numbered
My mic fell.
Kingdom Hearts 2 came out all the way back in 2006 for a stinky American like me. It's a game that many tout as the best in the series, especially the 2007 enhanced re-release Final Mix. But what captured the attention of most was the secret ending in said re-release. It showed 3 armored figures wearing capes and holding keyblades. Not only that, but they're surrounded by
Sorry about that. Mic fucking
Then we see them get their asses
fell off. I'm on my bed right now, and the mic is just on a tray.
One of the armored fellas and his helmet shatters, revealing that he's the kid that we played as at the beginning of the game. And on top of that, there's another cutscene at the end that shows Sora getting a letter from Mickey. What's in the letter? Who knows? Guess we'll have to wait and see. If this is what Kingdom Hearts 3 is going to be like, it's going to be crazy. Okay, I'm typing this in the year of our Lord 2021.
2021. It has been nearly 5 years since this video's come out. That's fucking nuts.
Quote-unquote spin-off games, and quite a few of them at that.
So much has happened in the world since this video has come out.
On the subject. Give them a watch if you aren't in the know, or just for the hell of it, I think it's pretty good. But just to quickly answer the mysteries I just spoke of, those 3 armored guys are Keyblade wielders named Terra, Aqua, and Ventus.
Yes, that isn't Roxas.
Also, the 2 other guys are Venus.
I honestly did not want to say that because I felt it was way too obvious to say for anyone that knows anything about the series at this point, but some people didn't, so I needed to say that.
Which is a test to see if you're a Keyblade master. It's just a label, but they treat it like it isn't sometimes. And that's all I'll give you. Again, the other videos I make can fill you in completely. So getting back on track, the game we've been waiting for 7 years at this point.
This fucking mic, I'm sorry.
Announced. E3 2013.
I like the way I said that. E3 2013.
But what it showed was really cool, to say the least. Sora's being chased by a literal wave of Heartless, riding on it all the while jumping off walls and shit? Come on, how are you not true?
It should have been pretty clear how this was not real gameplay.
Was through the roof. This trailer, and everything after, made these content creators go crazy, justifiably. And because of that, every drop of development...
I really like these thumbnails. Game theory, Xehanort will make me money if it kills me. I fucking love that. Also, reacting video Kingdom Hearts made life worth it. Just a soy jack says, fuck. Did you guys see the boat? And Jontron. You could tell by the no views under them that these are actual videos that I had uploaded and then just like took them down as soon as I got the picture. I wanted an authentic looking picture of the thumbnail and title. So I just uploaded real videos that I think were just like blackness for, as it says, 6 seconds in there. So yeah, I did it myself.
The game was torn apart to find as much as they could.
Get these fucking letters off my screen.
Not to wait long before another update. 4 months later, at the Japan D23 Expo, or is it D23? I don't know. They showed up.
I still don't know.
It's clearly unfinished, the animations are rough, and everything looks kind of weird in general, so we knew this game wasn't coming anytime soon. Some really cool stuff was shown off though, mainly the fact that Sora split his Keyblade into 2 guns and shot fire everywhere, and the figurative and literal bigger one, Disney rides. Sora spawns a pirate ship that rocks back and forth just like the real thing. It looks
Here
really
come
nice.
fucking attractions.
On the big magic mountain.
I'm gonna have a lot to say about those.
So Olympus was our first Disney World confirmation. Who would have guessed?
So I call it Big Magic Mountain from this point out. It's not called Big Magic Mountain. It was called like Mountain Coaster, except for in this trailer. It's called Big Magic Mountain.
June of next year, 2014.
But in the game, it's called Magic Coaster. It's weird.
2.5 collection, which featured a mini Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer at the end. No gameplay, no cutscenes.
All right, I'm gonna pause it again. Which the amount of times that I'm pausing, I'm definitely gonna have to do this in multiple sittings. But I will say that I would not do a trailer section in any video these days. Unless it was like super duper important that I did. And in which case, in this case, it was not important. I should not have spent so much time just talking about the trailers. It's stupid. It's like 10 to 15 minutes worth of me talking about goddamn this shit that tells us next to nothing and eventually just starts spoiling the game. I could have summed that up in like 2 paragraphs, but I go over it for a long fucking time. So yeah, it's why in the MGS5 video, I say, I just say, I didn't watch the trailers and then just moved on. I should have done that here, because I also did not watch many of the trailers.
Just drawings of 2 kids talking to each other about the Keyblade War, and that's all we got that year. E3 2015, the next big trailer finally came. It shows a finished cutscene of those 2 boys from the last trailer, and I just cannot tell who they're supposed to be. They have basically the same conversation that they did in the last trailer. After that though, we're given a nice long look at the game we'll be getting. A huge world, nothing the last games even come close to matching. It had it all: action, heartless, parkour, running up walls, jumping, more heartless, team attacks, teacups, rocks, grass physics, water physics,
jiggle physics.
Then we see the gang in the Tangled world, along with finally seeing Sora's new outfit. It's not bad, but I prefer the last one. And
It is a good outfit though. I still like 2's outfit better, but it's still a good outfit.
On to 3 months later, we get a trailer for the 2.8 collection.
Like, I'm even talking about the goddamn 2.8 trailer. I don't need to be talking about this.
Collection itself. It had Dream Drop Distance as its only full game, but also featured an hour-long movie about the phone game Union Cross. But that's irrelevant. What we're really after is the prologue demo, 0.2. All it showed was one shot of Aqua walking.
I really don't need to be talking about this.
And that's all for that one. Moving on. The next trailer sucks. It premiered at Jump Festa in December 2015. It feels like it's the same as the last one with a few differences. Main one being that you could focus to leap to certain places through flow motion. A neat combination. Okay, they really gotta stop showing this.
That is actually one of the best things in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Part was when they were fighting.
Air stepping, that is a really good feature.
Go there in the final game. And that's it. Well, that was probably the worst it gets. The next trailer was shown off in June of 2017. Quite a while after the last one, a year and 7 months. Luckily though, it's much better than the last one. It starts with Sora diving from the sky and slamming his Keyblade on the ground.
I like that I zoomed out for that.
We saw years ago. More team attacks, and the best part, Pete baby! Oh, and Hades and Maleficent. Finally, it shows Sora talking to two big boys, Ansem and Xemnas. Xemnas says that the only way to bring Roxas back is to call upon the darkness, which I'm pretty sure is a blatant lie.
Like, this scene usage is okay for a trailer. It's an early scene, it doesn't really reveal anything.
And with that,
besides that Sora sees Ansem and Xemnas, but like, we figured that was going to happen.
Go crazy the most.
Get these fucking letters off my screen.
Because they brought in Pixar. After showing more Hercules with some very obnoxious text scrolling across the screen, we go to Toy Story. It's mainly cutscene, which I'll be going over when we actually...
Oh yeah, you'll notice that in Chains of Pain and Snoozing in Oblivion, I used almost exclusively Kingdom Hearts music in the background, but I stopped doing that for this Big Boy video because... I don't know, I just felt like it would get too samey.
This trailer, and all of them after.
So I used a lot of Sly Cooper, Crash Bandicoot, and in this case, the Toy Story SNES game.
AAA games have. The best recent example.
Oh, and Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm.
The last cutscenes in the trailers. Sure, you don't have context, but then the surprise is ruined once you actually play the thing.
Can you say fucking epic foreshadow? Jesus Christ.
Most of the time you're right.
I mentioned MGS5 twice in this section.
Suck too, so I'm gonna give you a quick summary of the last.
I knew that if the Kingdom Hearts 3 video did good, or even if I liked doing it enough, I would do MGS5 next.
Away from Kingdom Hearts 2, but it grew on me over time, and I kind of like it now. Side note, but did Sanctuary ever give off Linkin Park vibes to anyone? I don't know why, but that's what I'm reminded of when I hear it. Maybe it's because I stumbled upon a Kingdom Hearts 2 AMV when I was like 7.
Yeah, apparently someone else had made a mashup of those two songs, and there was a comment from the person that did it saying that they thought that I had just taken that, but I did it myself. I believe I put the actual mashup in the description.
To the Caribbean. We also got a small look at what the gummy ship is going to be like. Not much shown, but it looks like it's taking an open world approach. The quality of these trailers really dropped off at this point. They're mainly just showing cutscenes and barely anything else as we go along.
Oh yeah, by the way, the Mars Needs Mom thing saying that Frozen was obscure is a joke that some people really did not understand. I got a lot of comments saying Frozen isn't unknown. I know.
We don't get audio at all, and instead, we just see a montage over Don't Think Twice. Later that year, we got Big Hero 6, a pick I genuinely like. It's not obscure or anything, but compared to the likes of Frozen and Tangled, I'm glad it got some representation. For some reason, we got a trailer dedicated to the Tangled world, even though we've known about this world being in the game for 3 years.
That is a weird choice for trailer topic.
Wood is returning. There was one trailer that felt like a parody of trailers.
Our world.
In a world where the darkness is taking control of the world, the light shows up and takes a stance against evil. And now, on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, I'm gonna take a whole Kamehameha up my ass.
Caption taxpayer.
Okay, I added that record scratch, but it seemed real, didn't it? Skipping over to right before the game's release.
It really felt like a record scratch would fit in. I definitely made the right call there.
Kingdom Hearts helped me get my mom into liking video games.
Oh yeah, this fucking part. I was originally going to have a bit here where it would cut to me after, after it would show these fine people. It would cut to me in the pouring rain being like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts, and then I'd look down all sorrowful, made my parents divorce, and then it would linger on that for a second and then cut back to it. But a couple reasons why I didn't do that was, one, I couldn't find someone who wanted to record that, and I didn't have a tripod either. I couldn't especially do that on a day where it was raining, and I felt like it raining was very important there. It had to be raining for that shot. And also there was a video that came out that was, I believe it was called Kingdom Hearts Helped Me Get Through My Parents' Divorce or something. And I think it was like in parentheses, yeah, seriously. And I didn't want it to feel like I was mocking that person. They were two completely unrelated thoughts, but I didn't want to feel like I was mocking that person. So I cut that little thing out.
Because of our shared love of Kingdom.
Or I cut the idea anyway.
The last trailer before the game's release, mere days before the fated event, we got a gameplay overview. Basically just a narrator explaining the concept of what a Keyblade is and what it does over footage of gameplay. And that's it. What?
And then I give this like a little trailer overview as if I was talking about one of the worlds. In conclusion, what happened here?
Way too much.
These are all comments that I just found off the trailers here.
I could have made these, and I suck at editing. Instead of
one of them, I believe,
development,
mocks Disney for being associated with China so much.
They suddenly skyrocket how much they.
Yes.
Then someone at the marketing department smoked some crack and decided it was a brilliant idea to show cutscenes.
And there's Nyan Cat, and you can see I disliked it.
It's fine to go wild with how much you show off the gameplay, but don't compromise the story. All that being said, I'm not gonna dock points.
I think Smash Ultimate was an obvious example for that.
It was a good thing I didn't watch too many trailers, or else I would have been pissed. Now all we can do is wait for the fateful day to come. January 25th, 2019.
The first in a series of running gags throughout my major videos.
But here we are. The game is here in my hand, and it's surreal. I've been waiting so long for this. But like I said, I tempered my expectations. So when reviews rolled in from official and non-official sources alike, I was expecting positive, but...
Is this IGN? I don't even remember.
I wasn't expecting mixed, however. Sure, we had the typical 8 out of 10s from all the big names in game journalism, but go down a few tiers of humanity and things get muddy. Anything ranging from, this game is a fantastic follow-up to the previous games, to, this is far from what I wanted and I'm disappointed, and even straight, this game is a piece of shit.
Leffen. I actually know very little about Leffen. I know that he's in the Smash scene, and he's not very well liked. And there's another thing that I shouldn't talk about because it's very serious, actually. I'm just remembering it, that's all.
So you saying you didn't like the game was practically asking for you to get shit on when it came out. Popular cooking channel Video Game Donkey made a review about Kingdom
Hearts. Oh yeah, I forgot about the donkey part.
One of the biggest glumberfucks I have ever witnessed. A story which is possibly one of the worst yet in a video game. There is no sense of narrative cohesion. Jingle. The game is boring. Really boring. Long, awkward pauses. No structure, no stakes. The villains are completely aimless.
Fucking Mario Kart.
Dump all of that shit straight into a garbage bin. I give this shit show a 1 out of 5.
I think this is one of...
Okay, so... That's another thing I probably wouldn't have put into a video these days. First of all, I have my own problems with Donkey as a content creator. In fact, something that I was going to make if the whole video game review thing didn't pan out was I was going to make a video about the things that I didn't like about what he does. It was like just some shit like that always bothered me. Like he tends to punch down a lot. I don't know if he does this nowadays. I mean, he's got a family now. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a bad phase for him where he would like punch down a lot of people that were making fun of him. And some of his reviews and like gameplay overviews were very misleading. But in case of a lot of JRPGs, specifically this Kingdom Hearts 3 one, I thought honestly it was mean, but it was fair. But I was just getting a little tired of a lot of people shitting on him for this video in specific, so I came to his defense here, which he didn't need. He would live. He was gonna live. It didn't matter. So yeah, Also, it led to a decent segue onto the, like, what do you call it? The, what the fuck's the word? Like the, whatever.
Of his most controversial videos due to this. What struck me as the most annoying part of the back
Thesis statement.
criticism he got.
There we go.
He doesn't like RPGs, so he shouldn't.
I probably wouldn't be showing other people's tweets nowadays, too, even if I cut out the username. Bad optics.
Joe, if you're inclined.
Ah, chess.
Enjoy a good JR.
I don't go by that in real life.
Among one of my favorite games, I have Stockholm Syndrome.
It's just a name that I
played that one a lot.
that I invented for this.
Kingdom Hearts
Jess with one S.
And even more importantly than that, since its release, I've played Kingdom Hearts 3 6 times. So
Like I said, it was originally just going to be 4.
Kingdom Hearts 3 is a bad game.
This song, which is appropriately called Waste of Effort, is one that I made. I'm going to lower this a little bit. It has... I like this song, honestly. It has what I would call weirdo charm, where it sounds kind of weird, but it sounds like good as a result of it sounding weird. I remade it, and I could probably put that on the top right of the screen or the description. I think the remake is a lot better of the song. Yeah, I'm better at making music than I was 5 years ago. I like to believe, anyway. Not as good as I would like to be, but better. I fucking love that part. I couldn't think of anything for Pence to say, so I just said, I'll fucking kill those Heartless myself.
You're already on the path to fucking my wife.
Viewers like you, I am openly mocking you with that.
A bold statement to be sure, but one I've already made, so I guess I gotta prove why that is. Let me give you a few quick disclaimers before we jump in. 1. If you like this game, that's great. I'm not here to make you hate it. I'd love for you to stick around.
Ugh, that mouth click.
But there might be things you see in the game that I don't. That works both ways. 2. I'm gonna be covering the game from start to end to post-end, so spoilers, obviously. 3. I'm mainly covering the game we got at launch, so the Critical Mode update and the Remind DLC comes after the main portion. 4. The amount of garbage littering the earth right now.
Ah, yes, another running gag of making the last rule of my set of rules for a video having a dark twist to them.
That's just to name a few.
And the next one, I kill someone.
Governments, and it's believed by some experts that we're past the point of no return, so be sure to subscribe while you still can. 5. Let's get down to it. Hit it!
I think this song's from Crash. I think Wrath of Cortex?
It's a clip show, giving a little chronological look through the series. Yeah, that'll help newcomers understand what's going on. Okay, that's not fair. There is an option on the main menu to get a little narration on everything. It's not perfect, but it's not good either.
Alright, so that was a Pog face. Let me see if I can get back and get that
Narration on everything.
in there.
It's not perfect, but it's not good either.
Yeah, that's a Pog Champ face. I try not to include too many modern day memes into my videos. I still do it sometimes. I mean, my latest video as of this recording being AC4 has a major one, but I try not to do it too much in case the video ages poorly because of it. I think Pog Champ obviously is not in season anymore. It hasn't been for a few years. And I take one video as, and this isn't a shot towards this person, I just think it's a good example, is Pyrocynical's Far Cry 3 video is filled to the brim, no pun intended, with Yankee with no brim jokes. And I just roll my eyes whenever I see it because the meme is dead. And it shouldn't have been filling a video chock full with modern day memes is only going to make the video age poorly. I think it's okay to do it sometimes. I just don't think you should do it all the time. So, yeah, I like Pyrocynical's videos. I just think that a lot of them have some eye rolls in there because of the then popular things to say or put in.
Either. So, here we are. Not much else to do, but get started. The highest
Selfie poses. Fucking, what were they thinking with that one?
We'll get to that later. The first thing we see is this really weird looking town? Village? I don't know. We get to see those kids with their darned chests.
Have you heard of the ancient Keyblade War? Huh?
I forget which one it is, but one of these two is voiced by Drake Bell, which is certainly interesting knowing what we know now.
Over the ownership of light.
I think it's Ericus.
Yeah.
I think Drake Bell voices
I like to
Ericus.
think the Keyblade War is just common knowledge, so what happened was basically like playing a game with your friend and they're like, have you heard of World War II? These two are very obviously Xehanort and Ericus, but I think the developers know that you're gonna know that. Their
Of
chip
course.
war whittles down to saying that one day...
In the trailer, they show Xehanort with yellow eyes. It's very obvious.
Cue the heart diving.
They can take your world. They can take your heart. Cut you loose from all you know.
But you can't unfatten this ass.
We start with...
Don't remember where I got that from.
We play
I don't remember where I got that voice clip from.
and switching over to...
Someone could point that out, that'd be good.
They made a model with animations and jumping and stuff, all for you to switch over to a different model. Really,
If anyone even sees this. Who's gonna watch this far into this fucking April Fool's piece of shit?
Now we pick up where 0.2 left off, with the end Sid telling Sora he's a worthless piece of shit and to go to Olympus so he can see how worthless he really is. Problem with that is all the space highways are closed off, so they're essentially driving blind. Their one saving grace is that the power of waking that we've heard so much about can help...
You want to do another take on that? The power of waking? Power of waking?
Huh? What's that?
Master Yin said
I just made it up.
right before we
I don't give a fuck. It sounds good. We should use it as a catchphrase.
Sora's not very good with that power, but with a little bit of coaxing, he manages to get them there. Or more so, into a ditch close to that area. But that's definitely not a bad thing. We're finally outside the perimeters of the Colosseum.
At long last, honestly.
No fanfare?
They definitely wanted to do this from the beginning, but technical limitations really limited that.
Than the others, to the point where the game can be genuinely, unironically, kind of funny. It's not like the previous games were devoid of humor, but I would rarely ever chuckle.
To be honest, I think for most of these laugh counts, I didn't actually laugh when I first saw it, but I was just trying to be nice because they were very much trying.
And maybe make some friends along the way. A few steps later...
I'm a hard laugh. It's difficult to make me laugh, so I feel like that would make most people laugh.
expect from the series. An RPG-style hack and slash. Donald's the mage, Goofy's the bruiser, and you're the all-around. Not much you could do at the moment because your magic abilities are very low, so it's a Mash X fest for now. After dealing with them, you're greeted...
That is a foreshadowing line, in case you were unaware.
You've played Dream
Mash X
You're
Fest.
familiar with flow motion. This game brings that back and both limits and expands on it. Meaning, when it comes to the aspects of flow motion returning from Dream Drop, like jumping off walls or spinning on poles, it's been limited, and expands...
They really let you go fucking all out with the dash in Dream Drop. That's crazy. You could go insane distances.
Hades hears that, and there he is. He tosses out a threat despite the fact that we've beaten him twice now.
Wait!
This bit feels a little forced, honestly.
What is everyone's infatuation with that stone?
It's not bad, it's just, honestly, it's not even really that funny to me.
He didn't even flinch. Not a muscle in his face moved.
Why do we need a Keyblade is a good line, though.
Why do we even need a Keyblade? Maybe Hades is right to be cocky this time, because he's got all 4 Titans with him now. I mean, just the Ice Titan was a real pain in the rear, so we're probably all fucked. He uses them to...
It's not that bad.
Man,
I mean, it's definitely not the hardest super boss in that game, but, I mean, it's definitely harder than most of the main game bosses.
Back to my original plan, all right? So, toodaloo. Exits that way. Hey, it was great seeing ya. Happy trail.
Alright, geez, cut the ham, Hades. They're not here to meddle like
Cut the
usual.
ham,
They're
Hades.
looking for a black box. And
I wonder how I wrote that in the script.
Hades points them in the direction of Pandora's box. Sora and Co are sent flying over to the city of Thebes, where Hercules catches them. Looks like the place has seen better days. It's due to the Titans running amok and throwing big boulders everywhere. After swatting some pesky flies, Megara and Phil come in on Pegasus. And then they leave immediately. Why did they even come here?
Be careful, Wonder Boy.
Do you think it's a pain in the ass to get some of these voice actors back?
You guys in?
No.
To be like, hey, listen, I know you haven't worked on this movie in like 25 years, but can you come back in for Kingdom Hearts 3?
Down and out. How'd you get your strength back?
Yeah, we'll give you $300 million. Just come in for Kingdom Hearts 3, the video game.
Power came when
Well, you never heard of it?
when he cared about. Aside from that, Sora's on his own. They see a kid in trouble and Hercules throws them over there, splitting them up from him. After saving her, they're given a visit from the 2 demons.
Say, Maleficent, I don't know about his sidekicks, but Kid Keyblader...
I bring this up later, but like, he does not look punier. He looks exactly the same. Minus the graphics uplift, he looks exactly the same.
Consequential. Well, that was pointless. Moving on. The goal now is to save the townsfolk from the Heartless. And now we get a good look at the size of this game. It's huge. For reference, the Colosseum in Kingdom Hearts 1 was
I meant the size of this world, not game.
Size. And one of those rooms was only accessible from fighting in the Colosseum. While the underworld in 2 is significantly larger, it's not very visually stimulating. There's some cool looking parts, but most of it is dark cave area with like, what are these, souls? Why am I hitting them for men?
I actually don't know if those are souls. If they are, then yeah, that is very morbid.
There's multiple routes for you.
That feels a little too morbid for Kingdom Hearts, honestly.
And statues and the like. It's great. Remember when I said your magic abilities are low? I meant it. You start with fire and water spells and they do piss poor damage, even when you use water on fire. It's kind of frustrating if anything, because I'd like to do something aside from just
It's kind of crazy how little damage you do on Proud. Because Proud mode is pretty much easy mode, but like slightly, very slightly harder than easy mode.
PS2 don't. If you beat the Heartless around them, they give you a little something for the road.
Like if you play these games on normal and then Proud, you're not going to notice much of a difference.
Basically, all it does is neuter your pre-existing aerial slide when in combat. It doesn't really make avoiding attacks in midair any easier, so just don't use it. Anyway, we catch up with Hercules.
I think aerial dodge does have its place in certain boss fights, but like, for the most part, you really don't need it.
These guys out quick, but how? As I said, our damage output right now is terrible. What to do? Ah, perfect. A tutorial. Ladies and gentlemen, the successor to...
I had a hard time saying the word tutorial, I noticed in this video. Like, a lot of times when I say tutorial in this world, I say it like really fast, like, oh, perfect, a tutorial. Which is like, I could have taken my time.
On top of that, we're also introduced to Grand Magic, which essentially means if you use a certain spell enough times, you'll sometimes get the ability to use the same spell but one tier higher. For example, Fire to Fyra or Fyraga to Fyraza. But what do I mean by sometimes? And also, how do you even access these shiny new Keyblade forms? Well, this thing.
That fucking meter.
Explanation as to why it's there.
I looked it up. I was like, what is this meter called? I believe I looked in the what do you call the notebook that you get with it, that you get with the game, if there even was one. I recall I looked through one, but I couldn't find a name for that fucking meter.
The Kingdom Keys form is called,
which fits, because it sucks. It doesn't deserve a name.
From 2 final mix. Albeit now mixing in moves from 2 with moves from 1. Moves like Explosion or Magic Burst. Rather than using magic to use moves like Ars Arcanum or Sonic Blade, every time you fill up the meter...
I think nowadays I would have gone back and re-recorded that, so I said Magnet Burst instead of Magic Burst.
Significantly better.
But there's one thing to note in this. Hold on. There's one thing to note about this part for me, personally, is that in the beginning portion of this video, when I was recording for it, I very much hated voice recording for videos. I hated it. And I didn't want to go out of my way to do it more than I had to. I think it's because I was worried about mouth clicking sound effects. That sound. Sorry for anyone wearing headphones, but I hated that sound throughout my sentences, and I heard it all the time. And I looked up a bunch of ways I could fix it, like to eat like salted nuts, not as an insult, literally, to eat things that would dry out your mouth or moisten your mouth. It really depended on the guide I was looking at. I tried everything and I couldn't get it to stop. I couldn't get myself to stop having mouth click sounds, which is still the case today. But back then I didn't wear headphones when I was recording, so I didn't know like where particular I needed to start over. And I fucking hated it. I'm pretty sure there was an outtake of me when I was doing this part specifically. Olympus. I'm not sure about what part in Olympus, but I was recording for Olympus, and I stop and I say, I fucking hate recording so much. I wish I didn't have to do this. Something like that. If I can find it, I'll pull it up. It's not a great look for me, but it's true. I hated voice recording. And nowadays I kind of like it because I don't get to express myself very often in the real world, whether it be at home or in public. But yeah, but when I'm recording, I can yell, I can say things in the exact way emotionally that I want to, and so I kind of enjoy it now. But back then I certainly didn't.
Oh wow, very nice.
Full marks.
No organization.
That's the first thing they say to an organization member in this whole game. Remember in the old games when they would show up to basically say nothing and then leave? Well, I am glad to say that
Nothing's changed. Moving on.
I'm just noticing this is the first time Hercules is a party member out of all the games.
That is also weird, that Hercules was not a party member until the 3rd game.
We're encountered by
Or like the 12th game, but you know what I mean.
where the Disney rides come in, aka
Oh, can we go back a second, actually?
he was in. Also that you can have 3 party members without needing to switch out Donald or Goofy. We're encountered by a boss battle.
That we're encountered by a boss battle. I think that... It's hard to describe. That is a line that I cut out the beginning portion of a sentence. You can tell it's a little weird, like I just awkwardly say, we're encountered by a boss battle, instead of like having a sentence that leads into it. There was a sentence that leaded into it, but I think it had a mistake in it. So again, rather than going back to re-record it because I hated recording, I just cut out the beginning part of that sentence. Again, I'll pull this up if I find it.
This is where the Disney rides come in, aka the attractions. Every once in a while, a target will have a green reticle, which means if you hit
The bane of my fucking existence, this mechanic.
What you see here is the pirate ship. It rocks back and forth, shooting balls of water out for those who aren't close by. You can turn it around as well, so you don't miss out on those sweet side enemies. It's quite the spectacle, and if used sparingly, could be a cool...
A sea spectacle, if you will.
Due to this being the introduction to this game, it helps a lot to teach the boss. With that, the town's been saved. Next on the list is to take care of those titans, so it's time to go up the mountain. On our way up, we're interrupted by some water heartless. Oh, that was fast. We get to use an attraction.
This really is a weird place to get this one.
That's a water-based move. Unless they're right next to me, I'm not doing...
Why did they put... It could have been any other attraction. But they put the water-based one next to the water-based enemies.
As much as I like Kingdom Hearts 2, it's hard to deny its level design was pretty bad.
And that's the fucking truth. Kingdom Hearts 2's level design was terrible.
If you like the way one handled
But I honestly didn't mind too much.
So,
But I still prefer having a more fleshed out world.
to its advantage. With the mountain crumbling, Herc gets worried and flies on ahead, leaving the 3 to deal with the Rock Titan. If you remember, the Rock Titan was an optional late-game boss in Kingdom Hearts 1. Optional bosses in these games are usually pretty hard, but this guy was outright pathetic. One of the easiest in the series, without a doubt. So putting him as not even the final...
It is really funny how I think that's one of the few bosses that I could probably do, like level 1. I've never done a level 1 run, but I feel like that would be the easiest fight for me to do level 1.
The weather changes from sunny to pouring rain, Sora's jumping off rocks like it's nothing, rocks are breaking into a million pieces. Once you nip at his feet for a while, you get to float...
I really do have to give the game credit. It does look really good.
Mountain ride.
It's been nearly 7 years, I think actually over 7 years since the game's come out at this point. It looks great still, minus some of the character models, but overall the game looks great.
Impressed, I must say. As much
And varied. And varied.
I wasn't expecting them to be this varied. We go from town under attack to mountain climbing to evading attacks on said mountain in the rain, and now we're here. Great work on the people who build the maps. Dealing with these boys grants you the ability to use focus and shot lock commands. It works a bit differently here than it did in Birth by Sleep. You don't get to use whatever one you select like before. Instead, there's a different one.
I think I prefer shot locks in this game to how I did in Birth by Sleep. If I recall, in Birth by Sleep, they were very... I mean, it depends on how much you use them, but it was encouraged heavily. And it is still here, but not as much because it's balancing out with a bunch of other mechanics.
Those two are pretty similar.
So it doesn't feel ridiculously overpowered, which I think it did a lot of the time in Birth by Sleep.
Blaster Blaze. The game real quick turns into a first-person shooter, and you don't do much outside.
I mean, some shot locks with some Keyblades are a little excessive. Well, are very excessive, but overall, I didn't use them like all the fucking time, and I didn't feel encouraged to.
Step onto enemies or select objects. This is one of the most useful things in the game, so don't take it for granted. As fast as your running speed is, it can still feel like it takes too long.
And yeah, as I said, air stepping is one of the best parts of this game.
It appears Hades has Zeus in his infamous crust pyramid. Somehow, Hercules took just as long as us to
Spoken like the beginning of a 60s cartoon. The nasty villain has Zeus in his infamous crust pyramid!
They shoot beams of their respective elements at you, toss fire and ice balls, throw a headbutt, etc. But they're nothing compared to us. They can give you the magic carousel trick.
And also, I think this boss battle did a good job at, just giving you a taste at the scale of this game in comparison to the others.
Tornado Titan.
We gotta fight 3 whole titans that, like, change the environment. It looks great. This commentary is reflecting this video and how I actually praised the game a whole lot during this part.
And the 2 of them destroy all the titans. Hades gets very frustrated by this, and he gets ready to fight. But we've already fought him twice. Do we really need a third? Herc decks him and he retreats, likely to never be seen again in the series.
Wrong.
With Meg, and Sora figures out that he's supposed to figure out this power of waking and regaining his strength himself. And that's the end of the tutorial. So, what did I think?
Again, I say tutorial way too fast. That's the end of the tutorial.
Had with the previous two games is that it took too long to get to the meat of the game. And I think they did a good job of remedying that. But before we move on, I want to compare and contrast the beginnings of the three games. I find Kingdom Hearts 1's intro to be the worst. It's fine on the first playthrough.
I think I still feel this way, honestly. Kingdom Hearts 2's is still boring on replay, but I respect it more.
Took their time on introducing the mechanics.
1's took its time, I think, to a very similar extent, and there's nothing really interesting to like analyze or look at during it, really.
On Destiny Islands, you could fight 4 of your friends. Wonka was a bit tricky, but Selphie and Titus were easy. It's when
Music fucking Ars Arcanum.
You're not the strongest kid on the block. What was especially demoralizing about this is the fact that every time you lost was shown to you. 0 to 5, 0 to 10, etc. And the race, don't get me started. And things didn't get much better once you hit Traverse Town. You walk around aimlessly until you're attacked by fucking Squall from Final Fantasy.
Oh, this part. 1 second.
Even if...
Okay, so in this part, there was a joke that I cut out at the last second. Like, I think the day that I uploaded the video, I cut out a joke because I thought it was a little offensive, actually. It was a joke about how Leon, when he beats Sora, he drags him unconscious over to his hotel room. And then in the voice recording, I laugh about it and I say, well, I'm not wrong because, of course, that sounds terrible. And that was in the video, but I eventually thought that maybe it wasn't that funny, and I got rid of it because it was a poor taste joke. And I know this video of all things is not really the place for me to be like judging, like, it shouldn't be like considered like it should be fair game, I guess, but I don't know, it felt kind of dirty, so I got rid of it. And I think I show the script later on and you could see the joke, so we'll see that in a second.
If you beat him, you collapse from exhaustion anyway. You're a wimpy brat that's nothing, even with a legendary weapon. The only way you're getting by is with a duck and a dog by your side.
And a dog.
Roxas was just a kid hanging out in his hometown, or at least that's what we were led to believe at first. Your first major enemy isn't a giant Heartless, it's a high school bully, although you do fight a giant nobody later on.
Man,
this joke, in both the original upload of MGS5 Part 1 and the re-upload, I did not make a callback to this joke when I got to this part of Ground Zeroes. I didn't say a cipher's gone too far this time. And I was baffled by how I did not put that in there. So in the complete video of all 4 parts, of all 4 parts, I do put in the cipher's gone too far this time joke, which it should have been there from the beginning. I deeply apologize for that. And also for the joke thing, the bad joke, you know, that's worth apologizing for also.
You don't get money by shredding through hordes of enemies, you get it by doing side jobs around town, like putting up posters. You feel a little more powerful later when you fight that giant nobody and also get 2 Keyblades. But in the end it's futile. You're not even a person. Now go and become one with the strong guy, would you? Here, the only thing they do to...
Which is crazy, because Roxas was pretty fucking strong.
Sora looks virtual.
By the end of it especially, he was dual wielding again.
Everyone can just tell he's level 1. But then you're doing parkour shit that Sora did in the final boss of 2.
Honestly, more impressive than the end of 2.
Single-handedly. You also beat that one rock golem Heartless very easily. Sora's strong as fuck here, but let's just pretend he...
Am I using Magnet Burst 4? That's not working.
Fun of for it to the point that he gets visibly depressed. Call it a bias, but I feel bad for him. So it gets to the point and lets you do a bunch of the cool stuff early, but at the cost of making you feel really strong from the start. In the end, it comes down to if you care about that or not. Personally, I don't really think it's a big deal, just enough to write 4 paragraphs.
Okay, here it is. Let me see if I could find it. Even if you beat him, you collapse from exhaustion anyway. No, back there. And you're most likely gonna lose here, too, and get dragged to his hotel room. That was the... Okay, yeah, that's the joke. And I recall the take that I made. I really laughed about it. I thought it was really funny at the time. I don't know if I do now.
paragraphs about it. Overall, good intro. Even though this is a game made for the fans, this would be the best intro in the series for beginners. So, I haven't really been proving my point that this is a bad game thus far. Hell, it kinda seems like a good game from the way I'm describing it. Don't worry, hell is just a short trip away.
As a matter of fact, before we move on, I wanted to bring up something specifically, and that is the title of the video and my overall opinion on Kingdom Hearts 3. If it's not obvious at this point, the title Kingdom Hearts 3 was a waste of effort is exaggerating a little bit. It is a bad game, in my opinion. It's not the fucking worst game ever made, far from it. Yeah, I made the title, you know, incendiary. I don't even know if I'm using the word incendiary correct, but I made it that way because I wanted it to get attention, you know? It's clickbait. I can't deny it. It's clickbait. I feel like the video itself is good enough that I want people to at least try to engage with it. So I made the title very, well, I guess, eye-catching, I guess. Especially with the big text on the thumbnail. It says waste of effort. And yeah, that is, you know, that is somewhat insulting. But, firstly, I think the game does warrant insulting, at least to some degree. And I mean, I don't think a lot of my criticisms are in bad taste or fuck, I'm really good at this commentary thing. I can't think of the words on time. I don't think they're off color or in poor taste. I don't think the insults I make are that bad, or, you know, the critiques that are framed as insults even. But yeah, the title is an exaggeration. I remember I thought, like, if this video gets popular, I'm going to change it. I'm going to change the title to something more along the lines of what the title that I joked about in the AC4 video. Something like, it's good, but could be better. But first of all, I don't think the game's good. I think the game's bad. And second of all, I should really just stick to my fucking guns. I should really just, you know, grow a fucking spine about it. And I did. And I kept it that way, and I'm going to keep it that way. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on the title.
After we've left Olympus, we see that Pete and Maleficent haven't. Pete says something about how the box they're looking for contains the Book of Prophecies. Now, I'm gonna need you to pay close attention to this line because it's very important. And by important,
I like how I overpronounced important. I said important.
In the 2.8 collection, it had Dream Drop Distance.
This part's a little clumsy. I probably would handle it differently.
But that's irrelevant. What we're really after is the prologue demo.
Maybe not. I don't know.
That movie is extremely important. I have my gripes with that, but that would be a long rant, so later. All I'll say is that the video I made talks about back cover.
I think that's one of my biggest problems when it comes to making videos. I do a lot of, we'll talk about this later's.
The Master of Masters had this box, right? And he
but I like to think that I've gotten better with it, or at the very least gotten better at dressing up we'll talk about it later as something different so people don't notice.
For like a few thousand years. Maleficent thinks the box contains the Book of Prophecies, which the Master of Masters made all that time ago. That basically spoils the entirety of the series.
And we still don't know if that's in there.
I assume she wants it to defy fate and rule the worlds or something. Who cares?
That could be one of the things that's in there. I don't know.
What is it? Have you found something?
It's a real FNAF 4 end of game box.
Jesus fucking Christ, relax. He's helping you. They find Pandora's little box, but obviously
inside of it, it's probably just going to be the friends we made along the way or some shit. I don't know. I can't believe they didn't notice that.
May your heart...
Okay. Meanwhile...
Good old Lushu.
Oh.
I'm not going to call him Lushu. I'm calling him Zigbar forever.
Riku and Mickey are on the hunt for...
It's a better name.
For a second to talk about... Christ, basically nothing. This cutscene is so bad.
It is really a shit cutscene.
But they're talking in circles.
It's just a conversation that did not need to happen. It's just everyone thinking out loud.
I was so scared. But now my doubts and fears are gone. If anything, I feel exhilarated. And it's not because...
You know, there's one thing I regret about this video is that the PC version came out while I was making the video, which is why I only talk about it at the end. But I wish I recorded the cutscenes in 60 FPS. In the console version, they're all locked at 30 FPS, but on the PC version, they're at 60. And I kind of wish the PC version came out earlier so I had the time to record all the cutscenes like that.
Any defenders of the game's writing, I want you to look me dead in the eye.
Because I've said this before, I'm a bit of a frame rate snob.
Me, Riku, me have memory. Tell me memory. No, must be good memory. Yeah. Why did you even bring it up out loud?
Classic ripped Riku.
Attention seeker.
I don't even know who made that drawing.
Demon Tower. We play as Riku here, and it's as if he's level 50 at the least. I can appreciate that detail. Whenever you block, Mickey blocks with you too. They even have a team.
Do you think that's his level carried over from Dream Drop, or his level carried over from Kingdom Hearts 2?
They pull the old winning gameplay.
I mean, he doesn't have a level system in 2, but like, you know, you could figure he's at a level.
Done for a bunch of shit.
I'm gonna guess Dream Drop anyway.
Riku's drowning in the Heartless. It's very scary, but in the nick of time, he hears a muffled voice call out to him. But before he can get this voice's name and
fucking other Riku.
Coming in clutch thing he does. Unfortunately, there was one casualty in the fight. Riku's Keyblade.
The Heartless here are stronger than what we expected. I guess we probably...
Can you get that fucking smile off your face, you dumb rat? Fucking hate that guy.
Whatever, no time for questions. We gotta get out of here.
How long are we...
A lot of people really like this small edit coming up.
Place.
Well, I'm just speeding up the scene. But I didn't even think much of it when I put that in there, but a lot of people really like that.
Strong like Sora.
Oh.
I don't even get this one, but it was funny nonetheless.
Good.
One last thing.
Like, what does he mean? Like, oh, she's another Sora? I'm going to assume is what that joke meant.
I liked your design. Back at Yen Sid's, Sora and Co are telling him about how good they are at failing their tasks. Yen Sid says that he might need to use the unbridled wrath of the Deus Ex Machina to awaken the power of waking. He really has a point though. Riku and Mickey are also back. Riku theorizes that it's gonna take someone really close to Aqua to take the dive and save her, like Riku did for Sora in Dream Drop. But just as Mickey said...
But no one truly loves her.
Erica's got shot, Terra got super norded, Zack never got that date and fucking died, and who knows what happened to Peter.
I know he died in Final Fantasy. I was about to say FNAF. He died in FNAF 7 or something, but I'm gonna assume that meant he died in Birth by Sleep 2 based on what the fuck happened there. It's kind of unclear, but based on that, he turned into a feather, which I assume is relation to Sephiroth.
No one knows that event is
like, not he's related to him, but I assume that event had something to do with Sephiroth.
New Keyblades. And while they're at it,
I could be wrong.
Here's one for Sora too. Apparently the new clothes everyone gets wards off darkness like the organization codes, so it's kind of fucked that Donald and Goofy don't get some. Also, here's a summon for you.
It really is. They really should have given them new outfits.
Back on the gun.
But they never will.
Gets a call on his smartphone? Grandpa, please, this is too much. Speaking of grandpas, Sora has no idea what a smartphone even is, or seemingly a phone at all. Destiny Islands must have had some form of communication. Anyway, it's Chip and Dale here.
I mean, it was probably letters and bottles.
Ants and the Wise hid inside Sora.
That was probably their method of communication. It's probably also not a very big world.
Oh.
You could probably walk to most of the people you want to talk to over there.
You didn't speak in the castle.
Alias is
also, that's true. They didn't speak in the castle.
Alias. Whatever's between you and Roxas, it's in the past.
Did they have beef? I don't think they...
Okay, so they did actually have some small beef. There was a cutscene in 358/2 where Lexius punched Roxas in the face. I don't remember why, but he did.
Before we get there, I suppose I can't keep ignoring it. And now that we have the gummy phone, that's what it's called by the way, now's the perfect time to talk about the loading screens. Yeah, this video wasn't long enough. I'm talking about loading screens now. But in this case, I'm completely justified because...
The right phrase would be, I'm completely justified in doing it.
Me and the other two half-pints are on a new adventure.
Also, this...
Begins, #Donald,
I mean, if they're going to put something in loading screens, I guess this wasn't a bad idea.
#Zeus, #Hercules, #Olympus, #like father, like son, #1. Never thought I'd find my way to...
Like, overall, I am probably kind of glad these are in here because they're funny to laugh at, even if they're not supposed to be. But, yeah, I'm still kind of glad they're here.
Unspoken feelings. Sora, it's my turn to fight for you. #Kyrie, #Lee, #Axel, #Secret Forest, #shh. That's right. Our main characters post on Instagram now. Although it's not actually Instagram, this is called Kingdom Hearts, and honestly, that's... I don't think Sora would be able to handle all the meme pages that shamelessly advertise dildos.
It's not much better these days, actually. Instead of like dildo advertisements, it's like, Japan is converting footsteps into electricity.
The first game was a shitty...
And AI, it sucks now. I mean, it sucked before, but it probably sucks more now.
And this is an open space with a bunch of optional ship battles, boss battles, you can take pictures of constellations and get a prize, all that good stuff. Do I like it? No, I find all that stuff pointless.
It really is. It really is just boring and fillery.
You have a limit of 3 boosts.
I'm sure Gummy Ship shit is gonna come back in the 4th game. I hope they don't redo this. I hope they...
Like they need...
I don't know if they should get rid of Gummy Ship shit entirely. I'm not... Because, I mean, it is, like, kind of... It's kind of a given that it should be in there, but I really hope they don't do it this way again. It's just boring.
Really, I shouldn't get started on them later. I know I'm pushing a lot of things back, but trust me, once we start actually...
I'm not even sure if they should start with, like, go back to 1 or 2 style, because those weren't particularly great either, but I like them better.
About the fact that it's been 10 years.
Oh, cool! The trams are still here! Feels like it.
This was apparently the perfect time to recap the events of Coded. It's really very irrelevant, but they're trying a good bit to make it so. Suddenly, nobody's attacked. Good thing, because now we can look at Hero's Origin, our new Keyblade. The design is awful, but is it...
The game really does get right to business. I'll give it that.
Yes and no.
Like, even after the intro world, we're just, like, straight into fights.
Gives it to you. While its complete shot lock spawns a meteor that you block with a big shield that makes sparks fly everywhere. It's Keyblade.
Like, I think there's only 3 fights in this world when you're here. So, I mean...
People with it, and it's combo.
I guess front-loading this world with a fight wasn't a bad idea if it's gonna be, like, 20 minutes of doing random bullshit after.
Massive. The problem is the finisher. It's pathetic.
Do we have any, Heroic Origins lovers?
Control them where you're going.
Because, I mean, like... It's a very meh Keyblade, honestly. Its finisher is like, it really takes the whole thing down.
Demon Tide? Isn't it a bit early for this? This was the final boss of 0.2 and it ended up looking like this. And that's a super boss amount of health. Well, you only have to take down 3 of its health bars. And they dumbed down its moves for your low-level ass.
Nice fighting.
Yeah, this was a way of showing how you have a long way to go in this game, but the fight that you're in was not hard at all. That Demon Tide fight is not difficult.
Anyway, they tell the 3 that they're looking for Roxas, and being
fucking tedious though.
They say they'll help them out.
Actually, he might have been friends with another version of you.
This photograph.
Yeah, we've got the same one. Oh yeah, the other Twilight Town.
How do you forget about the other Twilight Town, dude?
Puzzles. Except really easy.
Your life is not that interesting where you can forget about the other Twilight Town.
The others is new magical
What else he fucking doing? Eating sea salt ice cream? The highlight of your life is when Sora comes into town.
Hmm? Wait, who's taking it? Oh.
That's pretty funny.
Ooh, 2 in a row. Olette points out the Mickey indent in the wall. It's a lucky emblem, a spin on the hidden Mickeys in Disney World. Now they're a sort of collectible. If you could take pictures of more of them, you get prizes. Some of them are pretty damn good too. It's a cute concept. Now we could look at the new and improved...
Theoretically, Sora could just like take out a notebook, write a lucky emblem on it, and then the phone would recognize that, right? It recognizes anything with that pattern.
You could spin in a barrel and the townsfolk will toss.
You could just farm those.
The junk area has been converted to a movie theater where they're watching old...
And he'd get Oathkeeper.
Aside from...
Don't you want Oathkeeper?
How are you gonna tell me that isn't pretty cool? Our goal right now is to get to the mansion, so...
Wait, am I making that up?
Once you exit...
Is that how you get Oathkeeper? I forgot.
That's in danger.
I guess I'll bring it up when the time comes.
What I believe to be the most powerful attraction. You slide and bounce anywhere you want, leaving a trail of water that hurts enemies. And you...
Oh yeah, by the way, I said the rat's in danger, which is a reference to Snoozing in Oblivion.
Thank you, he forces you to pick up his ingredients. After doing that for him, you leave him with a pile of fruit that he still can't carry all of, and also has to go through a sewer with. Good for him. We made it to the mansion, and Sora's getting some rocks.
What the fuck is he doing with that? How did he bring that back without it getting covered in shit?
Just might be able to hear the better Twilight Town theme.
Is that an unpopular opinion? Roxas' version of the Twilight Town theme is the better one, in my opinion.
While Sora's busy with that, Hayner jump scares them.
Fucking gotcha, idiot.
Thanks for the
heart attack?
Yo, if William Afton was in this game, do you think he'd resign his heart to darkness? It seems that the
I remember when my brother watched this part, he was like, you really should include a bit about William Afton. And like,
phone call from some
I don't remember if he was specific, but he wanted there to be a bit.
No?
And I'm glad I didn't do that.
Okay.
It was kind of funny, just as a one-off statement.
Hello, Sora.
You wouldn't happen to be in front of a computer.
Pence and Ienzo get to work on getting the transporter working, but computers is boring, so Sora takes a nap. By the end, they've settled that they can analyze the data town and decrypt...
Sora and Ienzo would probably have a pretty good dynamic if they talked more.
I can't computer, so...
Ew.
Ienzo being all electronic savvy, and then Sora being like, I don't get it.
Whoa! What happened to your face?
I think that sting I got from Camp Laszlo.
Xemnas pops in too. It's just like the scene from the trailer. The only way to...
Remember Camp Laszlo? Anyone?
On the darkness. Again, pretty sure that's a myth. You shouldn't listen to every life hack.
Let's see if I can get this on time. Okay, yeah. For just a split second, it says, fuck you, Xehanort. Stop making me type dark life hacks and let see my family again. That typo was not intentional. I meant to say, and let me see my family again. But, or I guess, let me see my family, not again. But I slipped up. And that's just a lesson that, you know, anyone can make mistakes, and it could weigh on them, or it could not. In this case, it does not.
Before any sort of reasonable debate can occur, they spawn their ghouls and run away. Well, this is perfect. Now I can try out my new summon, or, as it's called in this game, Link. Meow Wow Balloon, aka the Meow Wow Dream Eater. You jump around, and with every jump you inflate more and more, until you decide to deflate, which will send you flying all around and do an unreasonable amount of damage to anyone who comes in contact with you. I know what you're seeing doesn't look like too much damage, but this...
Yeah, honestly, it's been a long time since I played this game. It really doesn't look like a lot of damage.
A burst with a ton of other Dream Eaters.
But comparison to everything else, it is.
Out of the way, they're gonna head out. But before they can do that, Scrooge stops them. He's the owner of the bistro here, and Remy is his chef. He's not called Remy in this game, though. He's called Little Chef.
Well, he's called Little Chef because he has no means to tell them that his name is Remy.
So off we go to steal...
Besides, I mean, he could write it down.
Ingredients are an item that can be found similar to any item...
I don't... It's been a long, long time since I've seen Ratatouille. Can Remy communicate through typing, or through writing, or like is he not able to do that? I forgot.
Cook something up for us. It works like synthesis. You need the right ingredients to make the right dishes. But here's the difference.
You gotta do a menu game to get your dinner, bud.
Huh?
What? What the heck? Huh? What? Whoa! Hey! Oh, no, man! Oh, golly! No! I really always, I wonder, like, how much of all the voice actors' recording time is them just going like, huh? Just making noise like that. Because I imagine they fucking had Haley Joel Osment in there for like fucking a week doing that.
You don't get the food and you lose the ingredients.
Sorry.
What you get out of the food is in the pause menu. You can combine all the stuff you've made into a full course meal. It increases any of your stats. I don't know how they pick which ones and by how much. You don't have to fill every slot, but if you do, you get a bonus condition. Something like the effects lasting longer, or the stat increases being increased, or having all enemies drop only money.
God, in proud mode, this was just not necessary at all.
So you bet your ass.
In critical mode, it has its place, but fuck, that didn't come out for like, I don't know, like half a year.
They've been putting out posters for Scrooge to promote his movies, which are the ones playing in Junktown. There's a QR code.
I've actually yet to play Fallout 1 in full. I really need to get on that.
Okay, so another new...
Especially because New Vegas is my favorite game.
By finding them around the world, or a few freebies like the first one you get here. They're Game & Watch style minigames, which are really cute and clever, but what do you get?
I say cute a lot in this section.
If you're just playing them casually.
I describe a lot of things as cute.
You gotta get all 20 games and get a high score on all of them. If you do, you get, guess what? A Keyblade. So you bet your ass I'm gonna do that. While Olette's explaining all of that, Ansem and Xemnas are very visibly standing above them, watching with smirks on their faces for no reason.
That is their default expression.
Voice of reason.
They're standing with smirks on their faces because it requires effort for them to not smirk. Also, this joke is a little clumsy. It's just a joke saying that they just talk nonsense all the fucking time. So it just sounds like wah wah, but
let's not forget how many times
I don't know, that was handled a little
parade.
Yeah, not great.
If he wavers from the path we lay, we destroy him.
But it's okay because their logic still sucks.
He's beaten you before, like 3 times. You aren't on a high enough level to be this cocky, except in a literal sense.
If he wavers from the path, we'll destroy him and then do our fucking obvious destroy the princesses of heart backup plan, which shouldn't be a backup plan. That should be our main plan. Fuck you guys.
The best edition made in this game, you can upgrade your Keyblade. Nothing crazy, just upping its stats. But that on its own is great. Because of Keyblade forms, you might feel cheated by having one that's really fun to use, but stats-wise is weak and brittle. So this is a great remedy for that. Now, if you fully...
Yeah, that was a good idea. They really hit the nail on the head with that one.
But I find that to be kind of a moot point, because unless you're a completionist, you're not going to be upgrading all of them. Alright, fuck me, let's get out of here.
Ding ding dong. Ding ding dong.
We're greeted with a pre-rendered cutscene. Sounds like we're being read a letter to Sora from Kairi.
Merlin has used his magic to bring us to a place where time doesn't matter. We can take as long as we need to complete our training.
What?
So stupid.
Going on for like 3 hours about how Sora's so weak and lost all his power when you had a hyperbolic time chamber?
It's like the biggest fucking plot hole. Well, maybe not the biggest, but one of the biggest plot holes in this game. Why do they even introduce a fucking hyperbolic time chamber? What was the point of that?
Wrong, he says. I'm not sure. I think I'm forgetting something. Don't know what.
Man, if this wasn't Kingdom Hearts, I wouldn't buy that excuse for 1 second.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah, not at all. There's something about this cutscene that
I think Axel having the quirk of staring at her is like on a similar line to Riku smelling Naminé. It's like a little weird.
To Sora?
Technically, yes. But I won't send it. It's more for me.
Ask Merlin. He'll deliver it for you.
Yeah, but it's okay. I just like talking to Sora, even if it's on paper.
No, but you should really send it. Give him that confidence boost.
This is one of my this is probably one of the best jokes in the video.
Some backhanded compliments? Something more sinister? Please.
Okay, so the fucking Unabomber joke. In case you're unaware, the joke is like, did you put some anthrax in that letter? Just the stupidest fucking thing, but it's funny. It's like one of my favorite types of humor is just like humor that you don't fucking expect being thrown at you out of nowhere. Just you wouldn't expect a Unabomber joke to be in a video about Kingdom Hearts, but it is. I fucking love that style of humor, and I try to do it as much as I can without it being overdone. So yeah, like another joke is in the AC3 video. We're now Boston's most wanted, and it shows a picture of the fucking Boston bomber. I don't know. I was just talking about how I didn't like an offensive joke and took it out, but I feel like those jokes are fine. One used like this, anyway.
He's got some sea salt ice cream for him and Kairi.
You're sweet, Lee.
Yet salty. So the reason he keeps staring at her is because of Shion.
Also, I keep the references to Chains of Pain and Snoozing in Oblivion. They are in the video, but they're kept at a minimum because I figured most of the people watching this video would not see the first two. So I didn't reference it too much.
Promise?
Oh, an interesting thing about that is that red underline under the text is not supposed to be shaking like it is there. Hold on, let me show you again.
Promise?
Like you see that it's shaking? It wasn't supposed to do that. I think I just put a red block under it and just like stretched it thin. It's not supposed to be shaking. That's like that was like an error in the export, but it looked cool, so I kept it.
It could be a coincidence, but it's the line right before he sees Shion. If it's intentional, good job, writers. Probably the last time I'll be saying that.
You're crying. What's wrong?
I think I've gotten better at sounding serious. Like that one sounded a little forced, like probably the last time I'll be saying that. I could do that better now.
Call him Lee and Dream Drop, but fuck it, it's a cooler name. Meanwhile, in Radiant Garden, Mickey and Riku are wondering what Terra's been up to lately. This is a bit of a recap scene, so there's not much to say here. Aside from the reason that Xehanort's an old man again, despite the last time we saw him being in the form of Terranort, is that Terranort's most likely also in the organization.
I don't know why I talk so fast in this video sometimes. I could slow it down.
But Ansem had no...
Is it because I felt like I was pushing it with the amount of time that the video took in the first place?
Uncanny. Hashtag Terra, hashtag searching, hashtag Radiant Garden. Anywho, our next stop is Toy Box. So off.
There's some other takes later on where, like, it's very obvious that I, like, needed to take a deep breath after because it just... There were such long takes that I spoke way too quickly in. The boss fights for the gummy ship suck dick. They really do.
Fun! But with that dealt with, we can land.
Minus the Einhander one, that one's okay.
Feel a bit of dread, or is it just me?
The beginning of the end.
It's the moment many have been waiting for. We finally have Toy Story and Kingdom Hearts.
You know, it's actually kind of crazy that this video very slightly predates the Friend Inside Me meme. Which still persists to today.
Who are these people? Why are
But this video actually,
Is this
just by a few months predates Deltarune Chapter 2, so that fits.
Verum Rex? Commercial?
Which is actually kind of crazy because one of the songs I made for this video, which plays way later on, has the Earthbound WoW sound effect in it before Now's Your Chance to Be a...
Crossovers. We got Heartless from Kingdom.
I love Deltarune.
Sora and Co.
You should too.
And turned into toys to protect the world.
Sorry, I was rambling over another good joke where I say no time for Disney crossovers. There's Heartless from Kingdom Hearts approaching or something. That was a really good joke.
To describe it, it does exactly what it looks like. Once you've dealt with them, the toys come to interrogate you on where you came from.
Yeah, so for this part I kept the music as being solely Toy Story SNES music.
You said that you've battled those intruders before. Tell us where and why.
Oh, becomes a Heartless. Nobody's with strong wills.
Yeah, this is probably my biggest reference to the previous two videos, but I kept them at a minimum.
Where he says he wants the Keyblade Forge to trigger a Keyblade war. It was a war centuries ago. They did do very little to but a body doesn't belong.
And of course, the scream. That was important to put in there.
Strangely, something is going wrong with the laws of this world. Like that half of the main cast of the movies disappeared and Buzz's laser actually works as a laser now. You know, excuses to be a party member. But most importantly, Andy's gone. Sora and Woody agree to team up and figure out what's wrong, but Buzz is a bit apprehensive about it. The destination is Galaxy.
I'm sure we're gonna see Toy Story again in Kingdom Hearts. I wonder if it's going to be more
thing I should point
not following the movie's plot, if they're going to continue just doing their own thing with that.
Here they're all
because that's not a bad thing.
You'll notice about this world.
Honestly, if they come up with their own plots for some of the worlds, that's okay by me.
Things you wouldn't find in other games.
I just don't think it was particularly well done in this instance.
That's when you see how much time was put into this map. And again, it's filled with secrets. Just down the road is Galaxy Toys, and everyone's wowed. And for good reason. This is an impressive looking environment.
Hey, why doesn't that toy move?
I guess it hasn't figured it out.
Figured what out?
It has not gained sentience.
Huh?
Oh hey, it's the worst Xehanort.
By far. By fucking far. Young Xehanort is a little bitch. A little bitch.
Just annoying.
A little tiny bitch.
That jump into the remote control mech toys. And then he says that the reason he's here is because they're still missing one of their 13 vessels, and researching the way a toy's heart connects to another's could help them. To achieve this,
they were really pushing to make it make sense why the organization was working in this world. They really stretched it.
I wonder how you'll handle the strain.
Wait! What does that mean?
Oh yeah, I remember, I don't know if I should talk about this now, but there was going to be a portion of this video I originally spent talking about the sleeping worlds theory, I believe it's called. Either sleeping worlds or sleeping realms theory. About how Kingdom Hearts 3 is just a dream. Like, I don't know, I guess like dream dropping away. But I remember a big part of that theory was that line young Xehanort just said there. I wonder how you'll handle the strain. I don't really remember how it tied into the theory, but I remember that was a big part of it. But like, he's just talking about the strain of the toys being separated from Indy and from half the other toys. I'm pretty certain that's what he's talking about there. That seemed pretty obvious. I was going to put that section in there to actually make fun of the theory, but I decided that it felt like I was just making fun of people being passionate about the series, which isn't a bad thing. I'm passionate about the series. Are you kidding me? Look at the fucking 5-hour video I made and the other 2-hour-long videos. So I didn't want it to feel like I was, yeah, I didn't want it to feel like I was making fun of them. Because, honestly, they put a lot of, I don't know if it was just one person or a couple people, but they put a lot of effort into that theory. Which I don't, sorry, I'm talking a lot. Don't necessarily feel is correct, but, I mean, it did a good job at being a theory, I guess. I was also going to do the same thing with MGS5, and I guess I kind of did, but to a much lesser extent than I was intending to originally. Yeah, because it's very difficult to not theorize about MGS5. It's like you can't go out of that game without having some theory in your head, I think. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Yeah, whatever.
Stop the tape. This shot. This one right here. This is the exact moment that the game starts to decline. Sora gets the wise idea to jump in one of those...
Yeah, I think that's a good place to mark that.
The game real quick turns into a first-person shooter and you don't do much outside of holding R2. Wait, have I said that before? Ah yes, that's how I described Blaster Blaze. Why are there two different kinds of first-person shooter gameplay styles? Okay, well, to be fair, you can do more things in these mechs. You can strafe, punch, and there are...
God, it wants to be Metroid Prime so bad.
So these
I'm just kidding. I also haven't played Metroid Prime. There are so many games I have not played.
Exclusive to this world, but I think it's still...
I'm setting up a backlogged account because I wanted to track that and like...
Very overpowered.
And like all the games I haven't played, there's like 700 that I had to backlog.
Of the real world.
And I think only like 400 that I played.
Oh, you got
Which, that many in my amount of time on Earth is actually very small, honestly, for how much I play video games.
You can't be serious. Oh, that's right. You're from a video game.
Poor guy doesn't know that he's in a video game right now. Woody comes in as the...
And honestly, I think one that's like especially bad that I really should have played is any Final Fantasy game. I've tried playing Final Fantasy 1 on the PSP, couldn't get into it. Tried playing Final Fantasy 5 on the GBA, couldn't get into it. And actually, I think that's it.
Don't worry. Sora can be reckless, and Donald grumbles a lot.
It's true.
But you can...
It's true, it's really true.
It's true.
These rails coming out of that giant gumball machine are our ticket up. First stop, Toy Store. You have to save Rex from scary dinosaurs and you're given access to the mechs again, so that's the end of that. Now the next stop...
Honestly, the mechs are kind of fun.
But it's close.
But you don't... But, I mean, when you're putting the blocks together and shit later on, then it gets really boring.
It's a projectile-based weapon. Its incomplete shot lock fires some bullets, and its complete shot lock fires more bullets, or has you dive at them from above, raining them with bullets. This is the first Keyblade we get that has two Keyblade forms. Its first, double arrow guns, changes your Keyblade into two guns, and all combos are changed to projectiles. But even cooler is that you can hold R2 to aim and shoot. The second form, Magic Launcher, has your Keyblade turn into a big gun.
That's something that really bothers me about this video. It's very nitpicky of myself, but I shouldn't have said it turns it into a big gun, because why did I put emphasis on the word gun? The other one already turns it into guns. It's not surprising that the other one would turn it into a gun. The emphasis should have been on big. A big gun, not a big gun. God, I'm so fucking stupid. God, I hate myself.
You could fire explosive magic bullets.
Sarge, didn't you mention music?
You can tell I've been thinking about that for a while.
All right. Why don't we look for things that make noise?
Sure.
That's good thinking from you.
What do you mean, for me?
So fucking forced.
Donald.
That was incredibly forced. There's a record player that's just begging to be stepped on.
Classic.
About as much as I am. Running out of
fucking classic part. But moving back to the fucking Donald Sora thing that happened back there, it does feel so forced. I feel like I'm not sure if I don't really talk about this much in this video, and I think this might be an unpopular opinion. Nomura is bad at writing like friendships and relationships. He's bad at doing that. He insists upon there being a chemistry when there really isn't one. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, I feel like he did it best in 358/2, and even then it wasn't that great. because like he just had so much time for them to talk to each other that like eventually like how could there not be a chemistry that you sense between these characters? But he's bad at showing much of a chemistry between Sora, Donald, and Goofy. I think starting from KH2. I think they did a good job in the first one. But ever since then, it's just like one of them will make a jab at the other. Ha ha ha. That's funny. We're such good friends. But like that doesn't make me feel like they're good friends. It just makes me feel like you're trying to write them as good friends. You know what I mean? Is that too harsh? When I don't have a script in front of me, I feel like any criticism I make is too harsh and people are going to get mad at me. But I think I'm telling the truth.
Reaching in reveals that your boy Corporal was stuffed in there. A few feet away is Ham stuck in a toy house. The culprit of these two crimes reveals herself.
What a tiny little house.
Also, that's a weird thing to fucking say. What a tiny little house.
I'd hate to be the guy that looked up how to beat this one. This fight isn't very good. Usually in a boss fight,
It really isn't.
surrounding them, they
Honestly, it's like a big the arena is way too big and it's filled with way too many, like it feels cluttered even though the arena is super big.
On her own, the doll's easy, but because the Heartless are actively hunting you down, you have to go in and out of attacking her, even when she's very open. So what I end up doing is either using everything I have against her as soon as I get the chance, or run to the other end of the room and hope she gets to me before the Heartless do.
Wait.
It's especially a problem on critical mode. Like honestly, it's not that big of a problem. I'm proud.
Ourselves and attacking each other.
We're all just cogs in the machine.
Oh, this song that's playing. There's a song, but there's a song. There's a story behind this song that's playing. Hold on, let me go back and let it play out.
Attacking each other.
We're all just cogs in the machine, Buzz. Oiled by the elite. You'll become a lifeless puppet just like the rest of us will.
Yeah, there's a story behind that song that was playing there. It's my song. I don't even remember the name of it. And so I didn't make it for this video. I just had it and thought it would be cool to put in the video. It is actually this is difficult to describe, but as not because it's like complicated, but because it's cringe. When I was a teenager, I was in the Undertale community, especially in like the AU part of the community. And if you're aware of that part, you know it got kind of cringe at times for youngsters like myself. I made songs. It's how I got my start making music, was making songs for Undertale AUs, and they were garbage. There were other people that even back then were doing it way better than I was. And one of the songs I made was a Megalovania parallel, I guess. And so were most of the songs I made back then. This one was called Calamitous. And I actually have that on my second channel if you want to hear it. But a part of that song made it into that song you just heard. That creepy ambience one. That do 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 that part, that is from Calamitous. I don't know why that's there. I don't know why I took inspiration from Calamitous to put into this. I think it's called Realization. I think that's what I titled it. I don't remember what I've titled half of my songs, but yeah, it's fucking weird. It fits though.
You'll never lose heart when it comes to your friends.
True enough, cowboy.
Another Sly 3 reference.
Go find the others.
We see a UFO Heartless, so obviously this is gonna lead us to Bo Peep. The aliens get snatched up by it, and we gotta cut them loose. All you gotta do is reduce its health while it's running away from you. That clusterfuck problem I mentioned is double.
This is another one where it's like especially a pain in the ass on critical.
But it's not too bad if you just watch where you're going. With everyone rescued, Buzz and Woody say they're going home to wait for Andy.
Organization 13's our problem to solve.
Yeah, I
The only reason that I put this clip in here is so I could reuse it when Donald fucking Zeta flares.
Obviously, they're not gonna leave. We need our precious party members. So Rex went over to the video game store. We gotta go save him. As it turns out, Verum Rex is a hit around these parts. If you look at this poster, you'll see a bunch of transparent blades surrounding
Oh, fucking Versus 13.
that was used in the trailer for Final Fantasy Versus 13 all the way back in 2008. It was a project that was in development for 7 years before ultimately being completely reworked and rebranded to what we know as Final Fantasy 15. It's a shame that Nomura's original characters and story for the game were changed so
I even own Final Fantasy 15 and I haven't played it.
in Kingdom Hearts.
I really gotta get on that.
This right here.
Should I start from the first game? Should I try to play the first game and play all of them?
Even though
Probably not, right?
Sora looks like Yozora,
But I might when I get to it.
better match for his appearance. You know who wouldn't be a good match?
Oh, but you needn't rush off.
Xehanort!
I have more to observe.
More to observe.
I can't let you leave yet.
Can't let you leave yet.
You know, I'm just realizing that he had to shrink himself down to the size of the toys just so he could keep being a pretentious douchebag.
That is true, and it's really funny to think about. I think I realized that like last second when I was scripting it, and I was like, wait a minute, he fucking shrunk himself.
Appreciation for this use of an old trope is immediately diminished, however, by him again explaining that he's testing the bonds of the toys to help with creating a new vessel. But he's just elongating it so he could look cool dodging all of level 13 Sora's attacks. Kinda punching down, aren't you?
What a piece of shit.
Into Verum.
I fucking hate young Xehanort.
Where am I?
Haven't you heard?
In this world, you come from a video game.
So now
Now you can watch my experiment from inside that screen. Just the way he fucking talks is annoying. I hate him.
Oh.
How can you not hate him?
Mech gameplay. Shoot guys, shoot stronger guys, shoot strongest guy. This is getting kind of boring. But hey, you got a link out of it. You make it out, but Buzz is gone.
Oh, wait. Where's Buzz?
He disappeared into a dark corridor.
Sir, did I hear you say dark corridor?
Apparently they
It's fucking funny.
babies and toddlers.
It's a good thing I didn't put that in the actually laughed count because that's definitely not intentional.
You can build blocks with lights on them. Anything that gets caught in the light's beams gets stunned. You have a finite amount of them and a few different types. Think of it like tower defense, but really stupid. Your finisher is wrecking it, breaking all the blocks, and, again, doing an unreasonable amount of damage. After hopping through the window, you're given even more awesome mech gameplay. The vents can't be reached unless you have something to boost.
This part really sucks, especially on replays. It is fucking tedious and annoying.
Doing that? You gotta find more blocks to get high enough, but beware, hijinks will ensue.
Legitimately, one of the worst parts about replaying the game is you have to do this part again.
Skipping over to when you finish building it, it becomes a cactar and
Like, it's up there with building Olaf. It is a fucking annoying, like, boringly annoying part. Oh yeah, this is the creepy ambience song again.
we make it in to see Xehanort, who probably stood in that exact spot the entire
Also, incoming is probably my most well-known bit. Like, period.
the loneliness from being taken away from Andy.
Distance doesn't matter. Andy's part of their hearts, just like my friends are part of mine.
What? Your friends are your power? How very true.
This fucking guy.
But if the light of friendship is a form of power, the darkness of being alone is a power even
Oh, shut up! As I've said, he's the most annoying Xehanort, but that mostly derives from how
The song playing right now, I believe, is called Nightmare Buzz.
all the main characters are just stumped by it. How is this a villain that people like unironically? He has no good reason to be doing what he does.
Alright, well.
Past or an interesting one.
Okay, so he kind of does have a interesting past now. Kinda. I still... I haven't fucking played Union Cross, so I don't really know it in full.
With Sora at all. I think I'm closer to character.
This is a good start to this bit. Doing a fake Reddit post.
Sora is just like an opposite personality to who I am. I just don't understand this logic. It makes no sense. I mean, oh, that wasn't a Reddit post? That was a quote from Tetsuya Nomura? Oh, you heard it here.
Alright, 2 of my best bits coming up back to back.
Hero of Darkness is one to be empathized with. Let us say that hypothetically.
Like, maybe this isn't my best bit, This or the next one, honestly. I really like some of my Assassin's Creed bits and MGS5 bits. I think those are probably better. But these are really good ones.
And you, hypocrites that you are, might say that my most present self will use the power...
Also, I'm doing a young Xehanort impression. I'm not doing a Ben Shapiro. I'm not doing a Ben Shapiro impression, okay? I'm not gonna do that, you know? Theoretically, I'm not gonna fucking do that, okay?
And 10% is done merely...
I should have gone further back with this research thing. I should have made it like this 1943 study. That's more accurate.
So much for the tolerant light. Such cruel acts can...
Oh, yeah. So much for the tolerant light, I legitimately think was the first line I came up with for this video.
That darkness is the heart's true nature.
Here we go. Mule's Bane, baby.
I don't care. Put Buzz back the way he was, then get lost.
Or else what, toy?
Yeah, I am a toy. And a friend.
My guess is no one's ever loved you before.
The vine booms on every step.
Nothing about hearts and love.
Xehanort, you're so caught up in...
Yeah, shut up a second.
Oh yeah, that moment back in Snoozing in Oblivion where I said me saying, yeah, shut up a second. I said that was reused. There it was.
Tara's like, yeah, shut up a second. Yeah, shut up a second.
Woody saying, yeah, shut up a second is just Tara saying, yeah, shut up a second. You know, I'm not even sure I would call this one of my best songs. It's probably one of the best implemented songs I did for a video. I didn't make this song for the video either. It was always called Mule's Bane. But when I uploaded it to my YouTube channel, I originally called it Woody Comes on Young Xehanort because... Oh, I'm sorry, just Woody Comes on Xehanort because Young Xehanort made it sound a little, not great. But, yeah, I eventually, when I migrated all my music to the second channel, I named it what it really was all along, Mule's Bane. And it's a good song. I like this song. It's probably not my best. It might be one of my best, honestly. It's not one of my best produced. I could do better now. And I might. I might try, like, remaking this song one day. I was going to remake it for, I was going to do a rendition of it in the AC4 video when I was going to do a montage portion for that. It was going to be a not shanty, like a more swingy version of Mule's Bane called Whale's Bane. And it's partially done. I just didn't have the motivation to fully finish it, you know? But yeah, I think Mule's Bane is probably the song that most people know about when it comes to my channel. I mean, I'm not saying like everyone knows Mule's Bane, because I don't know how many people who've clicked on the video even made it this far, but I think most of the people that got to this point remember this point of the video probably the most. And that's probably a good thing because, like I said, the so much for the tolerant light and shit like that, that was like the first thing I came up with for the video. So it's kind of fitting that that section paired with the Mule's Bane section is probably my most well-known bit. So I'm not upset about that at all. It's a good bit. It's a good 2 bits pushed into one. Which I think also is like made it better, is that it was both 2 bits back to back with nothing in between it. Just one bit leading into another. And I think that made it very comedically tight, if that makes sense. And of course, there's this part where you obtained gunk. If your hand, God damn, I can't speak right now. If your hand causes you to stumble, cut it off. It is better for you to enter life crippled than having your 2 hands to go into hell, into the unquenchable fire. I believe I literally just looked up disturbing Bible quotes. So I'm pretty sure this one means, like, the meaning behind it is like cut toxic elements out of your life if they're weighing you down. But if you take it literally means, like, if you're crippled, fucking cut your leg off, idiot. Just live without your leg, dumbass.
With his tail between his legs, Xehanort spawns a giant heartless and leaves.
Or hand, in that case.
The main game.
And this fight really does fucking suck. It is a shit fight.
Whenever it's within the boundaries at all, aside from one move. It can try and spin you off, but most of the time
It's not like it wasn't allowed to be easy. It's perfectly allowed to be an easy fight. The Titans were, and they were a decent fight. This one just sucks.
when it's out of bounds. It has a desperation move where it makes it easier to hit it because it's not moving. I know it attacks you here, but I don't think I've ever gotten hit by it because air stepping is instantaneous. It's easy and sad. Unfortunately,
And that's a very fitting series of words for it. Easy and sad.
to keep them company in the meantime.
I feel like I'm fucking stumbling over my words a lot here.
What a nose.
I can't really do anything about that.
Long and boring. You can get lost pretty easily on a first playthrough, but for subsequent ones it'll feel samey. The world is full of detail, don't get me wrong, but it means nothing when the detail is in a shitty environment. I don't know how they shrunk you down to the size of a toy, and the world still feels small and cramped. And they don't know when to end it, too. They could have easily put the boss around the time you first gathered up the toys, but no. You gotta play this dumb minigame, then go back to the—
It is really, they really stretched it out, and the world suffers because of it.
And that's gonna take a few more annoying fights in annoying areas.
It's a bad world.
You've Got a Friend in Me gets just a tad irritating after a while. And by the end of it, you're rewarded with a boss that made me want to fall asleep just as much as everything else. I fucking added a
Honestly, I think my bit makes the world better. Yeah.
a very bad world. Back in the gummy ship.
Oh, this part.
What about the power of waiting?
What?
The one time I make fun of how Donald sounds. If I did it too much, it would feel overdone.
Man, these redesigns are getting weird. These two are a bit stumped on where they're gonna get a body from.
That's a joke saying like, oh, that's not Ienzo. Yeah, he looks weird now.
Replicas.
That's right. Because Sora went night-night back in Castle Oblivion, Riku's got to explain it all over again. A replica can be the perfect home for a—
I said a replica. A replica.
Replicas will become—
Just do another take, Joe. Come on.
These two are gonna go talk to Ienzo to see if that'll work. P.S. Look out for Terranor. Bye-bye.
Hi. So climbed.
Around with no reason as to why we're here.
Why do you think we came here?
Got me, Donald.
That almost seems like an issue. But before we can think about that, we're—
Guys, we have no reason to be here. Who gives a fuck?
Looks like we're taking out Heartless, just like—
Game's plot? Nah, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Like I said earlier, I find it kind of boring, but maybe I was being a bit too harsh. It's alright for what it is.
Blaster Blaze is fucking bland to use, by the way. It is a bland attraction, even for attraction standards.
Again, let's head for the secret passageway.
Well, at least he got away safe, right?
Whoa. Hey, now Sora's gone too.
Okay guys, you're dumb, but you're not blind. While they're trying to figure out if leaves and large spaces can go hand in hand, they're missing what I believe is a shot-for-shot recreation of one of the scenes from the movie. I haven't seen Tangled, but I think—
And I still have it. I really should see some of these movies, actually.
His bodyguards didn't make the—
You know, it's kind of funny.
You never know.
I haven't done a lot of the required reading for this video when I made it. I didn't watch any of the movies. I mean, I've seen most of them, but I didn't watch them again to like really know what I was talking about, because most of the time I saw them when I was a little kid. And I haven't played any Final Fantasy game for more than like an hour.
I can get her to the kingdom, but you guys are clearly more cut out for combat.
That's 'cause we're heroes.
Uh-huh.
And we're heartless experts.
Yeah.
That's literally all the organization has to do. Just trick them into doing something they want by guising it under the veil of being heroic. You know.
I mean, that's what they did in Kingdom Hearts 2 with the Heartless. It's the heroic thing to get rid of the Heartless in all these worlds, but it's actually fueling our greater goals. Haha.
Say that for some reason, in this world alone, they point you in the right direction of most of these treasure boxes. Like here.
The flowers are growing on top of the water.
Yeah, look at all that water. Very, very interesting stuff. If I had to theorize as to why this is, it's because the devs were particularly proud of this world and wanted you to see all of it.
I mean, it's not showing very well through the video because it's 1080p and a very low bit rate. I really should have exported it at a higher resolution and with a higher bit rate, but yeah, the world looks great.
Its complete shot lock has you do a bunch of faster teleporting slashes, no ghost required. This is another one with two forms. First being Hyper Hammer. You get a big hammer, have fun. It's its next form, Drill Punch, that's a bit more interesting. Hammer turns into a drill and you do a bunch of drill-based combos, a lot of them being AoE. The finish
Drill-based combos. It's probably the first time that phrase has been uttered.
damaged anyone nearby too, but not a whole lot. Ah, Grand Magic. I haven't talked about it too much, but what's interesting about Grand Magic is... Oh, I got Blaster Blaze again.
A team attack too.
Game's feeling generous right now, I guess, and there's my Keyblade form. Ah, just what I needed. Blaster Blaze again. Do I really need this much? This has all been one fight. And another team attack. And a second Keyblade form. What is going on? In 2 minutes and 10 seconds, I got 7 things. Well, chalk it up to the game.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts. I mean, that happens damn near every fight after this.
Here gave me one
And before it.
more reasonable number. How is she not worried about her dress getting wet? Her hair, too. I mean, Sora's outfit has darkness repellent, so I mean...
This part's very nitpicky.
Ain't got no clothing
Very cinema sinsy.
Speaking of water, she splashes you with water, so in retaliation, you kill her.
Okay, you're in for it.
After gallivanting a bit more through...
I found the lines isolated and like battle grunts and stuff. I found it on the Sounds resource, I believe the website's called.
Oh man, it's a nobody. Now these variants are interesting. They have some weird moves like turning into a vine machine and going invincible completely for a little bit, tossing out some flower petals that do damage upon contact. Good stuff. Marluxia shows up to say nothing, but to be fair...
Yeah, those are fun nobodies.
Call out to him. The three have...
Unlike the nobodies in the organization. Haha, got him.
That Rapunzel is the very light of this world and wants you to continue protecting her for the time being. It feels like they were going for a mini version of the whole revelation in 2 where killing Heartless was exactly what they wanted, but I mean, come on, they gained nothing from this. They went on ahead, so let's go catch up. Getting to the swampy dark area, we see Mother Gothel, who basically just says, "Hi, I'm evil, bye."
Okay, Jesus Christ, I keep saying it, but goddamn, I talk fast in this video.
If you take a look here,
Fucking slow down.
that's a very competitive rate. $7.99? Come on, you could afford that.
Would you look at this?
It's probably higher now, right? I don't know, I don't pay for it.
We stop for a second and enjoy the scenery.
See, this is what I was talking about. But again, I don't mind, it is very pretty. A few very low frame rate swings later, we're encountered by a little tower. It looks like the Heartless are going to use it as a weapon against us, and we gotta avoid them from doing that.
We gotta stop them from doing that. We don't have to avoid them from doing that. That is not grammatically correct. Jesus.
Well, after we've dealt with them, the tower collapses, turning into a horse Heartless.
I remember there was a part in that awkward silence where I go like, please don't do this. Like, please don't do this. Because it's like me like foreshadowing how it's gonna get so much worse. But it seemed kind of weird, so I cut it out of the video.
6 things on the command menu. Walking a bit further and, wow, impressive. They must have spent a few months on this part alone.
Yeah, the bitrate of the video really does not do it justice. This part looks great.
All of it real fast. Good stuff.
This is amazing!
Yeah, I agree, Rapunzel.
This is amazing!
You already said that. And now...
I love that part. I love that part so much because it's so understated. I'm not like, you already said that. I'm just like, you already said that. Like, it's just like a very, like I'm complaining about something very normal. Like, you already fucking said that.
Rapunzel sure looks happy.
She does.
Well, her dream's gonna come true. They're sending the lanterns up after dark.
Oh, is that why she's happy? Now let's do a little exploring. It's pretty similar to Twilight Town. It's bustling. Village people are doing their own thing. Little barrels.
Little fishing, little stealing, property damage, little thing. I did a bad job at reciting that line. Goddamn.
This might be a good spot to find some ingredients.
Agreed.
I bet we'll...
Yeah, I didn't want to harp on the ingredients thing too long because everyone was complaining about it. So I just did that little bit and then one more time in quadratum.
You're dancing, this sucks. It is a mercifully short minigame though. Just don't tell Kyrie, alright? The Lantern Festival approaches, so it's time to watch...
It's not romantic to have a little dance with a bunch of women.
Romance, dreams, satchel, tiara, BRB. Looks like the nobodies just had to ruin everything as usual.
That's what I keep telling my wife.
The townsfolk. This is another with those Marluxia-themed side variants. They are pretty tricky to handle in groups. So
I don't have a wife.
Is what I would say if I didn't get... Okay, have you ever played Arkham Knight?
I'm all alone.
And the bad tank, and you think, oh, this is a pretty cool mechanic. I'm glad they brought this in. But then they use it again and again and again and again until, hey, this is kind of fucking annoying. Yeah.
I thought about doing an Arkham Knight video at one point, but I realized I didn't want to. Maybe I will in the future. I don't know.
Dear, he's run off with the crown and forgotten you.
Bro, you could sound a little less like you're about to yawn. I understand you're supposed to sound less emotional than our main cast, but I don't think the tone of voice you're making is the one intended here.
No, he wouldn't.
He actually sounds like he's reading a bedtime story half the time.
tall, apparently. Hadn't really noticed until now. He pulls the classic make a bad guy look good technique to bring Rapunzel back into Mother
When he talks about the Princesses of Light, like, imagine it like he's telling a story.
She's keeping Rapunzel on the shelf for us. An extra pawn in case you fail to find the remaining Guardians of Light. And we have occasion to call on other Hearts of Light instead.
Your eyes are getting a little heavy, aren't they? God damn. He's reading a bedtime story to us right now.
So the previous 7 princesses gave up their role to a new generation of Disney princesses. Like Rapunzel, definitely Elsa.
I remember when he said new 7 hearts, there was supposed to be a little graphic of the new Super Mario Bros. Series, but the new was replaced after the new. Sorry. The Super Mario was replaced with 7 hearts. So it was just the new 7 hearts. But I don't know why, but it just kind of went missing and I couldn't find it. So I didn't end up putting it in the final upload.
Sora wakes up and the 4 race back to the tower. Although Flynn goes on ahead after a while because the movie's gotta play out somehow. So you gotta race through the Heartless and Nobodies to get to the tower. This would feel a lot more urgent if you were timed and there were more guys blocking the way or something. Because as it is...
This is a little nitpicky.
No stakes.
Because, I mean, like, you could really just neglect this part entirely.
Waves of enemies against an invisible wall that sequentially moves closer and closer. Kinda like that one part in the underworld with Hades in the second game. Grab your popcorn because here comes more movie. Flynn gets stabbed. Oh no! He cuts off Rapunzel's hair. Oh no! Mother Gothel falls out of the tower. Oh yeah! Marluxia decides that it would be really funny if he turned her into a giant Heartless, so that she is now. It's a neat design, but as a fight, it's not very neat.
Yeah, this fight's not good either. It is better than the last one, but this fight kind of sucks too.
For how much it moves around in an environment with so many steep inclines and rocks, you'll get tripped up very frequently, especially if...
Like, just look at the gameplay. It doesn't look fun at all, does it?
If your boss is this big and you still have a hard time finding it,
The camera is just getting completely tripped up by this thing.
plants flowers in the ground that can grab you and leave you open for attack. And again, if you're targeting the boss, it's unlikely that you'll even notice the flowers are there. Its desperation move has it go on top of the tower while showering you with bombs and placing gates up. This move is fine, I don't have a problem with it. It also lets you slam it when it falls. It's like a 4 out of 10 boss. But once that's over, we're treated...
That slamming part is kind of fun though, but like, it's not worth the rest of the fight.
Adding so much to the scene as usual. Hey, so, I don't mean to be that guy, but her hair had magical healing powers that could heal him until it was cut off, right? You know what else has magical healing powers? Sora and Donald. They've shown to be capable of it during cutscenes.
Fucking cinema sins.
I don't recall...
Might as well put a ding there, Jesus.
Not helping people when they're dying. Is this some kind of new world order? Whatever, her tears work too.
I think this part is another one of my most well-known bits. I have it uploaded separately as a short, and it's like, it's got like, I don't know, 15k views.
For brunettes.
Eugene!
Which is good, because this part's fucking funny.
Yo, shut up, they're having a moment. How would you feel if I just...
Riku! It's Riku.
I was gonna yell along to it, but I'm with my family and they're sleeping.
Woo! Yeah! Woo, he did!
Come on, Sora.
Yes!
So that's the...
Yes!
It was mad.
I'll do it along and whisper. Woo, yeah! Woo, he did it! Yes! That's a good bit. I'm really proud of that bit.
What I did have over it was that you were directly involved with the plot there. Here, you're a backdrop, nothing more. You're along for the ride that is the movie. But also, I should bring it up, shouldn't I? The sheer amount of times you get access to a super strong ability like a Keyblade form, an attraction, or a team attack is really high. I counted the amount of times anything, barring Drill Punch because it's an extension of an already existing Keyblade form, showed up on top of the command menu. The amount of gameplay time in that world was roughly an hour and a half. Care to guess how many times I got something? Keep in mind,
Yeah, an hour and a half is like the replay amount of time.
wipe them all out.
Because you could really speed through these worlds when you know what you're doing.
What do you think? If you guessed 36, you'd be wrong because it was 60.
60 fucking times. That is ridiculous.
The amount of gameplay time is supposed to be more along the line of 3 hours, so keep in mind, I didn't even take every ability I was given. I probably took less than a third. That's just not right, and I hate to break it to you, but that is not a problem with this world.
I remember when my brother was test watching this video, when I said that is not a problem with this world, he was like, that's a very unclear sentence. You should say that's a problem with the game. But, I feel like that is not a problem with this world fits, and it makes sense. I think most people got it. Did you get it? Tell me if you got it in the comments, and I won't read it.
And Sid.
Idiot.
The galaxy is getting a bit crowded, don't you think? Let's get ourselves a new wide open space to explore.
Hey, a new zone! You guys should check it out!
Let's go.
That "let's go" was a little... It was a little, I don't know what to say, a little cringy. I think I've gotten better at getting my voice to a lower register over time. I think just doing voice recordings for so long has gotten me better, where I can get to a low point like this, or I can go to a low point like this. And honestly, I kind of want to be a voice actor one day, so I feel like those are pretty good skills to have. I'm kind of proud of it. You know what's funny is, one time I think before I made these videos, I told my therapist, and I said that I was very subconscious about my voice. I used to not like my voice at all. I thought it was like a little higher pitched than most of the time, and it was like a masculinity thing, you know? It was like I was very self-conscious. I thought my voice wasn't as like low pitched and masculine as it could be. But then my therapist was like, whoa, hold on. You have a great voice. What are you talking about? He's like, I'm glad you brought this up because you should not be self-conscious about it at all. You have a great soothing voice. And that really did help me see that, you know what? Yeah, I do have a good voice. And a lot of people seem to enjoy it too now. So suck it, self-conscious me from like 5 years ago.
You remember the Keyblade upgrading system I mentioned earlier? How it was possibly the best addition to the game? Well, that was a half-truth. There's one thing that takes it from great to almost not worth it. Synthesis, of course, makes its return in this game. It works the same as it did in every other game with it. Gather the right materials to make whatever it is you're aiming for. You do that by grinding them off of enemies. It's not so bad, just a detour in a large-scale RPG. The problem begins with what's required to upgrade your Keyblade. Every one of them will require fluorite, Damascus, adamantite, and electrum at some point in its...
It's pronounced Damas.
Now what's wrong with these, you may ask? Well, you don't get these from enemies. All of them can be found in chests, but there's only so many of those, and it doesn't nearly meet the requirement of upgrading all the Keyblades. So, how do you get that amount?
You know, to be honest, of all my rants that I make about this game, I think this one is honestly, like, the most exaggerated.
Long time.
It's really not that big of a deal.
If you want to upgrade a Keyblade, you can...
I was really pulling it from, like, deep down, try to come up with anger for it, because... I don't know, I should be more angry at this point in the video. It's like, how far are we in? Let's see.
The only way you could get fury...
Yeah, like it's 24 minutes. Did I say 24? An hour and 24 minutes, I imagine. And like I haven't really gotten that mad, so I felt like I needed to be mad about something. So I was like, the shooting rocks in outer space, that part's annoying. And it is annoying and tedious and stupid, but it's really not that bad, to be honest. It's like, okay, I'll take like 10 minutes out of my time. I'll go shoot some rocks, and I'll go back and I'll get a Keyblade upgrade, and then I'll do it again at some other point. It's really not that big of a deal, but I made it like it was a really big deal and like one of the worst parts of the game. It's not. It's not, honestly. I was over-exaggerating. So, like, honestly, if something like this was like holding you back from playing the game, it shouldn't.
To traverse room. It kept your brain active instead of just sitting there doing nothing but keeping your finger pressed on a button. It doesn't help in the slightest that the gummy ship controls like complete ass when going slow. You'll miss meteorites constantly, making you turn around.
Like, everything I'm saying here is valid, but like, it's really just not that big of a deal.
You unlock a prize bonus later, which increases the likelihood of these items dropping, but don't get your hopes up. You still don't get what you want often. Oh, and did I mention that meteorites have health? They don't crumble with one shot. You have to hit it enough for that. These things are artificial lengtheners, and the game...
Gamer tip, build a ship with a shit ton of guns, so the tumor you get from doing this is just a bit smaller. I mean, that is obviously an exaggerated line.
Doesn't try to mask it with anything remotely enjoyable. So yeah, that's the main reason I don't like the gummy ship segments. Say what you want about the previous two games.
Also, a less instrumented version of Cold Spot is playing here. Another one of my, I think my most used song.
The optional gummy ship parts were entirely superfluous. Here, if you want a stronger weapon...
It plays whenever I have a rant to do.
But before we move on to our next world, I want to talk about something I liked in the gummy ship segments. The game has some optional bosses littered throughout the spaces you fly through. They aren't...
The fights certainly look cool. They're not very fun, though.
there's this big whirlpool tornado thing. If you try to fly into it, you'll be told you need a gun.
Again, except for this one that's coming up.
That is, and you fly into it, you're greeted with this thing.
Huh? I think it's hostile.
It's called the Schwarzgeist. If you don't recognize this, that's alright because neither did I. But the fact that it had its own unique boss theme, Thermosphere, playing here, and the fact that it kind of slaps tipped me off that maybe this is from something.
It is a very good song.
It
really is.
This is from a boss from the PS1 game Einhander, a game that's often considered one of the best 2D shooters, apparently. It seems the team behind that game worked on the gummy ship segments in this game, so honestly, if that game is considered a gem, I'm kinda interested in playing it to see where things went wrong. As a boss,
Except I never have. Once again, bunch of games I've just never played.
parts of the music, and the fact that all of its moves are taken from its source material.
I get very comfortable replaying the old games that I like.
Barely attacks at all, and you just kinda gotta wail on it. Also, when you fight it in the ship Endymion, designed after the main ship in Einhander, you get the original version of the song. Good reference. For beating it, you get the gummy ship equivalent to the Ultima weapon, Golden Highwind. It gets things done real fast, just the way I like it. And
Just the way I like it.
let's move on to the next world.
And just like with the Toy Story one, I use, not throughout the whole thing, but I use mostly Monsters, Inc. on the GameCube soundtrack? Question mark? I forgot.
Building and our new fantastic redesigns. I'm mainly weirded out by the fact that they removed Sora and Goofy's pants.
Wonder what kind of weirdos live here.
Who'da thunk he'd get so creeped out?
Yeah, and who'da thunk he'd be so shallow?
Who'da thunk he'd judge people based on appearances?
Yeah, seriously.
What a little hypocritical asshole.
Sully's a ravenous carnivore and is gonna eat that child.
We got it called the CDA. It's, oh yeah, a code 835.
Okay, but really, why are we so quick to assume they're terrible beings that need to be put down? After Goofy snaps Sora out of his...
Seriously, he really went into murder mode, like, uncharacteristically quick.
Mike Wazowski.
What's going on?
Do you know who I am? I could fucking buy you. Oh shit, unversed. Guess we know who today's antagonist is. Let's take a look at our new Keyblade, Ever After. People tend to sleep on this one because it's a more magic-oriented Keyblade, but its unique abilities make this a weapon with...
You know, another problem this game has is the fact that some enemies just have more health than they should. I feel like I'm properly leveled here, but like, having to take one unversed equivalent of a shadow, I don't know what it's called, and take it up in the air and like juggle it for 10 seconds is a little fucking stupid.
To another in the middle of a combo on the fly. But that's not its best feature. If you dash, you leave behind a ghost of yourself. You can leave up to 3, and when you've done that...
And like, that doesn't make the game harder, it just makes the fighting take longer.
A healthy amount of damage, and you can do it as much as you want while you're in the form. Its finisher is the best...
It's not like they're fighting back, they're in the middle of being juggled. I just have to juggle them for longer.
This big unversed with the shell is one of the hardest non-boss enemies in the whole game. It's got a lot of health, it doesn't have too much of a wind-up before most of its moves, and some of said moves cover a lot of ground. On top of that, you need to attack from the front because of the shell. And damn, it would have been pretty tough if I didn't get a million things in the command menu to combat it. You could feel it too, can't you? The rant incoming. After Sora gets the history lesson on...
Yeah, like I said before, I feel like I could do, like, bring my voice to a low point like that a lot better now.
This isn't even a good place to get Blaster Blaze. Looks like the Unversed pressed a couple of buttons and now Boo's door is being sent to who knows where. The cans of laughter/scream can be hit and fly into enemies to do some extra damage. Not like we do enough or anything. We gotta hitch a ride if we want to catch up to Boo's door, so hop on. Oh man, I forgot about these on-rail segments. There's so many gameplay styles, I have a hard time keeping track of them all. Now we gotta get through this door, but it's offline, and we need to make Boo laugh to power it up. So let's kill shit, that always does the trick. Fun fact, the enemies here spawn infinitely. Once you fill up the laugh meter, you need to do a finisher to end this part. But if you want to, you can...
I haven't spoken in a while, there's honestly just not much for me to talk about right now.
Attractions they give you. Okay, time's up. I've been waiting for that.
I'm sure I will soon with this bit.
You might have noticed that I left out 3 specific major features about it. Them being Rage Form, Koopa Coins, and that you could have 3 Keyblades equipped at once. Let's go over them real quick. Rage Form is this game's equivalent to Anti-Form, but it's way better. Instead of...
It is way better, honestly. Anti-Form sucked dick in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Death in certain scenarios, it shows up...
Also, well, actually, before I move forward with what I'm about to say, that line is the biggest example of me just talking way too fast. Where, like, you could tell I needed to take a deep, deep breath when I finished saying it.
Death In certain scenarios, against your will and get better. Instead of showing up sometimes and using dry forms against your will and limiting your moveset to the point of being an instant death in certain...
Can I even say that in one breath now? One more time, let's hear it.
Dry forms against your will and limiting your moveset to the point of being an instant death in certain...
Instead of being a form that you had to use, I can't remember what I'm saying here, but like I could... That is a fucking long sentence
certain scenarios, it shows up on
that I said way too fast.
sometimes as a last resort to heal yourself.
Like you could hear when I said death, that was very strained.
It's still restricted, but not nearly as much. It's a genuine viable asset in combat. It has its own special move, Risk Charge. It takes a chunk of your health, but in exchange you do more damage. You can do it up to 3 times. After the third, you can use a finisher that does whatever the hell that is. Up next is Kupo Coins. It basically gives you all your health back if you die once. A second chance, if you will. You can buy them from Moogles, and you can only hold 1 at a time. The previous 2...
It's not a bad mechanic for critical.
Tinkerbell was a late game summon in the first...
Some deaths in critical can feel very cheap, so Kupo coins are a good way to do something about that. But it's totally unnecessary. I'm proud.
If you'll give up. If you don't, you...
Also, I forgot to mention Peter Pan in Kingdom Hearts 2 because I forgot about him. I completely forgot what that summon does. I did not use summons in Kingdom Hearts 2 very often.
Get it down to 1 HP. Mickey has a health bar as well, but losing all of it just instantly wakes Sora up. There's no real stakes here. You're essentially rewarded for losing certain fights. Tinkerbell is fine by me due to the fact that you get her right before Hollow Bastion. Mickey, on the other hand, feels kind of forced. When I said certain boss fights, I meant it. One of them is the first phase of the final boss.
As a matter of fact, I feel like this whole bit about Mickey is kind of negated by the fact that the Peter Pan summon exists. That heals you if you die.
Excited that they're playing as Mickey, but then you'll realize pretty fast that he controls like shit, so you're stuck with the rat until you gain all of your health or lose all of your health. Kupo coins feel a bit more natural. You have the option to use them from the start for any fight, and it costs a fair bit to buy one, or at least if you buy them frequently. So you didn't just get them for free sometimes, you needed to earn them at any time. And instead of making you go through a whole sequence to get back up, a little animation plays and you're right back into it. And lastly, you can have 3 Keyblades at once. This one kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, I really honestly am not a fan of the fact that you can hold 3 Keyblades at once. Key 3 blades at once.
Switch off while using it. So
it just feels like it's making the game easier and cheaper.
So, why did I withhold?
You could abuse the shit out of that.
Well, simply put, they don't matter. I could have gone the entirety of the non-DLC portion of this video and left it out, and nothing would have changed. Why is that?
Forced little chuckle there. You'll never guess how. It's Cold Spot. Cold Spot is a good song. I like Cold Spot.
What do you
It's nice and jazzy.
I spy with
Has real mini-boss feel to it.
Attractions, Keyblade forms, attractions, team attacks, Keyblade forms, attractions, team attacks, it never stops. And would you believe that this game has the gall to give you abilities that make these things show up more frequently? There's only so many
Just totally unnecessary. Did they really think people were gonna fucking love attractions that much? Oh yeah, they'll wanna use extenders and abilities you can get it more often. Seriously?
With how monotonous the gameplay is, you'd think maybe they'd make attractions a bit more...
Seriously, is there anyone who played this game and came out of it thinking, oh man, that was a great game. You know what I love the most about it? The attractions.
Outright insulting, but it's
honestly, can anyone tell me if they are?
concept as it rewards you for being...
I won't make fun of you too hard.
Completely draining your MP.
It's just, ugh. I hate them.
Required. And on top of that, Grand Magic is used automatically when spamming spells. And on top of that, some Keyblades have Grand Magic as an inherent ability. Like Ever After, the one we just got. You're given access to Arrow Zone when using it. Keep in mind, the world we just got that Keyblade from is where we unlocked Arrow, the tier 1.
To be fair, this is only if you upgrade this Keyblade.
A little above our...
I think if you upgrade it to like the quarter waypoint, so it's still pretty easy to get the highest tier of that magic.
Having stats and abilities is so you have to pick one for the situation you're getting into. But now, who cares? You could have a strength-oriented and a magic-oriented Keyblade at the same time.
No stakes, no consequences, do whatever the fuck you want. I completely agree with that still.
Scratching the surface. Shot locks are extremely powerful as well. They can shred through anything in your path and do unfair amounts of damage to bosses. Not to mention more than one being able to heal.
Yeah, what I said about shot locks still applies, honestly. I didn't feel like it was as cheap as it was sometimes in Birth by Sleep. I could be misremembering. It's been a while since I played Birth by Sleep.
Because of how fast this thing fills itself, you can use a Keyblade form 10 seconds after you just got done using it. It doesn't help this game's cycle of repetition at all. In the second game, you had to fill 3 to 9 meters to get the drive form you were after. Only way to fill it up was with drive orbs, which weren't...
Like, honestly, it feels like, I feel most of the time I feel like I should get drive forms a little more often, so... It's not like having Keyblade forms more often is bad. It's just that you get it way too often, you know? If they found a happy medium, then I wouldn't be upset about it.
Valor form you get at the beginning, and it's still a pretty...
You just get it way too fucking often, though.
Wisdom form is kind of meh, but still useful at times where you want to stay ranged, because projectile magic didn't home in on enemies.
And also, most Keyblade forms feel final form tier in, like, power, you know?
In actuality, it was strong as hell.
Like, there were no Keyblade forms that are like, well, I shouldn't use this for this scenario, except for a few where you can't dodge roll with it. There are a couple where you can't dodge roll, but like other than that, it really feels like every Keyblade is equal in power.
Any drive form, and you have a 50%
With their forms, I mean.
form or final form, but once you get final, it's all yours. I considered it a perfectly fair system. Up until final, each drive form had its own strengths and weaknesses. Valor was good for speed, but at the cost of any and all defense as well as Goofy. Wisdom was a magic-based form entirely. Aside from that, you had the projectiles.
Honestly, losing your party members because of Keyblade forms didn't feel like a big price to pay.
But as I said, your range of movement is neutered. Master could do super long combos and keep enemies suspended in the air, open for even more attacks, but your movement and defense are decreased as well as both of your party members being removed. Final was objectively the best, with little downside aside from your party members being removed again, but not one you could use until the very end of the game. Compare that system to...
I think those are pretty good summarizations of those forms.
Anything. As a result, you'll have access to Keyblade forms to such a ridiculous extent that you could very well get one 30 times in each world. And who needs balance for where you are in the game when all of your Keyblade forms are final form tier? There are never any downsides.
Yeah, what I just said, pretty much.
So getting them so often is really frustrating. And the biggest shame here is that I genuinely think a lot of these Keyblade forms are more enjoyable than drive forms. The first two trailers for this game showed that they might have been using a drive gauge-esque system, and I wish
that HUD might honestly be just a placeholder. They might have never considered it.
Consider this pre-cum. No, it's fucking disgusting, I'm sorry. So,
that is disgusting.
Where were we?
And I love that. I love making jokes of sudden vulgarity or intensity, just out of nowhere.
Now we finally made it to Boo's door, so the entire group walks through instead of just letting Boo in like they should. What if her parents walk in and see all 5 of you freaks? Doesn't matter. It's
you're imagining things. You're fucking dreaming. You can't see us.
He's back to become the big boy around town again. He's not getting laughs, however, he's going for screams, and the unversed are getting them for him, because they thrive off negative emotions. Admittedly, this is a clever way to tie in the main plot to the Disney World.
It is. That is, I honestly like that they came up with a decent idea this time. As opposed to pretty much every other Disney World where they didn't really have very good reason to be in most of them. This is a pretty good one, especially for Vanitas.
It really breaks their little hearts, and they'll stay sad forever.
That doesn't make sense. People laugh after childhood and continue.
Now this is a CinemaSins critique, seriously. This one is the most like, oh yeah, just put a fucking ding there.
Anyway, they're both basic human emotions. He's taken control of the facility and he's gonna make being here a living hell now. Doing things like turning the totally not already dangerous laser machines on them. You're supposed to duck under these things and slide around to avoid getting hit, but you could also just dodge roll through.
Yeah, it's really very minimized if you just dodge roll through them. It kind of undermines the whole thing.
Don't worry, I have the perfect solution for this tiny little room we have to fight in. A giant pirate ship. That killed all but one of them. A little later on, we get to the door that...
Fucking attractions. They ruin everything.
...seem to be working.
God, I hope they do not put those in 4.
Just break it.
Oh, that's brilliant!
We gotta short out the power on it to disengage the lock, so let's overload it with laughter. It's the same as the part earlier with the door. This is another where you can just keep going for as long as you'd like, and the enemies are stronger here, so you'll get more XP. Once we get that done and over with, Randall comes back with his trump card.
Give it a rest, Randall. You're not gonna get away with this.
We'll stop anything you throw at us.
Yeah! Maybe.
Maybe you will, or then again, maybe you won't.
Must have been practicing that one in a mirror. What a comeback. Well, that thing in the corner looked...
Well, you could beat me, but what if you didn't?
If it worked. What a fucking idiot. He didn't even have anything in there. Just a piece of metal with teeth. Loser. Looks like we don't have a boss in this world. All that's left is to find Boo's door and be done. Oh, hey, Vanitas. Ah, jeez. Look at all the damage the Unversed caused. But no time for mourning. We gotta get this kid out of here. We're mainly just going through and putting out the flames while dealing with...
This part isn't terrible.
We'll get this fire.
It definitely feels like they're stretching this one's runtime out too, but like it's not that bad.
you have to put the fires out or if it's just to avoid them being a hazard for you. Water spells do the trick, and they give you Splash Run as well. I'll let it slide this time due to the context. You're at a D- game, don't mess up anymore. You head over toward the door vault by doing an epic dive from one building into another, landing by slamming onto this crate and being rewarded with a phone game. And we're introduced to another...
That is a real slap in the face for, you know, you being cool and diving a bunch of
Look.
Length. I guess that's the right word for it. Oh, King's Flare. Ugh, I'm yawning throughout this whole thing. So boring. Such a boring gameplay.
It doesn't get any less effective for the rest of the game. So we've made it to the door vault at last, but there's a bunch of black goop on the floor. What could that mean? Well, Randall brought back his little contraption, but now it's working as intended. It's turned into a giant unversed.
The Lump of Horror is what it's called.
This fight is actually pretty good. Nothing mind-blowing or anything, but it's more enjoyable than the last two. It's a plain square environment, no obstacles, inclines, or declines.
It is really a shame that it is like top 5 fights in the base game, and it's Lump of Horror. That's a bad look.
Do attacks on their own, albeit kinda rarely. And he's not open until you get rid of them all. Its desperation move is that last one on more crack than the CIA gives to low-income neighborhoods. It turns the...
And that was a Family Guy joke.
Around the whole...
That's what my brother called it when he heard that. It's fucking Family Guy joke.
Flap its newfound wings to push you back into the head.
And also, low-income neighborhoods? Come on, just say what you mean.
But I think this is a good place to talk about another one of my gripes with this game, the soundtrack. This boss uses a remix of one from Birth by Sleep, which makes sense and I don't really mind it in this instance, but my issue is that it's far from the only time they've relied on remixing or reusing songs in this game. This one is much more subjective than my other criticisms of the game, I know, but I think it's still one worth talking about. Throughout this game, they use old songs constantly. Songs from
yeah, this is definitely the most subjective part of it.
Dream Drop, Birth by Sleep, and a good bit of the original tracks use leitmotifs.
And also leitmotifs, huh?
Take a part of a song, or a motif, and put a new spin on it in a different song. Here's an example.
Okay, so that is the incorrect definition. I'm not even going to try to give you the correct one, because I feel like no matter how deep into it I go, I will fuck it up to some degree. I should know better, because I make music. But I am... Well, first of all, I'm not so great at it. These are both my songs that are playing here. But, yeah, I fucked up the definition of leitmotif here. Yeah, these songs ain't too bad, though. I made both of them a long time ago. I think that first one was made, I made that first song there because Deltarune Chapter 1 had come back and it, like, reinvigorated my passion for making music, and so I made that.
Spins on the same motif. Undertale uses leitmotif.
The second song I made, I think, just a year before this video.
A tactic similar to the latter,
I was just bored.
By all the remixes and reuses they do already. Minus the first, all of the previous games did use songs from each other, but this is the foundation of the soundtrack.
I don't know if I should play these. I might skip this part. Yeah, I'm gonna skip this part.
World songs are unique, but that was a...
Yeah.
Were you expecting them to use Pride Land's theme in Toy Box? It's a shame because some of
Why did I sound so angry when I said that?
Very good.
Were you expecting them to use Pride Land's theme in Toy Box? Why did I sound so angry? Ah, wait.
Whatever. Moving
okay.
on. The Unverse is defeated and Randall...
I got away with it in the video itself. I don't want to push my luck.
Or rather, locked away by Sora. But hey, don't we have someone else to deal with? Where is that silly man?
Gotta say, that strange facade had me fooled at first. Brother, we haven't ever met in the flesh.
I am Vanitas.
This voice we're doing here, that's not what you sounded like before.
Hey, this is
yeah, he really just sounded like some rambunctious kid, honestly, back then.
Oh man, I'm glad that...
That's just Haley Joel Osment. He sounds different. Which is perfectly fine.
Was powered by Scream. They converted the screams of human children into energy.
For the last time, we already stopped doing that.
Also, that that "ho man" I said earlier, That was a real Scott the Woz delivery. I think it was probably based on him.
Question there, Vanitas. By the way, you're acting oddly cocky for someone who last we saw was reaching for the Keyblade like a little.
Actually, last we saw, he was in the cathedral.
Emotion in this world let Vanitas thrive, but his heart still isn't complete without Ventus, who's inside Sora. And by the way, this is the first that the gang is hearing of this. Vanitas gives the whole explanation before going into darkness mode. Donald and Goofy try to stop him, but it's worthless. Sora tries to fight, but it's worthless. Nowhere to turn.
Honestly, I'm just gonna let this whole scene play out because it's the best scene in the game. Enjoy.
Need to look.
Let me go!
Over here, Sully!
Close it, quick!
So that was the best scene in the game.
No exaggeration, honestly.
For someone to
Great fucking scene. Whoever wrote that scene, they deserve a raise and a medal.
Talk about when Woody told young Xehanort to fuck off as the best moment, but come on, Vanitas was just fucking humiliated. Someone who was once able to fight Keyblade.
And then the writer who made that one scene with Riku and Mickey, yeah, they deserve a pay. They deserve their pay docked.
Vanitas was probably so
no, they don't.
Embarrassed that he didn't.
Everyone needs to do work, and everyone needs to get paid properly for it, okay?
Come back all cocky later, just watch. And then they totally act like that didn't just happen and go back to talking about Boo's door immediately. I love this. We send Boo back.
Not everyone needs to do work. Sorry.
Pinned down. I don't think I like or disliked it. But then I also don't know how I feel about Just Okay. That rant at the beginning holds as much weight as when I said it, but just like Tangled, that's not a problem with the world, but rather the game. So judging it on its own merits, I'd say it was alright, like a 6 out of 10. The environment was kinda bland, but then again, it's a factory, so they probably made it as interesting as they could've. Like Toy Box, it could've ended sooner than it did.
Yeah, it's better than Toy Box, but like, it still wasn't crazy good.
Better than Toy Box, but I don't know about Tangled. In case you're wondering why I haven't been comparing any of these worlds to Olympus, it was a tutorial world, so...
It was the tutorial world.
On the higher end of the ones we've played thus far. Back on...
Alright, I think I'm gonna take a break and then I'm gonna come back to it later. Alright, I'm back from my break. There's actually one thing I wanted to point out before we continued, and that was the popularity of the video. Obviously, it's at about 2 million now, as we pointed out, and that's crazy. But it actually took about half a year for it to start really going up in views. I think, like, I uploaded it in July, and I think it didn't start really picking up in views. I think it was at 10,000 until February, in which case it started really shooting up. I think the inciting incident was a Reddit post that was like shitting on it. It was on the Kingdom Hearts subreddit. And I think that kick started the view jump, which I guess I got really lucky on that one, which is, I mean, I'm thankful for it. Even if it was, shitting on it. But, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Let's continue.
Back on the gummy ship, Sora begs the others to take him to the realm of darkness, but they don't even know how to get there. And even if they did, they wouldn't tell him. And neither would Riku or Mickey, so just put that phone down. But hey.
I reused that scream later in the Keyblade graveyard.
Is this a bad time?
Enzo. Fucking roasted. Holy shit. Way to make him feel welcome.
I believe when I cut a line here where I did these redesigns are getting weird joke again.
Well, obviously,
but it wasn't really that funny in the first place, so I got rid of the second one.
Before they figure out about Shion.
Sora, do you know who the third one might be?
Sorry, that was my phone. I gotta put it on silent.
Hey, that's not related.
Before we get,
I do think it's a pretty funny part of his character that Sora never learned how to count. I really like that.
Bear book. Sora's not on the cover anymore. Time for him to head on in for old time.
Oh yeah, also for this Winnie the Pooh segment, it's very clear that I'm like way too close to the mic. So it's peaking like this, it sounds like kind of awkward like this.
Before any intrusive thoughts can come in, Rabbit reminds us that as is tradition, we must do minigames.
You know, I feel like this writing subplot I added to this is kind of forced, honestly. I would have done that differently.
Kingdom Hearts, so I looked it up on the wiki. Now I know, and you don't. Rabbit.
I believe it's the Heffalump or something. That's also one of my favorite jokes in the video. Just now I know, and you don't. It's just so simple and stupid, I like it.
It works just fine. I always win in the end. Easy game.
Well, looks like your problem's solved. Guess I'll be on my way.
Rabbit is now voiced by Tom Kenny.
Oh, it's far from solved. We still need to harvest the fruit.
But unlike previous games, we only come here once rather than multiple times. This, of course, means more minigames. Always a bit of a debate amongst fans if these are any good, so hopefully they refine the selection of okay, it's just Puzzle Bobble again. But it's a bit different.
I mean, to be honest, if they weren't going to spend much time on the Winnie the Pooh world and just put in one minigame, that's probably for the best. I mean, like, the minigame selection in every game that it's in is just like, it's not really worth it.
Done in less than a minute.
So if they're just going to do one trip and like 3 minigames that are the same minigame, that's actually not really, I'm kind of fine with that.
Get some honey from the flower patch to surprise Pooh with. Okay, so a flower-based minigame, that's different. Seriously? This is just a reskin. Whatever, let's just skip past. With Pooh's bloodlust satiated, he tells Sora that he doesn't feel him in his heart anymore. Sora reassures him that he's always been...
I really do wonder if the Kingdom Hearts 4 Pooh world is going to,
What is that?
build upon this plot point of like, oh, we're not really friends, we're just kind of acquaintances, which is fucking weird for Kingdom Hearts.
Sora's back on the cover. Okay, so is their connection weaker or not? Did smacking some fruit around make it better? Then why did Sora say it was weaker in the last cutscene there? Did we learn anything at all? I think they just needed an excuse to put Sora's redesign on the cover again. Well, that was pointless. Whatever, fuck you, let's go make a crepe Suzette. Heading back out. Alright.
Anyone ever had a crepe Suzette? I haven't.
Oh boy. Things are about to get interesting, huh?
The infamous director's cut Resident Evil basement song. Very funny song.
Our gang in the cold.
Alright, let me pause that for a second. It's kind of... I'm not sure if it's entirely clear what that audio is, but it is me bursting out of my computer desk, out of my room and slamming the door, and you could hear a bunch of empty water bottles falling on the floor because I drink a lot of water bottles. It's not great for the environment, but let me have my favorite thing, okay? I love drinking plastic water bottles. Leave me alone.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Arendelle is fucking terrible. Even people who like this game think...
And I heavily maintain that. It is a terrible world.
You're just gonna have to figure out by watching this part of the video and hitting the bell without subscribing.
I've replayed the game a few times since then, usually just modded easy code playthroughs on the PC just so I have like a save file with the data fights, and Arendelle is always the worst part of it.
This encounter we have here is very long.
Even being able to one-shot everything, it's just fucking obnoxious.
That's a very strange start for a world, but while we're on this...
It genuinely feels like this world is made out of spite. It might have been, honestly, because it has quite the backstory to it, where it was originally going to be very different, but then they couldn't do it.
And I know they're yo-yos because that's what the second form is. The first is Agile Claws, which lets you do damage while dodge rolling alongside the usual moveset change. Honey Spout is a 100% complete knockoff of Shooting Star, taking its Keyblade forms and shot locks straight from the source. Only difference is that the shot lock also slows targets down because honey. We catch up with Elsa.
That's fun. If they were going to change it, that's like a neat way to do it, I suppose.
She attacks them like anyone would, honestly. Then some more Heartless show up, but it's alright, because Elsa can deal with them herself, no need for sound effects or anything.
That's amazing. You can control ice.
Yeah, that's pretty epic and awesome. You free this weekend? She leaves.
Alright, to be fair, that's not the same level of controlling ice.
She's here to stop.
She can control them much better.
So she puts you in a little ice prison. And by little ice prison, I mean a giant, meticulously crafted ice...
Not as good as fucking Larxene can do. Jesus Christ.
Elevators and rotating walls.
Ice is so not my style.
It fucking should be, good lord. This sucks. I have no clue how this part was even considered, but it wasn't worth it. It serves zero purpose to the plot of the world, it just comes and goes. Or
They did a terrible job at starting the world too. Like, you start with a massive fight that takes like 4 minutes, and then as soon as you get up the mountain, you do this shit. It's just so boring. They fucked up. Like, there's no way to go around it. They fucked up with this world.
Anyway, once we're out of there via black hole that Larxene generously left out for us, we gotta...
I know they had bigger plans for it, but like with their restrictions, they still could have done better than this.
Wall, fight some Heartless, etc. until you reach the top, which is where you're greeted with a pre-rendered cutscene of the entirety of Let It Go, with the Gummy crew in the background doing a fucking director's commentary on it. And I mean it, they're talking over the song. I can't play the audio for obvious reasons, but just look at the subtitles. I get it, guys, technology has progressed so much since 2002.
Whoa, guys, it sounds like she's singing Let It Go. That famous song? Should we buy it on iTunes? Is it on iTunes? I don't know.
Plus advertisement, Larxene pops in to reiterate what Marluxia said. Except, maybe Elsa isn't a princess, because I mean, she could be full of darkness or something.
Elsa would never rely on the darkness.
You just met her. A little bit of big...
Yeah, but they're like linked. You remember later on, he gets hurt when Anna gets hurt. I don't know.
So we gotta avoid them on top of that. This part is very fun. That is, if you replace the F with a Z and the U with
Zun.
a Z and the N with
Zn.
Jumping through lasers is very enjoyable.
Why is Z the sleep letter? It doesn't really make sense.
No concept.
Who sleeps like zzz?
I mean, look how much fun this is. I'm having a lot of
That'll make no sense.
fun part of this fun game. Once you're done with that, you gotta fight the Heartless from earlier. These guys have interesting design. You could take out their wings so they stay grounded and have completely different movesets. They're not incredibly difficult though. Ends up feeling as boring and repetitive as everything else. Once we're done with them, some more show up and cause another avalanche that sweeps us away. Basically telling me that, like everything else thus far, that entire last part was padding. Gold star to the devs for wasting my time this much. Sora's awoken
Again, they just fucked up with this world. I'm probably gonna say that quite a few more times. I can't get over it. It's such a shit world.
Everybody knows Snowman can't walk.
Alright, so there's actually an editing error in here. Let's see if I can catch it.
Everybody knows Snowman.
Shit, I just missed it. Hold on.
Everybody knows.
There, you could see the lingering will behind the fucking doorknob. So originally it was just going to be the lingering will was there because he's kind of a talking inanimate object. I mean, like he doesn't talk with a voice, but does he talk with a voice in the Japanese version of 2 Final Mix? I don't even know. Huh. But anyway, he does have subtitles implying that he is talking and they can hear him. So yeah, he is a talking inanimate object, just like Olaf would be. But then I thought about it and I was like, I don't think the fight with him is canon in 2 Final Mix. I don't think that like canonically happens because they act like they've never seen him before in 3. So it seems like they've never met him. So I tried to cut it out, but I guess I accidentally just put doorknob over him because I forgot to delete him. I wonder if anyone noticed that. I never got any comments about it.
Man can't walk.
Good thing he hasn't moved too far so we could prove them wrong. We get acquainted with Anna and Kristoff.
All right. I know we just met, but Sora, was it? I get the feeling that you're someone to trust. I just hope you like long stories.
Oh no.
This part I can't entirely blame on Square. This seems more like a Disney thing that they put on them to like they forced them to add an exposition scene like this.
Well,
but it sucks.
Anna describing things that happen later on in the movie over herself singing during an event that came before. Narratively, this is brilliant, because by design, the human brain can withhold 2 pieces of information at once, so covering 2 things that happened during 2 different periods of time makes for a good time saver. And this goes to show how smart the writers for this game really are. People tend to say that they're dumb and can't write to save their lives.
I think that this is a different take of that line later. That Luke Sword line later that I think that's a different take of it because I did it ahead of time.
They say have courage, and I'm trying to. I'm right out here for you. Just let me in.
All right, so fun story about this one. It's I'm proud of this joke. It's a good joke, but I had a hard time with green screening for it because originally I did that that shot in front of just a green shirt that I have because I don't have a fucking green screen. It didn't work out because it was like a dark green and like a dulled dark green, so it didn't really work as a green screen. So I took this shirt that I have that's like light blue, and it's a shirt that says it says "Don't fuck with me while I'm bowling," and I'll show a picture of this shirt. It's a great shirt. I got it custom made for me and my brother. Don't fuck with me while I'm bowling. Don't fuck me while bowling. And it has Ray William Johnson on it. I think he's just pointing at a bowling ball. I really need to... It's been a while since I've even seen this shirt. We've never worn it while bowling before. We really should. I don't think we've been bowling together since I had this shirt made like 4 years ago. 5 years ago. It was before this video. So, yeah. It's a fucking stupid shirt. I love it. I had another idea for a shirt, which is... that says "Gamers don't die, you do," and it's just a picture of Tobey Maguire for some reason next to an Xbox controller. I really need to make that fucking shirt. Anyway,
after drawing an unnecessary parallel between Elsa and Riku, Kristoff comes back to say Olaf fell apart and went missing. This leads to a mini game where we gotta find
the best part of the game.
Oh, we're really coming along now. Olaf's head calls out to you.
Yeah, the writing bit is pretty clumsy.
The voice line doesn't have any sense of distance to it. It just sounds like it's in your ear. So it serves no point other than to be annoying.
It's quiet, but I can definitely hear his voice.
It's not quiet. I could smell the studio that was recorded in. His head can be found inside...
I'm glad there's a picture of the voice actor in a recording studio. That's good for me.
Okay, that's one of 3. His legs are spawned on the ice after finding his head. It skates around to avoid getting caught, even though Olaf wants to be put back together, but it's not too hard to catch him. Lastly, his torso, which can be found on the top of a frozen waterfall. Although...
I honestly don't know if I have much to say about this bit, because like I feel like I covered it pretty well. Maybe I'm going a little too hard on it, but it's funny, so it's worth it.
Torso is somewhere else. We then get a cutscene of us finding
So I'm gonna use this as an excuse to get a drink of water real quick.
Find the real piece ourselves. Over here, we've got us a brown piece that is also probably not his, leading to getting the same cutscene telling us we got everything until whoops, no, we didn't keep looking. Back up that waterfall.
I got one of these giant 50-milliliter. No, 50?
Wrong ones, and then we'll automatically get the right one.
No, it's 1.5 liters. Yeah, one of those giant Poland Spring bottles. I drink 2 of those a day. Gotta get your water intake up if you want to piss out even fat cells and shit.
I feel like I've searched everywhere.
I don't know.
I don't know where else to look. We already searched the back, we already searched the ice, we already searched above the waterfall, we already searched the crevice, we already searched humane ways to self-induce a coma, we already searched the sides, we've already searched the...
Has anyone ever, like, this is, like, depressing, but when I was, like, way younger, and, like, very depressed, I looked up, like, how can I self-induce a coma so I could just move forward? Has anyone ever done that? Is that too dark? Anyway, this bit with Ansem, I feel like I could have done the impression a lot better nowadays, a Billy Zane impression, because I feel like I'm just sounding like this. This is not what Billy Zane sounds like. That is not what... And, yeah, it's a funny bit. I think it's one of the most well-known bits of the video. Yeah.
Behold the endless abyss. Within it lies the heart of all boredom. Kingdom Hearts 3.
The motion tracking on my editing software is never that great. look how weirdly it's tracking it.
The smallest glimmer
it's like stuttering and like jittering around.
In those dark depths lie thousands of disappointed hearts.
Even yours.
This shit is fucking boring! Please let me leave. Yes, we can. He's a liability. Let me progress. Are there any sequence breaks I could do? Any cool speedrun strats so I don't...
I wonder if there are.
Anything?
I've never looked into it.
Please? I've been circling this place for so long now. I don't know where it could... Are you fucking... Moving on.
Think that's all of him?
Yep. Scan with no one level.
See, the reverse version of it's funny because it sounds like he says Sven. Who is... Yeah, it's that guy.
Someone had to pick it up.
You're right.
It seriously is really awkward if you haven't seen the movie in a while. Like I had completely forgotten about this bit where he impersonates his fucking, what is that, a moose? I don't even know.
You know them because, come on, it's Frozen. Well, I haven't seen Frozen since it came out in 2013, so Kristoff just seems like an insane person here. Before I can gouge out my own eyes, more Heartless come in, so we tell them to run on ahead while we deal with them. All this meaning we don't want them on screen for too long, so let's go meet up with them at the top of the mountain. So now we gotta call—
I wonder why they don't want them on screen for too long. Was that a Disney thing? Or did they just not have any ideas of what to do with them? Or both?
That is, of course, aside from the Ice Palace, but everything in there looks the same too. I described some of the previous worlds as feeling samey, but this takes the cake. It's all snow and ice and snow. Nothing really interesting to comment on. This environment's large, but it sucks.
It doesn't even look good, you know?
Also get some snowballs to roll around on and do a very—
Like, the next world looks great, the Pirates world. That looks awesome. This world just looks so boring.
But fuck it, whatever gets this world done faster. Let's just fast forward to 17 minutes later when we get back to the top. We get another pre-rendered cutscene showing another scene from the movie. Meanwhile, our trio stands outside without coming in out of politeness or something.
How many pre-rendered cutscenes are in this game? And are the majority of them in this world? There's like 3, right?
Marshmallow tosses the others out and gets—
There's more than there needs to be.
bait to distract him. Now that we've got him in a secluded area, we can begin our battle. I'd like to point out that this is the first time since the tutorial that we're actually in a boss battle.
It might just be 2 now that I'm thinking about it. I don't really remember. I'm not gonna go rewatch the entire world to find out. Fuck that.
Gas fire is his weakness, and with how much you can use it, you're bound to demolish it.
That last cutscene was not worth a pre-rendering.
Fast. Aside from that, he's baby mode. But of course, cutscenes beg to differ because he's easily able to push you right off the cliff.
Good thing snow's so soft. We could do this 100 times.
Now we gotta get back to the other 3.
I'm glad they acknowledged that the world is repetitive and shitty, but like the world is still repetitive and shitty. That didn't fix it.
Speaking line comes out of him. He was clearly very thought out for this world.
You see his face once, I believe, just when he's like about to hit Anna or Elsa and hits. Fuck, you've probably seen the movie. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, he sucks. We gotta get through this blizzard segment where we gotta duck behind rocks to avoid—
I saw a tweet recently. You could use King's Flare to get past this easily. I wish I fucking knew that. I really do. Because that would have made it so much easier. Oh my god.
But remember, we're playing Kingdom Hearts, so something else has to happen. So darkness surrounds Hans, transporting the gang to blackmap_bossarena03.map, and we've got ourselves—
I don't know if .map is even a format that exists. I'm gonna assume it does, but it's probably not what they used for that.
Giving him a pairing with a big Heartless instead of him just becoming one. The fight itself is bad. There's a whole lot of him darting around the place.
Yeah, but they couldn't pair him with a big Heartless because then they need a voice actor and like Disney's approval and shit. And they wouldn't do that.
He'll also spawn some minions that do nothing other than make it difficult to lock onto him. One thing I will give this boss is that his desperation move is visually very cool. He makes a big black hole that spits out more of his minions, and you gotta take out enough of them in time to get a special team attack from Marshmallow, where you and him grab the black hole and fucking freeze it. That's the best part of the world, which is very sad. Aside from that, it's more the same until you beat him. Once you do, Marshmallow pulls a Piccolo and stands in front of the Heartless's big suicide blast, but that doesn't work out very well. Doesn't matter though, we still made it out alright. Everything's worked out.
It is interesting that they always try to make the Disney— well, not always, but they try to make the Disney characters do like one cool thing in the world. Like Woody roasts young Xehanort, Marshmallow pulls a Piccolo, Jack Sparrow fucking gets Luxord to fall off the ship.
Such a big boy now.
I'm not even gonna touch that one.
It is such a weird delivery of that line.
Do
you think it's like that in the Japanese version? I don't know, I haven't heard it.
One Disney is especially proud of. The developers, however, shouldn't be proud of this world because it's a giant fucking stinker. What a disaster. And that's putting it lightly. Padding, minigames, repetition, and exhaustion.
Worst world. Genuinely.
Heap of a world. I'm gonna say something controversial now, so put on your helmets. Arendelle is the worst Disney world in the entire series.
I stand by that.
Play worse, like both trips to Atlantica or all the worlds in Birth by Sleep, but the difference here is that all those are mercifully short.
Now that part might be a little contentious, all the worlds in Birth by Sleep, but
Atlantica, people
yeah, it's been a while since I played Birth by Sleep, so I could just be remembering wrong. but my memory is distinctly the Disney worlds are fucking boring.
Bust a gut, it's sorry, mommy, your poopsies are toast every time.
Walking around on those.
What do you call them? Yeah, pause.
We have the songs straight from the source with people talking over them like assholes. There's nothing funny here, it's just annoying as hell. And this world offers nothing else other than misery. F- fuck you.
Over at the Keyblade Graveyard, Larxena Marluxia
If they're gonna do Frozen again in Kingdom Hearts 4, and I really hope they don't, I hope that Disney gives them more leniency on what to do because no one gives a fuck about Frozen 2. I really hope that Disney doesn't give a fuck about Frozen 2.
Another coup?
Oh, please. You couldn't do it last time. You gotta play it smart, like me.
My man Demix is back.
You're not smart?
Well, you heard what Marley said. I don't have to be smart.
Or capable.
I think one of the biggest shames about this, and this is no one's fault really, so I'm not gonna say this is like a genuine critique of the game, is that because it took so long for this game to come out, a lot of the English cast doesn't even sound remotely like they used to, which is distracting sometimes. Like Demix sounds, I don't even know if it's the same voice actor, he sounds so different, you know?
Everyone forgot about her when
Again, it's not the voice actor's fault. They're allowed to age. It just makes it feel weird.
Ugh, Zemnis.
I must admit, I like the dynamic here that everyone hates Xehanort even though they're working for him.
You have been brought together for another purpose.
What? So that we can rot away on the bottom rung.
I also remember Leon's voice actor in the Remind DLC. He sounds very different because a lot of time has passed.
It's more well known than I thought. If that's
I'm not complaining about the game. I need to make that clear. That is not a critique of the game. It just feels weird. That's all I'm saying. It's just something I'm pointing out.
Are going to reveal your greatest secret. The ancient Keyblade legacy that slumbers within you.
This is clumsy. This is a clumsy way of foreshadowing. Just saying, oh, Luke, Cert, and Demix, you have fucking Keyblades. You could use the Keyblade, and we'll never bring it up for the rest of the game, but it'll be important next time, probably. It's really fucking clumsy.
You can't make me do this again. No.
Think that's all of him?
No.
Ah, yes, the Sly 3 Pirate World music, which I used extensively in the AC4 video as well, because why? Of course I did.
Say that if it's not Arendelle that's the worst, then it's definitely this one. Oh joy. I already stated that Arendelle was my least favorite, but if it's neck and neck with this one, then I can't wait. We start this one with our gang on the raft. Aw, how far we've come. That doesn't...
It's weird that they never really brought up that the raft is, you know, a raft that was in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Quarter of this movie on cable and
also flat Earth joke.
I basically know.
Has that aged poorly?
What I do know is that this
Does anyone really give a fuck about flat Earth anymore?
Considering
I don't think so.
The most expensive movies ever made, only being topped by 4 other Disney produced films, the highest budget being the 4th Pirates.
I think the highest budget is Avatar 2 now.
With our main character,
I might be wrong about that. I need to double check.
Black Pearl being carried away and Jack Sparrow who's chasing after it. So I mean, what else are we doing? Let's help him.
There, Sora.
Alright, that's the 3rd time you've done that joke.
Hi, Sora. Hey, Sora! Hello, goodbye!
We get ourselves an incredibly short...
I think the Aladdin one was pretty funny, but then they did it 2 more times.
But also tend to miss a lot, so they're no big deal. With all that taken care of, we meet up with the rest of the gang, and holy shit, these graphics are good. Environment-wise, the game looks fantastic.
They still are, 6 years later.
Hit or miss.
Or, is it, how old is this game? It was 2019, so 7 years later. Yeah, 7 years later, the graphics still look very good in this world.
This is good. It's like I stepped into a different game, one that just so happened to be one of the best looking of its time. They let us know we're in Davy Jones.
Like, there are games that look better now, but, yeah, it looks great still.
Now we have to escape and get Jones and Cutler Beckett, who commands him. To escape the locker, we gotta sail. Yep, we can control the ship now, complete with ship combat. Cool.
Someone asked me in my comments of the AC4 video if I thought the ship combat in Kingdom Hearts 3 was better or worse. I feel like that's a bit of an obvious question, but the AC4 naval combat is better.
on the movie.
I like the AC-4 naval combat.
Jones his soul in exchange for
It's getting a bit old with Rogue. I haven't reviewed Rogue yet as of this recording, but I've played it twice. And Rogue's naval combat is the same, pretty much. It's got a couple new things and a couple changed things, but overall, it's starting to get a little old. Which is how I feel about Rogue in general. I feel like the Kenway gameplay format is just getting a little old, so I just don't think as highly of Rogue, even if it, like, objectively is probably gameplay-wise the best one.
redesigned for this world, but
sorry.
It's
but
some mild coloring.
Yeah, those are my early thoughts on Rogue. Is it's just getting a little old.
Just didn't fit here.
Now my thoughts on Unity are for another day.
Luxord. Oh, it's Luxord now. All right, you're the boss. I'll be sure to correct my pronunciation.
I don't know how I fucked it up twice. I corrected it into another wrong pronunciation.
He's been here before, so he knows what he's doing more than him. Off screen, the gang finds a way out of the locker, but the victory needs to be put on hold because we've got a roast chicken Heartless to deal with. The only way to get up to its level is to hop onto a flying guy, so off we go for yet another gameplay style. Just like the ship part, very straightforward. Aim and shoot. You could also
and I kinda just like abandoned the writing gimmick. I'm just saying, oh yeah, another gameplay style. Which that's the point of the writing thing. I was writing anytime there was a new gameplay style. And then I just kind of abandon it until I do the rant like a minute from now.
We've got a pre-rendered cutscene that looks incredible, minus Jack's eyes looking like glass, while he talks to Cutler Beckett. Beckett offers a deal to give him his freedom from Jones in exchange for information on where the others are so they can be eliminated. But anyway, fake Jack wants to find a new ship while the Pearl isn't in his possession, and he suspects there's one on this island, so we gotta go swimming to find it. Yes, swimming. Another gameplay style. And with that, my notes are mostly finished. You might have heard...
Yeah, the notes. That's the writing. It's very... I handled that very clumsily.
The grand total of all of them is a lot. But how much is that? Well, let's count. We have our base gameplay with the regular combat. Then we have the on-rails segments. There are the mechs and toy box. There's the Verum Rex minigame, the dancing minigame.
I'm being a little liberal with what I'm considering different from each other. Like, I'm considering the mech gameplay different from the Verum Rex minigame. I mean, I'm counting one as a gameplay style and the other as a minigame, but, like, that could be... I probably was a little too liberal with that one.
And by extension, the sledding minigame, which functions fairly differently. And let's not...
Same thing there.
...that we found in the first 15 minutes of gameplay in this world, the ship, the flying, and the swimming.
But even not counting them, it's a lot.
I haven't mentioned the minigames that follow you around for the entire game, the attractions and the links. Counting Big Magic Mountain, there are 6 attractions, and as for links, there's 2 more that we haven't seen, making for a total of 5. We haven't seen the end of the game yet, so we have still yet to see all the different stuff it has to offer. But I'll spoil the amount that there is by the end. There are 43 gameplays.
I don't remember everything that I counted after that. I might have counted like new stuff that was introduced in Remind, like the fucking shooting the keyholes thing as a minigame, or the playing as everyone against the Replanorts.
And that's a problem.
Those do count. I would count those. They are different gameplay styles.
Now, I want you to think about how much of that time was dedicated to things like this that show up in these...
Probably also the riding on Keyblades to defeat the tornado.
The reticle and the aiming that has a unique control to everything else, the effects of the energy balls that come out of your Keyblade as well as when they hit enemies. All of that work for something completely useless that could be...
I also just used my finisher on a plant, I believe, just to get a little bit of magic.
Mostly much more complicated than this. I've stated that the game is boring, and this does not help in the slightest. It could have...
I've stated that the game is boring. So that's a weird way to put that. Like, I said the game was boring before. It's probably something that would have made more sense there.
Very little of which are enjoyable in the slightest, and minigames every 10 seconds. The goal for a game like this should be to make sure the player is satisfied consistently throughout the whole thing. But the devs just put a bunch of things on screen and...
Which, by the way, 1 and 2 do a pretty good job of that.
...just have burnt out at this point. I just want to fight Heartless and enjoy doing it, but they were so caught up in giving you different ways to do it that the main way isn't...
I forgot if I said this already, because it's been a few days since the last recording, but
let's get back to Earth.
I don't praise Kingdom Hearts 1 enough in this video. Kingdom Hearts 1 is a good game.
If only because you can dodge and block, but...
It's got some problems with like growing pains and shit, but it is a good game. It's a very good game.
The camera hates this fucking thing, and due to our underwater combo being shit, it goes really slow. But once we beat it, we're given a new link, so there's that. Turns out Jack was right. We've got ourselves a ship. Now it's time to go... Where were we going? Catching back up with the rest of the gang? Sure, let's go with that.
I don't think that's the objective. I think the objective was literally just like, go explore around and have fun. We're a pirate now and shit. I think that's literally what's stated. Like, yeah, we have our own ship now. Let's go have fun.
Not much to talk about here, aside from the fact that I lost once because they gave me a special move that made my ship basically stop moving for a good few seconds. Don't know why that was one you could get here. But once you've won, Luxord goes for plan B, murder. Another ship...
I sounded really bored when I said that.
Now that
I don't know why that was one we can get here.
I can go over our new Keyblade, Crystal Snow. Its incomplete shot lock is just a bunch of...
I remember when my friend Josh and Luke were playing this, and they saw Luke, so it's like, oh cool, we're finally gonna fight against an organization member, a humanoid boss fight, finally, and then he just snaps his finger and disappears.
It's called Blizzard Blades. It's pretty cool, mainly because of the combo animations, but you could also freeze people with it. Its finisher creates a big ice chandelier and drops...
I think the ice claws are also a fucking ripoff of the Happy Gear.
The box to be found, but tells him it's located on the Dutchman in the process, which is exactly what Luxord wanted in the first place. The ship got messed up, so we gotta get it repaired before we go after him. To Port Royal. What we need to patch the ship up are white crabs. Not sure why, but I'll bite. We've got to sketch...
It is almost certainly a reference to the movie, which I still haven't seen since that first time I saw part of it on cable.
I like this part quite a bit.
I probably should have fucking watched the movies before I made the video. I think I had the intention to, but I was just too lazy.
Worlds in the first two games. My first few playthroughs, I found places I hadn't been before. While we're on this, let's go over the link we got earlier. Sea Spectacle. It's Ariel, and she's pissed. This is on par.
I think I have that problem in general. Like, I don't read any of the Assassin's Creed, like, novelizations or the comics or anything that would apply, because I really don't want to, and I feel like there shouldn't be required reading for Assassin's Creed. But, like, that's stupid, but it is unfortunately, like, not an essential part, but one that would help the experience, but I just don't want to. I don't like reading. I don't like reading, like, big-ass books.
Actually a bunch of crabs in a trench coat.
It's just because I have a bad attention span for that kind of thing. I get zoned out.
They don't explain how, but
I can read. I have reading comprehension. Don't make fun of me, okay? I don't enjoy it.
This was all part of their plan. I think. Again, they don't really...
Shit, maybe I do have ADHD.
But before we do that, I'd like to point out something really good about this world. The events of the story here are very linear, but the world itself is anything but. There are a bunch of islands to explore for treasure, and a lot of it too. One instance
I think unironically, with Kingdom Hearts 3 does a better job at promoting exploration than even Assassin's Creed 4 does.
Okay,
but it's on a smaller scale.
Remember that you've broken crates like this before by slamming it from above. So now your goal is to find a place high enough to jump and do that. So you'll go into the island until you find a ledge you could dive from. For your efforts, you're given...
Like, that crate is actually a really cool way of promoting exploration. Although you can cheat it by going on the top of your ship and then jumping off of that and smashing the crate. But, like, that's only if you think of it.
Or how about this?
Also, I reused that "don't you want that loot" line in the Assassin's Creed 4 video.
After you get it, you're ambushed and gotta fight your way out. Overall, it's a good time and very rewarding and fun to explore. I don't know why there aren't many people that talk about this part of the world, because it's good. It's likely because barely anyone actually did explore. Anywho...
I like how I said I don't know why, and then I explained why.
We're planning on using Tia Dalma, who was actually the sea...
I'm gonna get another drink of my water real quick.
...from her human form, but that doesn't seem to be doing anything for him. There's nothing else to do but fight to our last breath, so let's take on Davy Jones. The battle begins, but almost immediately the Kraken takes the Black Pearl, and now it's just us. Fantastic. We gotta shoot the tentacles enough to get...
This is a boring ship boss battle.
We gotta make sure that the...
But to be fair, I don't know what else they could have really done to make an interesting ship boss battle. This is probably the best they could have done.
Escaped the brig and got the box, but too bad Luxord wanted, so he's gotta hand it over.
Cousin?
I also don't know how they have the time to have this whole conversation when this ship keeps going underwater.
Then I invoke the right of parley.
No. No parley.
Look around. We're a little busy.
And besides, I've already got all that I want, mate.
I like this moment.
Once again, the Disney character beats the organization. I like this trend. But
it is a good running bit with the Disney character, just like, fucking up the organization. That is a fun bit.
This is the first humanoid boss in the game.
I kind of hope it continues with Kingdom Hearts 4, even if it's not the organization we're dealing with, just the bad guy. Which, I don't know, it's probably going to be just like another group of characters in black coats again. So pretty much the organization. I hope I'm wrong.
Consist of sword swings
and yeah, this fight sucks.
Aside from his desperation move, where he summons the Kraken to crack.
I remember the first time I played this on Critical, I got my ass kicked by this fight because I was like overwhelmed by some of the moves, but like once I knew what I was doing, it was piss easy still.
Where you're getting attacked more is the easier variant of the move, because now that he's here, you could just wail on him even.
And by know what I was doing, I mean, knew Sea Spectacle was OP.
Cutscene of Jack and Jones's duel. Will gets a good shot in, but the man ain't got no heart, so that was worthless.
Now, I feel like this love is a dreadful bond thing is not in the movie because I feel like it wouldn't fit, but it fits in Kingdom Hearts. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Not true. I may still have a lot to learn about love.
Fucking Sora.
I know what it means to share
God,
my heart
shut
with
up.
others.
This is not the time to get on a soapbox, Sora. Vexen was here the whole time, by the way. Turns out he wasn't expecting the box to literally just have his heart in it, so there's no real research to be done here.
I thought it had his heart metaphorically. Yes.
Hey, you guys have weapons, ones that could do wonders and deal heavy amounts of damage. You don't need to use your bare hands, remember?
I mean, it is funny that he started punching Davy Jones in the head, but like, it's stupid.
The next day, it's time to fight Beckett, but uh-oh, he's got a lot of ships. Uh-oh, Will's back and brutally destroys his ship, killing the fuck out of him. And now our problem is solved. Okay, now, hear me out.
I definitely just said now our problem is solved. Not solved, solve.
The ship combat and swimming are very boring, but I think it makes up for that in spades by being really fun to explore. I felt like
it would probably be more fun to explore if I had Glide at this point. Because I remember I did have to do a lot of air dashing.
Not only is this the best looking world anyway, but it's the only one I can confidently say is good. Not great, but good.
I don't know why the games have such an aversion to giving you Glide until like the very end of the game. I like how Kingdom Hearts 1 did it, where, I mean, that is not far off from the end of the game, but they give it to you in a Disney world, and like, then you can use it. I think. Shit, it's been a few years since Kingdom Hearts, since I last played Kingdom Hearts 1.
That's kind of a breath of fresh air. Whoa. What happened to your face? Yeah, scratch.
He really does have a stupid, like a stupid baby face.
Even for the player. Apparently,
I think I hate it so much because it reminds me of me. I have a stupid baby face, so I don't like seeing a man that had like a really cool face back in the day. Just like, they gave him a stupid face. He looks so much worse now.
As he did with Sora. But first and foremost, he needs to know where she is. Ansem says he doesn't know who he's talking about, but
it's like I'm looking in a mirror.
So SOD is going to take him by force. Not on Aqua's watch. If you remember, she lost her Keyblade, so she's stuck with punches and kicks. As futile as it is, it's kind of funny to see the Guardian get kicked in the face.
It's like when Sora punched Davy Jones in the head. It's funny. Also, this is going to be a stupid question, I think. How did Aqua lose her Keyblade? I feel like that hasn't been really brought up. She just doesn't have it.
Full time though, I think. If that wasn't the case, then
I don't think it was shown in 0.2 that she lost her Keyblade. She just like doesn't have it now.
Focused on the fact that I'm drowning. Now,
maybe if you're in the realm of darkness for too long, you just lose access to it.
Kyrie and Axel's redesigns were delivered to
Feel free to correct me and point out how it happened, because I'm sure I'm missing something I just forgot. Maybe?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is how you pick me out of a crowd.
Everyone in the fucking series wears that.
It really, like, it's not how you pick. The crowds that you pick to be in are all wearing these things. You're going to a big battle with every person in the fight is wearing that at some point. What are you talking about, Axel?
Oh. Well, let's get it done.
Mega Man Star Force music. A lot of people were really happy that I used Mega Man Star Force music. And I hate to break it to you, I have not played a Mega Man Star Force. I know this song because it's in Smash Ultimate. I'm so sorry.
Or this bridge. With Big Hero 6 not doing such a great job at taking care of them.
Oh, cool! That's a robot!
Hello. I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion.
Oh!
Did you know that the voice actor for Baymax is also the voice actor for Oral's dad in Moral Oral?
Our new key
Isn't that fucked up?
is probably one of the better ones in the game. Its incomplete shot lock is the same bunch of projectiles as Crystal Snow's, and its complete shot lock is also kind of a reskin of Crystal Snow's, just not exactly this time. We got two forms on this one. The first is called High Wind. It turns into a staff that you could really go ham with.
It's kind of weird that it's called High Wind.
But the next form, Storm Flag.
Like, there's really no fucking comparison to the raft, besides the raft being a raft being in the beginning of the Pirates world, but I don't think that's why it's called High Wind. I think they just forgot.
On the plus side, you could do this.
I'm not sure if this is a plus side. This is just like stupid.
After we got that sorted out, we head back to Hero's place.
Not cool.
People like spectacle, not truth.
Yeah, who needs quality reporting when you can just make stuff up?
Yeah, let's not get too in depth on that one, huh? Begin the explanation on what.
Now that wasn't like a grand political statement or anything. I was just pointing out that that is accurate. People like spectacle more than truth in the real world when it comes to their news. I don't think that's very controversial to say.
Heartless! Donald! Goofy! Jesus Christ, relax. It's one shadow. At this point, you can kill them in like 2 hits. Is this really a voice crack level threat?
Sora,
It's really stupid that he freaks the fuck out over that.
like a minigame.
What's a minigame? Also, why are we doing
Now the joke there is that I've brought up how many minigames there were. So what's a minigame is, you know, a nice contrast to that. You get the point.
You can steal focus orbs off of them. But fuck this game, man.
Yeah, I really hate focus siphon. It's just like a thing that's you already get way too often in the first place. Now you get it more often.
Show them my cool ball that one-shots everything.
I think I said before that I didn't feel the need to use shot lock that much because you already have so many other things to work with. But I'm sure for a lot of other players they can use shot lock so much more. So focus siphon is just stupid.
Right when we're done with that, the city.
I really hate focus siphon.
Top of the tower to deal with the threat, which a quick air step will do. We've got your basic Heartless fight up here with these new variants of the armored ones from Olympus. But I have horsies, so they stand no chance. But we ain't done yet. Dinosaur volcano villain! I knew you'd come. This fight is alright, it's not an insult. It has multiple phases.
It's not really that funny.
Stomping around state.
I think I thought that was really funny when I put it in the script, Dinosaur Volcano Villain.
Lastly,
It's really not funny.
Another building and the tail does the work by striking you with lightning. So you gotta get up to the top to stop it because it's being very annoying. After a long day's work, we all take a load off with some Nazi salt ice cream on the top of the knock clock tower.
But he always wanted to make a difference. He cared about people. That's why he worked so hard to create Baymax.
I'm sorry.
He's still here. In Baymax. In all of us.
Tadashi, he lives on in your hearts.
Fucking Sora.
Yeah.
Bring down the whole mood, why don't you? He's talking about his dead brother, and then you have to bring your bullshit into it.
Every conversation in his entire life, even if it makes shit really uncomfortable for everyone around him. He's more robotic than Baymax. For whatever reason.
Like, if he said that in a different way, that might have been less awkward.
Learned anything about the power of waking in this game yet? No? Well, there's only a half a world left, so they gotta figure something out. We start heading back
Fucking power of waking.
Never paid attention to your guardians. Never.
Oh, he's learning more about it in each Disney World, guys. No, he's not. Fuck off. Okay, not fuck off. That's mean. I'm sorry.
Either way, we've got.
But like, come on. He's not learning shit.
Except there's no waypoint. Where am I going? This way? Well, there's some Heartless here. Maybe that means I'm close. No, I'm not. Then maybe this way. Nope. Dead end. Here? No. I'm not interested in this game. Well, while we're here, let's go over the link that I forgot to tell you we got. Plasma Encounter. It's Stitch. What you do here is create lines of plasma.
This is, I think this is the worst summon. I'm sorry, Link.
Which just ups the damage it does.
It's not a very good link.
Why the fuck didn't you catch?
Why didn't he just say that earlier? What was the point of having us explore aimlessly for a while?
There's no touching it. It gets bored and fucks off. Hero figures out that they are in fact not microbots, but something else entirely. But on the bright side, he's also found that there's a core that can be hit to do action.
They are Kingdom Hearts recoded.
Try that out. It seems that
or just coded.
Others, and we gotta free them. In Wasabi's case, he's on top of a tall building with powerful fans conveniently placed so we can get above and smash him out. Go-Go's rolling around the city, so we gotta use...
Do you think it's a little on the nose that they would just straight up name a character Wasabi?
Use flow motion. And
do you think that's like a little too on the nose? I feel like it's not my place to decide whether or not that's on the nose, so I'm asking instead.
To the top of that tower, and Hero's figured out the weak spots, so we can fight.
That's like if
wait a minute.
If Japan made a like anything based in America and one of the characters was named Cheeseburger, right?
Full of combat programs. Yeah, they tell Baymax how to react.
Does that mean it's like his heart?
As we all know, the heart only knows combat programs. Well, he tosses it in the cubes and leaves so we can fight it.
I mean, it's true.
Boring fight, honestly. All of its
I'm always thinking about combat.
Also isn't vulnerable very often, so it's a whole bunch of waiting around. Not much to talk about besides that. The ship falls.
That's a really bad boss fight.
Isn't quite done with it yet. After playing some mind games with Sora, saying he's the real guy even though he clearly isn't, Donald and Goofy make the logical conclusion that because young Xehanort was going across time to get members for the organization, he probably went to get as many Xehanorts as he could because they would probably be the most loyal. So this must be.
I don't know why I said probably. They would absolutely be the most loyal.
Is the basic gist here. He basically confirms this. I'm gonna call him Dark Riku because Riku Ansem doesn't. Ow, fuck. Because Riku Ansem doesn't roll off the tongue well. I literally just bit my tongue saying that.
Okay, I have a confession to make. I don't think I actually bit my tongue when I said that. I think I did bite my tongue on like the original take when I was recording this, but that take sounded like shit, so I was like, okay, the tongue biting really fits here, so I'm going to do that again, but I'm going to make it sound better. So like it's half fake. The original take had me genuinely bite my tongue, but then the take that is in the video is I fake bit my tongue.
The replica program was a success, and Xehanort got as many vessels as he needed for his hearts to go inside. Dark Riku was one of them. The reason he's here is to figure out if they can recreate a heart from data, and this Baymax ship will help them with that, I guess. Everyone's tired, so we head back to Heroes to rest for the night. Remember Pete and Maleficent? Well, here they are looking for the box in this world. Dark Riku comes in and says hi, and that's all he really does. Just thought I'd bring up this scene to remind you that these two are still alive. The next day, we have a long chat about
unfortunately.
The chip. We don't know why they even want to create a heart from data if they already have all 13 members. And as for the chip, it had originally went over to a different dimension, so the fact that it's back could mean that the original Baymax the chip was made for is here too. Guess we'll get our answers soon because the cubes are back.
Our probability of success is...
You don't have to crunch the numbers, Baymax.
Oh boy.
It's not the sum of our parts. It's the sum of our hearts.
This time we're refreshed, we're hydrated, and ready to demolish these cubes. Okay. It collected all the data he needed. The chip is now a complete data heart. He converts the cubes into a vessel. This vessel being the original Baymax, but he's evil now that the chip is full of hate. Now he
I kind of forgot the plot of this movie. So this is a little confusing to me. I've seen the movie. I saw it in theaters.
This looks
I remember I saw it with my father, and it was a completely empty theater aside from us. So we could just we could talk really loud.
And the entire fight is on top of him, but not before a chase sequence that takes 20 years and only has you hold one button, but it doesn't really matter because once the fight portion begins, punching isn't really
Yeah, this is I think this is the worst boss fight.
That's exactly what happened. And because of that, this is one of the worst fights in the game. Honestly,
I think it is just the worst. It is so shit.
Fight that's used entirely on a shitty team attack. I don't know how much harder I can go down on this. And I don't go down lightly. After we
That was a clumsy joke. It's supposed to be come down on this, not go down.
Of destroying the chip because it's basically turned Baymax into a weapon.
Sorry, I devalued the best sexual joke ever made.
Oozing with darkness. It's the right thing to do. Tadashi would have done the same.
I like how sad I sounded when I said that.
Ow. Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion.
Wait, what? How did you do that? No, really. That entire last cutscene was about how it's not possible. You can't just backpedal without explaining it. What the fuck? This is so stupid. I hate this fuck. Can't say I liked that one. San Francisco was...
They should have let Sora take one with him, though. That would have been funny if he was there for the Keyblade War.
Before you know it, Dark cubes. What are they? Who knows? Let's fight them. Oh, I guess we can't, so let's go save our friends. Okay, now we can fight them. But before that, hey Riku, bye Riku, beat it. Hey Riku, see what I mean? The map is really detailed, and while I can't say it's necessarily fun to explore for a long time, finding the lucky emblems in phone games was kind of neat. All around, I'd say it was low tier, but not bottom tier. And now that we've finished every Disney World, I can tell you...
Yeah, like, it's not anywhere near as bad as Frozen, but it wasn't a good world.
There are 2 worlds I can say are good, and one of them...
It is important to note that I said of the 3 games, not of the entire series, because, like, games like Birth by Sleep had a much worse lineup.
And more importantly, it's the most flaccid. This is the most corporate that this has ever been, following the plots to their most beloved movies to a T. And when they didn't, good lord was it still very annoying. I don't know how the writers never figured this out, but the organization is filled with annoying assholes that I don't want to watch. They aren't entertaining or even funny bad, they're just irritating. When the best parts of the entire game are when the bad guys shut the fuck up, we've got an issue on our hands.
Alright, that last point is kinda not great.
Made some out of the box.
Because if the best part of the game are when the bad guys shut the fuck up, that could actually be a sign that you wrote some good villains that are, like, convincingly evil. But, like, in this case, I meant it in the way that, like, the writers definitely want us to be engaged with the organization and, like, care about what they have to say. But they fucked that up, and I think
Tron himself is actually...
I think them shutting up being a good thing in this case was probably not what they were going for.
And by the end, he roasts Sark and then kills him. Like, straight up, kills him. He came back, but that's only because the god of that world willed it. He still died. Here, it feels so lifeless. It's either pretending to serve the plot of the game or just actually being the plot of the movie. But oh well, we're done with them now. Once you beat this one, instead of spitting you out at the end, you stay there. Which should tell you, okay, once I leave, there's no going.
They do the same thing if you do the Pirates World last. Which, you can do the Pirates World last if you want.
First off,
and if you do that one last, it spits you out back at Port Royal.
That you get from a Disney World in this game. Its incomplete shot lock is a reskin, and so is its complete shot lock, and so is its Keyblade form. So why do I think highly of this one? Well,
I did the worlds in order of their difficulty level. Like, because I think,
there is no
San Francisco is counted as a more difficult world in the overworld than Pirates, so I did that one last.
And speaking of which, that leads me to the next thing, the optional Keyblades. There's 3, but one of them is the ultimate weapon, so we'll get to that one later. If you remember earlier, I said that you can get a Keyblade for getting an excellent rating on everything at the bistro, so I did that. For your efforts, you're given the Keyblade Grand Chef. It's okay. It should come as no surprise that it's a ripoff. But would you guess that it's a ripoff of Heroic Origins, the Olympus one?
That is a weird one to pick to be a copy of.
But the complete one is like the one with the meteor on the shield. But
I like how that one looks. I like the fruit being cut up everywhere. That's cute. I like that.
The finisher is unique, however. You grow the frying pan and slam it on the ground. So it's better than Heroic Origins finisher, but it's still not great. Now,
yeah, that's not a great finisher either, though.
Collect and play all of them. The requirement is...
I think I gave it too much credit. It is slightly better than Heroic Origins finisher, but it is like the frying pan is a shitty finisher.
Once you've done that, you're rewarded with Classic Tone. Now this one's good. Like, really good. Still a ripoff, but good. In this case, it's taken from favorite...
Yeah, it's probably the best non-Ultima weapon Keyblade in the base game. Oathkeeper and Oblivion are better, but those are DLC update. Shit, was that DLC or update? I think that was update.
The finisher is unique. You use the drill to spin a clock gear thing, and as usual, it does AoE damage. Now, as for the lucky emblems, there are 90 in total, and getting them all rewards you with, well, a cool accessory.
It would have been pretty funny if there were lucky emblems in the Keyblade graveyard. That would have been funny. They should have done that.
But let's get to the real thing I wanted to talk about.
Now, this is a song I made, and it's not good. I only uploaded it like a year ago because I just forgot it existed. This is not a good song.
The combat system, the amount of diversions, how easy it makes the game, how little...
Not my best work.
Combat and development due to the diversions, basically the diversions and their consequences. And if you like this game and watched this far, first of all, thank you. I appreciate you hearing me out for this long. But you
seriously, if you really like this game and you watched that far into the video, like, props to you, genuinely.
So let's put it to the test. What do I think is the worst aspect of the combat? The attractions. They're not a diversion, they're a disruption. A big, dumb, stupid disruption that stops the pace of the game entirely in favor of free damage. So let's stop using them. To be honest, outside of for the sake of gathering footage, I haven't really been using it. Without it, is the game a little better? Yes. And I recommend anyone playing the game to rarely, if ever, use them. But that's not the question that's on the table.
I'm not sure how much I have to say about this part, because I do agree with it still.
No. While the attractions can do a ridiculous
And I feel like this was a good way to simplify the argument by just saying, let's get rid of the parts that I don't like. Does it make the combat better? No.
While it does slow down the flow of damage, they don't show up as much as attractions, so it doesn't make much difference. I'm still racking up big damage. Keyblade forms, that's a big damage dealer, so let's get rid of that. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely doing less damage, but that doesn't make it harder, just longer. I guess maybe shot locks? Honestly,
it is important to differentiate when combat is hard and just takes long. Those are two different things.
Now what's even left? Right, we have grand magic.
I'm only saying that because I remember when my brother was watching this video, he said, well, it taking longer is harder, which I don't agree with at all.
MP cost. So, should we get rid of magic? I guess. Well, at this point, all we have left is our basic attack, and we can't get rid of that. We've stripped ourselves down to the bare essentials, and is the game harder? I'm sorry, but no. I've hinted at this for a while now, but this is my biggest problem with the combat. Everything you have at your disposal is overpowered, that much is obvious. But no matter how much you get rid of these things, completely clear the screen of every form of attack, you still have all reliable, the X button, or A. Mashing X is your only attack and nothing.
I think this footage doesn't really do it justice, because this footage is of me doing combat only with the X button, but it's kind of hard to tell because it's so sped up.
No matter how mindless is always the right strategy. Anything you do will get you results, fast. You can do a lot of things, but everything works in any situation. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's bad to have options, but it certainly is bad when you never have to think before using one. And before you say that 1 and 2 were just like that, let me cut you off right there. Of course, there are a good number of times where you could deal with a situation with just the basic attacks, but the bosses, which the series is most well known for, were absolutely not all like that. Dragon Maleficent, Demix, Zaldin, Sayax, Ursula, Parasite.
I think Kingdom Hearts 1 did a better job of making you utilize like what you had to your advantage.
Even Waka, Riku, and Leon at the beginning of the first game.
But I think 2 still did like that to an extent.
And that's just to name a few, but maybe that's unfair. A lot of those bosses are late game. Well, hate to break it to you, but the late game bosses here can all be won with the X button alone. In the main game, there's only one boss that I can consider genuinely challenging, and we'll get to that one when it comes. This is one of the big reasons I don't understand it when people say that this game is just as good as 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 was such a good game because it did mainly focus on the base gameplay. It had different gameplay styles, and some of them did suck, but the majority of the game is dedicated to whacking heartless people.
You know, I was actually kind of expecting to get pushback on the fact that I'm not using much Kingdom Hearts 2 footage due to losing it all. Like, I was expecting to get comments saying like, oh, you don't even really give a fuck about Kingdom Hearts 2 if you're not even showing real gameplay of it. But I didn't really get any comments like that.
Attacks function similarly and are done in seconds. The summons are kind of lame. I never use them.
I did not give summons their due. It's due credit. They are a lot better than I'm saying they are. I just don't use them very often because I find them kind of boring.
And that is a load of bullshit. If this game was a departure from 2 but was still enjoyable, that would be just fine by me. But it's not enjoyable. It's a piss-easy romp through the boring retellings of Disney movies. Look, is Kingdom Hearts 2 or even 2 Final Mix this perfect game with no flaws that every game after should aspire to be? Fuck no. It's got issues, a good amount of them.
And I still agree with that. Look, I don't have any real intention of doing a Kingdom Hearts 2 video. A lot of people seem to want me to do that, but I feel like I wouldn't have much unique to say about it. Like, I think the Kingdom Hearts 3 video was special because it was like, I think it was genuinely like the first real long critique of Kingdom Hearts 3, because the game is only 2 years old. But I feel like everything that's been said about Kingdom Hearts 2 has already been said, and in unique ways from each other. I don't think I have much to add, but my thoughts on Kingdom Hearts 2 is that it is not a perfect game. It has many flaws. It is my favorite one, and it's one of my favorite games, but that doesn't mean it is the best game ever made. Not even close.
Although not as severe, leads to a decent segment.
And that's okay. A game is allowed to not be like amazing perfect, to be like a game that I love.
Things just don't feel as fast-paced.
All the games on my like top 10 are probably majorly flawed.
The best example
like New Vegas. New Vegas is my favorite game ever. That's fucking not a perfect game. Not even close.
It's only like a second or two longer, but it felt like it
Undertale, also one of my favorite games. That game's got its own fucking issues. I'm not gonna say what they are because I feel like it'll get people mad, so I'm not gonna talk about that in depth. But yeah, that game's not perfect.
praised, and the team behind the game, Tokyo Team, was eager to make another. So another they made. Kingdom Hearts 2 was some consider the best the series had to offer. Things were looking up. A new game was on the horizon. Or at least, that's what we thought. You see, Tetsuya Nomura, the man behind the slaughter, had a different project, a big one. Final Fantasy Versus 13. Tokyo Team diverted their attention from Kingdom Hearts to work on this, while a different group, Osaka Team, went to work on the side games. The word side being up for debate. They were responsible for...
I am curious to see how sorry, how Versus 13 would have turned out. If it would have been like this fucking beautiful Final Fantasy game.
Is awful. The combat is janky as hell, easily exploitable, and
or maybe it would have been like overrated. Maybe it would have been shit, I don't know.
To give to most enemies, because most don't react to getting...
It was worth exploring. It's a shame that it doesn't exist.
Around enemies until you get a small window to attack. Then you...
Besides in the form of 15, but like that's a very different thing.
What the fuck was I thinking? If you really like...
What the fuck was I thinking?
1, 2, or even 3, and then play this. It's not even close. Well, thankfully, Versus 13's development was going smoothly, and Tokyo Team would return for Kingdom Hearts 3 soon. But, as we all know, Versus 13 was cancelled and reworked to Final Fantasy 15. Square quickly reassigned Tokyo Team to different projects, but they separated the group too. Tokyo Team...
I don't even know how much of Versus 13 is taken after in 15. I assume it was mostly just like reused assets and shit.
It wasn't as good as Tokyo Team's, but fortunately they do listen to feedback.
Why did they give Aqua custom like accessories to wear for 0.2 and then did not do the same thing for Sora in Kingdom Hearts 3? That is a weird thing, isn't it?
From the first two. This wasn't a portable console game that could...
They let her wear cat ears and have wings. Why can't Sora have cat ears and wings?
This game is better than any of their previous games, but ironing out old problems gave way to new ones. And I've gone over them all. This is where the quote-unquote debate began on people not liking this game just being stuck in the past with Kingdom...
I like that I let the Yoshi's Island intro music just kind of fade out on its own.
That much...
I didn't like loop it or anything. I kind of like that.
And Kingdom Hearts 3 is not that. It's a game with broken combat. Now, maybe you're thinking that I could have gotten rid of more things earlier to make the combat harder. I can disable some of the many abilities, I can unequip accessories, I can turn on EXP 0, I can not upgrade Keyblades, I can turn party members' AI off, or I could just play critical mode. When it comes to not upgrading Keyblades, I barely did throughout the whole game. Some Keyblades come automatically at a higher level, so I only think I upgraded 2 or 3, and none of them passed the halfway point.
I've never done a level 1 run. Maybe that would help, but like, I shouldn't have to do that to make it like a hard game.
Early in the game for the sake of gathering...
It should have at least the ability to be an actually difficult game without me having to fucking like handicap myself so much. And when I do handicap myself, it's just not fun.
After the main story. But to give a TLDR to the impatient, that doesn't make it naturally harder or better, and neither do any...
Like, there's a difference between a game being hard and a game being naturally hard.
Try to fight without it, and...
When you restrict yourself, Kingdom Hearts 3 becomes unnaturally hard, and it's not fun. It's just the same game, but if you get hit once, you die. That's not fun.
A few hits. Yes,
I mean, maybe for some people that's fun, but not for me.
Removing features doesn't magically make the game better. Well, Jess, are you...
Yeah, exactly.
Or are you gonna say how you'd fix it? Well, I'm glad you asked, voice inside my head. Attractions go bye-bye is step number 1. Step 2 is making this meter fill fun.
I'm glad the one trailer we have of Kingdom Hearts 4, he does not use anything like an attraction, and I hope it stays that way.
We'll replace this meter with a much cooler one that takes orbs to fill rather than breathing in the direction of any enemy. Don't let me spam magic so much, make the animations longer or something. And at the same time, don't put Grand Magic at the end of a string. But when Grand Magic appears above the command menu, it should still take MP. Team attacks should also take MP. You should only be able to hold one Keyblade at a time, so there are actually...
Maybe not even Team Attack should take MP, just like not have them appear so much.
Oh God, we do not...
Which I could say about pretty much every combat feature, just have shit appear less. Jesus.
Maybe make some of the animations less wonky. Does this sound better to you? Worse? I don't know. But what I do know is that what we have here ain't cutting it. It needs some serious renovations, even if it's not the ones I just said. But hey, the game still isn't over. It's unlikely that the combat will change in the ending, but maybe this story can make it all worth it.
Hit it. It's funny, because it definitely doesn't. Get it? I'm sorry. Get it?
Back on the dummy ship, Sora gets a call from Chip and Dale saying that Riku and Mickey are back in the realm of darkness and
this is the point of this is the point of the video where it like shifts entirely. I start talking entirely about the story. I don't have much to say about the gameplay anymore.
Problem is, we don't know how to get there. Only Riku and Mickey know the way, and they wouldn't tell Sora even if he asked. The only hope now is to do the thing we did at the beginning of the game.
Well, if he was able to ask them now, they probably would, because they're dying.
Twilight Town? Oh no, this is a different thing. Ansem took Ansem.
I actually think this cutscene happens earlier, but I decided to put it like in the meat of like the story here instead of like putting it earlier.
The search around was perfect because they saw them come in. Let's listen in on their conversation, shall we? Wise Ansem begs SOD to not make him do this, but it's Xehanort. Think that's gonna work? Either way, he stands firm that he doesn't know what happened to the girl, but you know, he's probably lying. SOD insists that they look at the data hidden here so that it may lead to her. He thinks something within her memories contains information on the Keyblade War, either the last one or this upcoming one. But enough talk, get in there. The Twilight Gang hatched their plan on the spot. Step 1, Pence distracts him with some tall tale.
Well,
I like that they tried to make the Twilight Gang actually relevant by having them like try to save Ansem. That's neat.
No, not one more step. Get out.
I also like that Ansem gets like caught off guard. He's like, no, don't come here.
Step 3, Hayner goes in for the kill.
I reach for the darkness.
Just kidding, Hayner's gonna die. But at the last second, he's saved by nobodies? They also surround SOD to preoccupy him while the others escape. This must be a betrayal from someone inside. Down in the poo-poo sewers, the rescue is a success. Ansem recognizes
it can't smell good in there.
Data world. It seems that finally some plot progression is.
Does no one poop in Kingdom Hearts?
But still no body.
That's possible. That's genuinely possible.
Someone who could make one.
My dear master, you are safe.
You are safe, yes.
Vexen was the one behind the nobodies back there. He planted himself in the organization as a spy, waiting for him to hear about his master's whereabouts. And once he did, he saved him. Vexen, or I guess Evan now, wants to atone for his past misdeeds, and this was his first step in doing so. Back in the A-plot, the Gateway took the Gummy crew to Destiny Islands. I guess this is where we access the realm of...
I wonder how many plots I'd consider that to be in letters. Like, is there an A, B, C, D, E, F, G plot? There's a lot of plots going on.
Just what we need to open the door. But wait, Sora needs to go it alone this time. In case Sora can't make it out, they still need someone to stay up there and fight Xehanort. And without Sora, Riku...
I think a lot of people consider the Sora's maturity thing, like a lot in these decisions of him going alone. But it's not like he's not done things alone before.
This time, Mickey's swallowed by the Demon Tower, dropping his Keyblade in the process. Oh wait, hold on, it gets worse. The tower manifested...
Like, he made the solo decision to become a Heartless in Kingdom Hearts 1. That was the first game. That was like a mature decision.
She's so evil now that she takes Mickey's head out so he can watch her steal his Keyblade. But worst of all,
I like that the low bitrate of this video lets you see Aqua's figure completely through that shadow aura.
Knowing what it would do to me, I reached this shore after endless wandering. Waited for...
I really do wish that I uploaded this video at a higher bitrate. I unfortunately don't have the project files anymore, so I couldn't even re-upload it if I wanted to. I wouldn't, because like I wouldn't like forsake all the views of the video.
I had to stay inside this universe's equivalent to hell for 10 years.
But like if I ever wanted to re-release it in like a big collection or something, I can't do it in a higher quality, which is a shame.
For granted. This time with the help of an old friend. That voice from earlier, the replica of Riku. Oh yeah, by the way, that's his new Keyblade. It's like a modern car key. I don't think anyone said that yet. Time for the big battle.
I don't know if this joke went through, but I don't know if anyone else has ever said that is a point to the fact that like everyone has said that. When I showed this video to my friend and brother, they were like, "Oh, that's funny. I can't believe no one's brought that up." But no, that's the joke. People have brought it up.
Every once in a while,
why?
Show up to do an attack or two.
Get out of here, asshole!
She's basically just another attack from the tower. But
you can hit her,
you just gotta beat it.
And she can be hit stun, but like it doesn't really matter.
At 1 HP, you can't do any more damage. That is, of course, unless you use Riku's desperation move, MC Summon. It's probably the most powerful link in the game because I mean, Sora on his own has like 5. But after I'm done making that awful joke, they work together to slice that shit in half. That, in turn, spits Mickey out. Riku's gonna check if he's alright, but Aqua, being the cheap shot that she is, goes for the kill. But it's time for the Keyblade Master to step aside. This is Sora's battle. This fight's pretty good. One of her moves is something I like to call Shadow Clone Guilt Trip.
Waited for so long. You can share in the terror I felt.
This is a funny move.
But Thunder will immediately reveal the real one. Aside from that,
Like, I know it's like, it's only if you think about it does it become funny. Like, she's literally cloning herself just to make you feel bad. To make Sora feel bad when he didn't even do anything.
but you know what will make this more emotionally impactful?
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
Once it's over, Aqua regains her humanity, losing her Keyblade again even though this one was stolen, and once again falls into the depths. But not this time. Sora's here.
Aqua!
Aqua.
Van... Terra...
Close enough. She's back.
Building on the thing I said earlier about how voices like sound different over time, obviously, which again, just making that clear, is not a critique of the people. I think there are some cases where that actually benefited them. I think the voice actor for Terra and Aqua, voice actors for Terra and Aqua, are they did better than they did in Birth by Sleep. They've gotten better.
Nothing else. Now he wants to help people. Demyx doesn't care at first, but Evan whispers to him that someone who isn't a loser and didn't get kicked out of their ranks also wants it on the plan. Who? My money's on Dark Riku. This somehow convinces Demyx, so he takes
fucking Ivan.
Well, deliver two things to Ienzo. One, an empty vessel to use for Roxas.
How's humanity treating ya? I rejoined the nobodies. But like, I just can't shake the feeling I've been sweet-talked, you know? We have got to have a chat.
Whoa. Did I say Ivan?
What?
Sorry, I got distracted by what I said.
I'm
I
getting
said his name wrong. Syax.
I'm actually here on a top secret mission.
Isa. I forgot. How did I forget? It's Isa, not Ivan. I mixed him up with Evan.
Special delivery.
I'm not sure I like how Demyx is becoming one of my favorite characters in the series. The second delivery is Ansem the Above Average. The first thing I think about when seeing this scene is when Ansem was ominously laughing while looking at baby Ienzo.
Is that ominous? I don't know. I think it's just paired with the ominous music. It makes it sound more like an ominous laugh.
Sleep, so maybe he's like 15, 16? Anyway, this is a very emotional moment.
Yeah, I think he's probably older than Sora and Riku.
It impacts them so much that they don't speak before this cutscene too. With that, work can
I hope that like one of the voice actors didn't pass away or something, because then that would come across as like a really bad a really bad critique I had there. Not even really a critique, just an observation.
Castle Oblivion.
This song was made by me also. This song in the background. Not this one.
What the fuck was that? Keep it to yourself, man. Alright, time to bring this back to its former glory. Nice, the place got repaired too. I guess
yeah, Penniless Bard. I like this song. I made it back in 2018. I should probably remake it. I could make it sound better.
Possibly more than I played too. Same goes for this game actually, now that I think about it. Guess I play bad games more than good ones. You can walk around, but it's not like there's much to see. Just a hall, some stairs, and Ventus. Sleeping like an angel. Aqua slaps him around a bit, but it isn't really working. Where's Maximus when you need him?
Why? Your heart never found its way home?
That was a neat trick.
Vanitas.
Find him.
What did I tell you? Cocky as ever. I love how cutscene villains are at a much higher tier than gameplay villains. Sora can...
Ah yes, my first real acknowledgement of cutscene villains.
We're the true heroes. Vanitas is suddenly fixated on Aqua being a Keyblade master. He brings it up a lot in this game. I don't know why. Aqua decides this is the perfect opportunity to gate the Gummy Crew off so she can fight Vanitas alone.
I don't think Vanitas brings up the master status at all in Birth by Sleep, but he says it like 4 times in this game.
Both Aqua and Vanitas' movesets are nearly identical to their Birth by Sleep counterpart, or I guess in Aqua's case, her 0.2 counterpart. Spellweaver is basically a Keyblade form for her now, and she has her old shotlock. As for Vanitas, the only difference with him is that he sure does get hit stunned easily. Overall,
yeah, he's kind of a little bitch in this game.
My favorite part is that
I recall some of his fights in Birth by Sleep were actually kind of tricky.
How long do you think that took? Back in cutscene land, Vanitas uses the old kill Ventus strategy to bait Aqua into sacrificing herself. Call his bluff, he needs Ventus for Christ's sake. Or whatever, just do exactly what he wants you to do. He's gonna go ahead and finish the job, and it's looking...
Also, I didn't acknowledge this, but like it is like annoying how much these characters try to lose fights.
Down, he finds...
Like, why did she not let Sora fight?
To use the power of waking, but you know, he...
Gang up on him, and he will get his ass kicked.
Tell Sora,
as evidenced by the fact that in 10 seconds, Ventus joins the fight and the barrier gets broken and he retreats because he'd get his ass kicked.
Had the opportunity. We can make the Disney worlds matter. We can make them have some story significance. Nope. Inside him the whole time. Look, I know this isn't exactly a new argument being made here, but that doesn't make it any less true. People say that it's always been like this, but no, I will not allow that, not in my house. The first game had a gang of Disney villains working together to find the keyholes. I know that...
Yeah, they tried to make it sound. They tried to make it feel like it was important. They didn't do that in this one. It's, you know...
Not good enough for
Kingdom Hearts 2 has a slight problem with this, but like...
one of the organization members in Beast's Castle.
But yeah, it has shit like this.
Counting Hollow Bastion in that game because it's a world that isn't the last one. There's a shit ton of story progression in there.
You know what I think really surfaces Kingdom Hearts 2 quite well? The fact that you go to the Disney worlds twice. I actually really like that. I don't know, I think that might be an unpopular opinion, but I really like that you go to the Disney worlds twice.
Because Kingdom Hearts 3 doesn't have anything
like instead of one long trip, you have one that services the Disney plot, and then another that like builds toward the main plot.
What did we
I like that a lot.
The chapter title was not lying. The plot of this game really does start once you're done with all the Disney worlds. Can you really say the same about the first two games? When you get out of Traverse Town in the first game, could you really go to the end of the world or even Hollow Bastion? Riku isn't immediately the biggest prick in the universe after Destiny Islands gets destroyed. You see that happen throughout the Disney worlds. Can you really go to the world that never was after your first visit to Twilight Town? No. You learn so much about nobodies in the organization throughout the course of the game, and a good bit of that is portrayed in the Disney worlds. Can you really get straight to saving Aqua after Olympus in this game? No.
You know what?
Erase.
I was just reminded of something. This is completely unrelated, but there was a part of the video that I didn't even script, but I had the idea to do from the beginning. And I would not do this today, and I guess I wouldn't even do it back then because I didn't do it. There was a part in the gummy ship segment where I rant about how the gummy ship is boring, where there is another YouTuber's video about Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't know if I'm going to say who it is, but if you'll probably know who I'm talking about if you've seen that video. He made a Kingdom Hearts 3 video, and he said that the gummy ship segments were better than launch No Man's Sky, which is like, what? It was such a weird thing to say that like I felt the need to almost address it in this video because it really bothered me. Again, I know this is completely unrelated to what's going on now. I just got reminded of it just now. And there was originally gonna, like, not originally, but I had the idea to like play a clip of that and say like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not even slightly like Launch No Man's Sky, and it's not better than it too. Launch No Man's Sky wasn't good, but like it's not even comparable. It was such a weird thing that I wanted to address it, but like I like that YouTuber and I didn't want to shit on that person, and he even like says that videos from that age are like old and like he doesn't really agree with them anymore. So like it would almost feel like punching down, even though that person's much bigger than I am and has been doing it for much longer. So yeah, I like that person. I didn't want to shit on them. I kind of wish I treated Donkey the same way, where I didn't put that part about him in there, even though I was defending him there. It just feels a little tacked on. I try not to mention other YouTubers when I make these videos. Like in the MGS5 video, in the intro section, I mentioned Steak Bentley's Metal Gear Solid 4 video, but then I cut it out, even of that original upload that I deleted. It's not even in there, but I have the recording of it, and I decided not to put that in because, like, one, acknowledging another YouTuber, like, just kind of feels weird at this point, but two, it was also like me endorsing a completely different long video in the intro of a long video. It just felt like I was telling people to go watch a different video, which felt weird, so I didn't do it. And yeah, I try not to do that. I don't think I do that. I don't think I bring up other people's videos. I'm trying to think of a moment where I do besides the Donkey one. No, yeah, I don't think I do that at all. Yeah. That was my little tangent unrelated to this.
It's literally everything in this game leading up to that, and what did we really miss? Nothing. That new Seven Hearts shit is pointless too. Xehanort would use them as a backup plan to forge the Keyblade. You know, the ones that will put up the least fight. It would be so much easier if he used them instead of the Seven Guardians, but he wouldn't because the new Seven Hearts were added just as padding to make sure the organization had a reason to be in.
It really, the new Seven Hearts, they shouldn't have even brought it up. They should not have even brought it up because it just offers such a massive plot hole that would be completely rectified if they just didn't bring it up.
What a development. What about the Pirates world? You can always make time to have fun with your friends. Cool, that really changed his character. San Francisco? 2 Baymaxes? Wow, that's a lot. Arendelle?
There was a lucky emblem in the background of that shot.
Okay, I'll give you that one. What I'm trying to say through all of this is that they could have made Sora figure out more about the power of waking in each world. But they didn't because the Disney worlds didn't matter to the writers, even though they sure did matter to the game's developers because the majority of the development was focused on the Disney worlds. Anyway, Deus Ven Machina awakened.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people really underestimate how much time goes into the Disney worlds. It's definitely the majority of development, and the writers don't seem to give a fuck.
He's a bit weirded out by his appearance.
I get it. You were my second chance.
Actually, he was your once more. Also, what the fuck are you talking about?
Great pun. A great game-related pun.
Was very weak. Finally, all 7 Guardians are here, plus Donald and Goofy. Axel and Kairi are trained, Aqua and Ventus are back, Mickey and Riku maybe don't suck anymore, and Sora has...
Nah, they suck. They still suck.
Although, I've got a question.
Minus in Remind, where Mickey has his badass solo moment.
So you could really crush them? I mean, it's not like there's a place where time doesn't matter that you can train essentially forever in, where theoretically you could get Sora, Kairi, Axel, and Ventus to master status and or level 99. Whatever, this game sucks. We all have a big, hey, I know you!
Sure does.
It's really dumb. Aqua's essentially Mrs. Worldwide. She knows everyone here except Axel, especially Kairi.
The Pitbull Mr. Worldwide joke was popular at the time.
Hazy memory or not.
Thank you, Axel. This is kind of cringe.
He's so tall. He's taller than everyone here.
Just like Van.
Maybe if Yen Sid stood up, maybe he'd be taller. I don't think so.
To him, which is in itself a crazy long story. And apparently everybody already knows everyone, and this is an insane...
Maybe it's because I think besides Yen Sid, he's the oldest one here.
Are we getting self...
Besides maybe Mickey? Donald and Goofy? How old are they supposed to be?
Axel? Who's Axel?
See?
They're 85 each. Both of them. All of them are 85.
Huh? Now who?
Jiminy's
I think that's the last actually laughed.
Now we don't have to go
So,
over everything that's
goodbye to that. It completely goes away when the game gets serious.
Pete's had enough of this shit, saying the box...
Who would have figured?
But much to his surprise, she agrees with him and the search finally ends. She assumes that the box will materialize during the Norty Nort battle. So for now, all they'll do is wait. And that's the last we'll see of him. Or is it? Axel's on the clock tower with 3 ice creams. He doesn't know why, but it just feels right. Suddenly, Syax.
It's because of Pence.
Even pay for it. What a jerk.
Why did you buy 3 of them? 1 for Roxas? And 2 for good luck?
It's for fucking Pence. Leave him alone.
Like it, okay?
The marks under your eyes. They're gone.
Yeah. Don't need them.
Alright. I think I figured out why those last scenes rubbed me the wrong way. Axel seems like a different character in this game. He had his moments but was still fairly calm and collected before. In this game, he's very much not that. Kinda whiny, actually.
Yeah, you know why I think this bothers me so much is because I feel like the Light Gang, the 7 Lights, could have used a character that was more calm and collected compared to the rest of them.
In the first game.
That like had more back talk to say, you know?
Always part of his character.
It's not like they were incapable of writing for that. And again, he is human. He's not a nobody anymore, so I guess he's allowed to show more emotion than he is around the Organization 13. But like he is a completely different character now. He is pretty much the same as the rest of them, which feels lazy. He could have been like this guy that he has insider information on the organization. He like knows a lot what these people are like. He could shit talk them. He could like, you know, That would have been a good dynamic, but they completely wasted it.
To get a hold of. They wanted to rescue her from the experiments, so they became apprentices to Ansem, but they weren't able to save her, because she just disappeared one day. Shortly after that was when they were turned into nobodies. Syax figured that because Xehanort was the one doing the experiments on her, he could find her by working for him in the organization. That's the reason that Axel was helping Syax rise up in the ranks. Remember when he killed Zexion? Yeah, he did that to keep him from snitching so Syax could get to the top.
I really have a hard time believing that that was the reason why he did that. That like they had that written down, that was the reason.
Just because he's a prick.
I think that they add things that like are foreshadowing to something that they haven't written yet sometimes. Like Zigbar's Jiminy Journal entry in Kingdom Hearts 2 says like, it seems like he's hiding something, but we don't know yet. I don't think they knew that he was Lushu at that point, you know? I think they had written like, there's something more going on, but we don't know yet. He's definitely going to be more important later, but we haven't written how yet, you know?
Oh, it's finally Palpu time. Allegedly, this is the most romantic shit you can do in this universe. That's my man. They vow to keep each other safe and have a bite. Wait, Kairi, you didn't take a bite. Sora took his, you gotta take yours. The intertwined fate doesn't work if you don't take
I remember that her not taking a bite was part of the Sleeping Worlds theory. I think it's just an accident, but also like, how do they not catch that? How do they not catch that she didn't take a bite? Or maybe the lighting just like, maybe she did take a bite, but the lighting is like a little awkward, so it doesn't seem like she did. It doesn't look like she did. It's weird. There might be something more going on with that. I'm not sure. I don't think so, but like I'm willing to believe that maybe there is something going on there.
Be ready for the shitstorm brewing.
I don't think it applies to the Sleeping Realms theory, but
here we go.
Could apply to a different theory. Also, here we go. I'm almost certainly going to need to take a break in the middle of this because I got shit to do later today, but
I know I just told you to be ready, but honestly, I'm a bit nervous myself. This is the big moment. This is what fans have been waiting for. Fuck everything else. Toy Story? More like,
Boar Story.
Let's do a little background. This isn't the first
Toy Stupid.
It made its debut in Birth by Sleep. Personally, I thought it was a very weak final world. Compared to the end of the world and the world that never was, it was just bland.
I'm not sure if the Arsenal Gear soundtrack really fits for this.
Symbolizes the emptiness that nobodies feel, or you know, at least that's what we were led to believe at the time. And then there's the Keyblade Graveyard. It serves no symbolic purpose, but rather a lore purpose, which is fine. But I'd say the wow factor of a desert with a bunch of Keyblades in it wore off after beating the game as one of the...
Especially because the majority of the world before the boss battles is literally just dodging tornadoes. That was pretty boring.
Sure serves well to the big battle that we're going into like the Keyblade Graveyard does. I guess I would have just preferred something more visually interesting for our final stop. But remember what your Meemaw said, never judge a Keyblade Graveyard by its cover. So let's just go ahead and get this war started. Looks like everyone on our side's here. Now what about...
There he is.
Hey there. The head honcho, the big cheese, the godfather of...
I actually do kind of appreciate the restraint to not show him at all until now.
Passed away in 2016, so he's been replaced by Rutger Hauer.
Legend has it that darkness once covered the world. We know so little about the Keyblade War. Only that it was just the beginning.
Who also died only 6 months after this game's release. And also, the original Japanese voice actor Chikao Otsuka died before Kingdom Hearts 3, so he was replaced with his son, Akio Otsuka. A real unfortunate...
Yeah, rest in peace to those guys. Seriously.
Also, I apologize if I pronounced any of the names wrong. Now, as for his appearance, he looks a little more veiny than before. Are there even that many veins in the head close enough to the surface to show? Hold on, let me look it up. How many veins are... Well, that's ominous. Anyway, he gives his classic dark...
That's a good bit. I like that bit.
Some more fellas come in and continue from their part of the script allotted to them. They's gonna destroy us to forge the Keyblade and unlock Kingdom...
I like that they didn't have enough Xehanorts, so they put Vanitas in there.
I feel like that would solve a lot of our problems. With that out of the way, Wave 1 of 3 begins. Remember the 1,000 Heartless battle from the second game? This is what this part should be titled, because it's that again. But they have an opportunity to one-up that part by having all the Guardians fighting together in a big old bloodbath. I'm sure you could tell by the way I phrased that, but that's not how this goes. Instead, the other 6 somehow disappear into the crowd of this...
Yeah, maybe the PS4 and Xbox One probably wouldn't be able to handle all those party members. But like, I don't know, maybe It could do the thing that Kingdom Hearts 2 did right before this bit, like with the Final Fantasy characters, when we thought Goofy was dead. When you, like, go to each of them and help each, like, you help Tifa out, then you help Yuffie out. They could have done that with this. Where you go help Riku out, then you go help Mickey out, and then, you know, they probably could have done, like, you could help Riku and Mickey out, then you help Ventus and Aqua out.
And so the flaws here shine extra bright. This is the only fight in the entire game that I'd wholeheartedly...
But instead it's just Donald and Goofy.
That'll get this repetitive nonsense over with much quicker. Besides, this is the second and last time you're given the Big Magic Mountain ride, and you can absolutely...
Again, it's called Mountain Coaster, not Big Magic Mountain. But it was called Big Magic Mountain in the trailer.
It does what it looks like. Although it does feel just a touch slower than 2's glide. And also, you can't remain stationary while gliding, so you aren't able to do this.
You can kinda do that if you mash circle, but you're like moving forward constantly.
If you did. Let's head on over to the others. Everyone made it out without a scratch, including Terra. Ventus sprints over to him and Aqua remains skeptical, and for good reason, as this is obviously not Terra. Just like Riku and Mickey hypothesized, Terranort's made his triumphant return. He gives his usual Xehanort diatribe, saying they're all gonna fall to him. This is pretty bold of him to say, considering he hasn't accomplished a single thing in this form. The second he got his new body,
Terranort has historically been a little bitch
and then got
until this game.
All the while, Terra was fighting back inside, so he was getting pulled around everywhere because he wasn't good enough to fully suppress him. This resulted in him getting full amnesia. He tried to get information out of Aqua, but he's such a dumbass that he was about to give away who he really was. But it didn't really matter because Terra stopped him again. His greatest achievement is choking women in the night. So the fact that he thinks he could take 7 Keyblade wielders, including one that beat him before, is pretty fun.
Ah yes, this upcoming song is also one of mine. It's a good one. Another one that I should probably remake sometime.
Right, cutscene villains. So
It's also the first song of mine that features the trumpet.
But he ain't fighting anytime soon. Sora's next up, and he should last a bit. Look, no, you can't do that. Why doesn't anyone fucking help him instead of standing there like a bunch of jackasses? Because now that he has the room to, he's gonna go ahead and one-shot Axel too. Okay, so I guess Terranort is just this all-powerful warrior, and no one can stop him.
I did not make this song for the video, but I guess it's just I guess it's just like permanently attached to it because this moment is really well done in my opinion. I mean the moment of the video, not maybe the game. I don't know. But I could definitely make this sound a lot better. And it's also a little embarrassing that I can't remember the name of the song right now. I'm bad with names, even with names that I make. That heartbeat was also something I did for the video. That wasn't part of the...
Fan cam. Remember
also, not really a fan cam. Not really a fan cam.
It still is, but this is a close second. This whole time, Donald was holding on to this power capable of disintegrating a Xehanort, but unleashing it cost him his life. I really don't know what else to say. Now 3 of us are down. It already isn't looking too good, but it can always get worse. Is this a demon tide? No, it's a demon tornado. Sora, Riku, and Aqua fight while the others tend to the wounded. But the tornado is getting even bigger. How the hell can you even approach that? Aqua starts feeling the pressure and just gives up, getting taken by one of the tides. The other tides aren't far behind, and they take Ventus, Axel, Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Kairi, all to be swallowed into the tornado, shredded to pieces. Okay, so everyone's dead, but we've still got Riku.
I'm kind of glad I reused that scream instead of the actual scream. And then I used the actual scream later, but in a much better way.
Goofy, the king.
Gone forever. What do we do?
What do we do?
Without them, all my strength came from them.
All my strength came from them.
They gave me all of it. Alone?
Alone?
I'm worthless.
I'm worthless.
I kind of like to interpret this as Xehanort being very deliberate with the order of the people.
I think I'm over-interpreting this. I don't think Xehanort is directly controlling this thing. I think he's controlling that it's there in the first place. I don't think he's, like, controlling the mind of the storm, though.
And now, once that last light is snuffed out, he can be taken.
I hope I'm wrong about that, though. I hope that is the correct interpretation.
This would be the funny part where I say, well, that was a dark ending. Be sure to hit the pork button for weekly videos about pork. Oink, oink. But
I don't know where the pork bit came from. Honestly, I don't. I think I just thought of something random. I do a pork joke, like, shortly from now. I don't know why, but it was really funny for that part.
That's not
fucking oink, oink.
I know I had you. Yes, you nearly did. But a game's no fun if you know where it's going. There's more to light than meets the eye. I told you.
I took another drink of water. Sorry. Some light comes if you cheat.
That's exactly what we're gonna do. Sora wakes up in, well...
I mean, it is fair. We are cheating by dodging death.
Is this hell?
Cheating death, I guess.
This is apparently the final world. So maybe I'm not far off. You're giving control, but where are we even going? There's nothing here, and all we can do is walk and walk until we spot a Chirithy. Okay, so I was kinda right.
This is the Chirithy.
But more specifically, it's basically the realm.
Probably not, actually.
Which is closely
Still haven't played Union Cross.
And so we've apparently been here before due to our character setup dive into the heart segments. Because that's a sleep-esque ritual, sleep and death touch, so that's how we'd been here in the past. I think I got that right? I don't really understand it at all, but I did find this video of a raccoon.
Ah, yes, I love this part.
You get him, big guy.
I redid that. Well, not redid it, but I did like a spin on that bit in the AC4 video with the jackdaw, or it's a name of a sweet little bird. Look at that guy. What's he up to? Yeah, that was pretty much a reference to this bit. Also, that line, you get him, big guy, was preceded by some more like ramblings of being like, yeah, that guy's awesome or something. But I don't know. I don't really remember why I cut it out, but I did.
Died. This is the place that those who have died yet still hold on to life come. Sora is now one of those people. Someone with a connection to Sora is keeping him here. As for the others, no one came here with him. They're either gone forever or barely hanging on back at the Keyblade graveyard. Most people who come here don't have form, they just appear as stars. But Sora has form, and that means he can piece himself back together. And if he does that, he can go back to the land of the living. And so the hunt for the pieces of...
So there's a lot more to this bit of putting him back together. Like you go to a bunch, maybe not a bunch, you go to a different map and there's like a whole bunch of Soras you gotta collect. But I had nothing to say about them, so I just skipped it.
A different protagonist, rather than something stable like the Kingdom Hearts 3. But there are two story important ones. One is Naminé. Been a while since we've seen her. When the Demon Tide took Kairi away, it also took her, obviously. So she's here, but Kairi isn't. That's because she's trying her best to keep Sora from dying completely. So that's basically why we're here. As for Naminé, well, she's all pessimistic, thinking no one cares about her and the only one people want back is Roxas. But Sora says that's wrong and that someone special isn't gonna let her down. Wait, who? Can't be Roxas, he already said his name. Riku? Whatever. Naminé's...
I really never bought, like, Riku and Naminé.
And doing that led her to Terra.
Didn't really fit for me.
Something deep keeping him connected to the realm of light, so she'll try to do something about that. You know, maybe she'll awaken the rage within his lingering will.
You know, maybe she'll Penumbra Phantasm her world-revolving big shot, Gaster.
Everything. Her heart only remains here because of another person who she's connected to. Someone who had apparently had his heart replaced so he doesn't remember her, but if he did remember her, he'd want her back? Sora asks for this mystery man's name, and as is tradition, we can't know yet, so she whispers it to him in the middle of purgatory.
It is almost certainly Yozora.
He's heard before. Anyway, let's fast forward to after you get all of your pieces back.
Think that's all of him?
I don't know what to do next.
Chirithy comes back to see you off. Apparently they're here...
I don't trust myself to make my own decisions, so I'm gonna leave it to Anna.
...who they were paired with. They say that he doesn't remember the past, so that basically narrows it down to two people. But who cares? What matters is that Sora's gotta use the power of waking to restore the hearts of all the others. Sora gets to Olympus from doing this somehow.
Yet another song I made, not for the video, but I associated with the video.
Seems as hard as being...
it had a different title before, but now it's called Titanic, because it plays right before the iceberg bit. Get it?
is that he dashes around creating phantoms of...
I thought that was pretty clever. I don't know, shut up.
You're locked onto him, then you'll be locked onto whatever phantom he leaves behind when he makes one. Once you beat him, Riku's heart is freed. But we still got a few others to worry about, so we have...
Also, it's important to note that this song has the Earthbound Whoa sound effect. Did I already say this? I forgot if I already said this.
Beat him and Aqua's heart...
It has the Earthbound Whoa sound effect, and it was before Deltarune Chapter 2 came out. So, he stole from me. That fox.
The fight is exactly the same, except now using...
I did sue him. It didn't really go anywhere. We settled out of court.
Donald's heart is
I got $30. He got 200,000.
The fight is exactly the same, except now he uses arrow magic against you and spawns some different small fry. Beat him and Ventus's heart is freed. He leaves again and we follow him into... Oh my god! The fight is...
This part fucking sucks, by the way. It's just it's a bad part.
So he has a lot of room.
I don't know, I just felt the need to just say that.
Fuck it, this is an iceberg video now. Hey guys, welcome to the Kingdom Hearts...
Fun story about this is that I genuinely considered making a real iceberg video at some point. Because it was popular at the time. I mean, it's not unpopular now, but it was definitely like at its peak around this time.
If only we could have seen how that fight went.
And would have gotten me views.
This rock at an angle that you've never stopped falling.
But it's not really my style at this point, is it?
With an effect and a sound and everything. That's pretty... Oh, fuck, I'm hungry. In the Japanese version of Kingdom Hearts 2, William Turner...
That part was in the script. I didn't just say that out of nowhere.
...has him holding it at his side.
Also, Ohio, I say. The Ohio meme did not exist at the time. So I said Ohio just because it's a funny word.
Some fairly common knowledge that any fan would know. So now let's get to the next layer, the Abyss.
Edited by my friend Roger means nothing. I've seen my fair share of iceberg videos, and for a lot of them, when there's a transition to another layer, it'll say, oh, this part was edited by this guy. So I just added that. Edited by my friend Roger. There is no such thing as a friend named Roger. I edited the entire video.
Boy, am I glad to ally myself to the light. I sure do hope no one sets me on a path that I don't desire. Cool, maybe he can get...
I'm pretty sure that would work if anyone in any Disney World said that. Xehanort would he has like a tracker in each world. If someone says something like that, he sends one of his organization members like, go corrupt them.
It's meant to be used to traverse hearts to reach worlds, like in Dream Drop. Sora here is using it in the opposite way, traversing...
Just do it to fuck with Sora. Just go corrupt someone. Just do it to fuck with Sora.
Well, you can do the math. Sora says nuh-uh, Xehanort says yeah-huh, and then he leaves. Not the hint I was...
So... There was actually a bit in my Assassin's Creed Revelations video that I'm very disappointed in myself that I didn't follow through with. When I described that Desmond is, comatose in the Animus, but it's not supposed to be used that way, I had a bit that reflected that onto Kingdom Hearts 3, where I say, the Animus is designed to... use the person to go through memories, but in this case it's being used it's using the memories to go through the person, which can obviously be used to parallel that to the power of waking, which it's supposed to be used to the heart to connect worlds, but it's using the world to connect hearts. I thought that would have been a funny bit. I think I thought of it too late into the production of the video, so I didn't really have the time to add it in. And if and probably when I make a compilation of all the Assassin's Creed videos, I'm probably going to add that bit in. If I don't, feel free to fucking scream at me in the comments, and I'll be so upset at myself that I forgot.
Anyway, the real hint is given by Chip and Dale, saying her heart is in the Keyblade graveyard. Good thing we don't need to fight the fucking Lich anymore. Remember, her heart was keeping his tethered, so she was the most alive out of any of us here. And now we can get back to warring. Seems we've time traveled just a bit backwards, just before our encounter with Terranort. So let's go give that one another shot. We've already been through this much. It's Terra, it's not Terra, I'll fucking kill all of you, but maybe I'll go for Donald first.
It really does make no sense that they remember the last bit. Why did he repeat this speech? Why did Sora repeat the "we're not gonna lose to you"? It doesn't make any sense. Just make it so they don't remember the last fucking timeline. Reusing my version of Rage Awakened.
Who are you?
Also, why does he ask that? He knows who this is. Why does your mind resist? Does he not remember saying that?
Naminé seems to have pulled through for us. Oh shit, he's doing the whip thing. I fucking hated that move. Show him who's boss. Yeah, mess with his command menu next. Ooh, this works too. It wasn't quite Zeta Flare power, but it did some damage. This is super fan servicey and I fucking love it.
That line, this is super fan servicey and I fucking love it, is a reference to Steak Bentley's video. I don't think it's much of a surprise to say that this video's a good bit inspired by Steak Bentley's Metal Gear Solid 4 video. But that line was a direct reference to how he talked about Shadow Moses in MGS4.
The first fight wasn't really hard, it just had a lot of health. We didn't even need to take all of it away. Its moves.
Whoops. Sorry about that. Had an alarm go off.
Second phase halfway through, where it turns into a mini tornado. It doesn't really get harder, it's about on par to how it was before. Its moves in this phase include, but are not limited to, throwing in the air and then shooting dark balls at you, shooting dark balls at you without throwing you in the air, tossing out some heartless, and a bunch of other heartless nonsense. It's boring, and it takes a very long time.
Yeah, it's kind of a shitty fight.
That was completely useless, it went big tornado mode anyway. So now what? How do we even get close enough to attack? Don't worry, Sora has a terrible idea. He's just gonna go up to it and hit it, that might work. But before he can die in a split second...
If he didn't get his ass saved by Ephemer, he'd be dead, right? He would have died again.
Beyond the grave, as well as all the other Keyblade wielders from back then. The lifeless keys become full of life once more. Time to pull an anti-Vanitas and go surfing. Using action commands, you...
I don't know if saying anti-Vanitas really makes sense in that context. I could have just said pull a Vanitas.
Cross. It even has their union next to their name.
This is a good bit. This is a good bit of fan service, too.
You can lose health here, but I'm going to assume you can't die. That would...
You can die. As a couple comments said you can die during this part, so when I was replaying the game, I decided to test it out. Yeah, you can die. It's really difficult to, though. You have to be pretty much standing still the entire time.
Instead of Ars Arcanum, there's something...
And even then, there's a chance you could make it through without moving.
Thanks, fellas. Buy a brewski sometime. But of course, these guys have to ruin the moment. In comes Dark Riku, acting a bit crazier than before.
That must be you from when...
I remember the Sleeping Realms theory. Is it Sleeping Realms or Sleeping Worlds? I forgot. But yeah, I remember Dark Riku acting like more psychotic than he did in San Francisco. He was evidence toward the theory. I don't remember how, but I don't know. That stuck out to me. It's a well put together theory. I don't agree with it, but it is well put together. It's thoughtful.
I'm looking away. I don't want to believe what I just saw.
A real test for the Mark of Mastery. What did you say?
What is with the bad guys suddenly giving a fuck about the Mark of Mastery?
You gotta make sure you're not blundering your way toward a second failure.
Blundering? I'll have you know we failed with style, Chief.
Okay, wait a minute. So everyone knew about that last attempt?
Why do they know about the last attempt? It's stupid.
And why did Terranort bother making the same speech? You know what? Whatever, it's cool. Here come even more Heartless, but this time it's like...
How did Ventus fall for the old Terra trick? Seriously.
The darn place too.
Is he that stupid?
Using Stopsa, so
it probably is.
That'd make him too weak for the final battle. So like, what do we do? Well, let's see. Who else can come out of nowhere to help? Lingering Will is busy. No Final Fantasy characters will come because they don't exist in this game. By the way, have you noticed that? We'll get into it later. I'm at a loss. I don't think there's any...
This is a good bit. I like fucking Yen Sid showing up. That's cool. It would have been cooler if he pulled out a fucking Keyblade and, like, took his robe off and he was jacked and he just, like, defeated the whole thing on his own. And then a dinosaur would show up. And then a dragon. And shoot lasers. That would have been cool. But, I'll settle for this.
We can begin Wave 3. All's quiet over here. Nothing but the sound of the breeze blowing through the deceased. We walk to the center, awaiting the arrival of our adversaries. They don't keep us waiting long.
The real Organization 13.
Master Xehanort wears his grin with pure delight. His plans are finally coming to fruition. The only words that break that grin are...
This feels like a weird time to have this standoff after we already had like 2 waves of enemies.
You could feel it.
And we've already seen a lot of the organization already. Oh, yeah. Let me go back a second.
We're about to have an amazing time. The tension in the air. You could feel it getting higher and higher. A tumbleweed blows by.
The tumbleweed blows by is another bit that I accidentally took from that video that I mentioned all the way back in Sora's already in the pod.
We have our 7 and our 13 face off against each other, and it's all tense and quiet, and a tumbleweed rolls past.
It was purely an accident, like it just stuck in my mind. I forgot that the bit was someone else's and I just said it. And to be fair, like a tumbleweed blows by, like it's a really fitting joke for this scene because it's like an old-fashioned standoff type thing. But again, I apologize to that person. I wish I had their name. I will put it in the edit like I did the first time. That really is my bad. I really do apologize for that. And yeah, it felt weird if I didn't bring this up. It would, I have the opportunity to talk about it now, so I'm talking about it now. But anyway, let's move on.
Draw. Walls surround you.
The draw is new. I think I added draw.
Wait a minute. Amazing time? He put us in a maze. Good one, Xehanort. Anyway, everyone's gone to fight their own battles in groups. For instance, Aqua and Ventus are obviously fighting Vanitas and Terranort. Sora's role is to provide support to every one of these battles. To begin with, you're given the option of 2. Riku facing Dark Riku, Ansem, and Xigbar, or...
It does feel a little too manufactured. This structure is like, yeah, go to this battle, then go to that battle, and have a little fan service. I don't know if I would do it any differently, though. I like these intros, the fucking Smash Bros. Intros to the fights. I'm really proud of those edits.
Xemnas decides to cage us.
One of my favorite edits that I ever do is the battle intro for Armored Xehanort. We'll get to that when we get to it.
So, 3 to choose from. I'll aim for Luxord first. From what I can tell, he's only using one move where he circles you with cards. But you also do a noticeably small amount of damage to him. That is, until Xemnas realizes his game plan is stupid and could be doing better things. So, he decides to head out and leaves Luxord a parting gift of a power-up. First thing he does is trap Mickey into a card, and now he has his eyes on you.
I don't know why the Tiny Tiger theme from Crash 2, I think it's Crash 2? I don't know why I associated that with Luxord. It kind of fits though, doesn't it? Like, I don't know why it fits, but it really fits. Also, when I was watching my my friend and brother Josh on their stream playing this, they activated King's Flare, and I was like, no, don't do that. That's gonna ruin the fight or something like that. That's like the only way you could fuck up the fight, and you're fucking it up. But then it turns out when you pick the wrong card, nothing happens. I thought like you got punished if you picked the wrong card. So the fight's even easier than I said it is here. It's crazy how easy this fight is.
He gives Sora a wild card. It could bring him good luck. Probably important for a future game.
Could turn the tables.
Play again someday. When we're just guys.
I should like that very much, Sora.
Very much, Sora.
Nice.
I like Luxord. So, like, I'm kind of glad he's more important. I hope he doesn't have, like, an entirely different character when he's human.
Gliding will avoid all of it. Larxine's moves consist of lightning stuff. She uses shurikens and combos and whatnot. As for Marluxia, he has a move where he draws you in before slicing you up, and another where he repeatedly teleports and slashes you. The fight's okay and all, but one thing you'll notice in all these Keyblade graveyard fights is that they're very generous with the hit stun. Maybe a little less so than Davy Jones, but you could...
I think that's not so bad. Because you are fighting multiple people at a time, so them being generous with a hit stun isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think they're a little too generous with it.
Way cooler.
If they were just like a little bit more stingy, not even that by that much, the fights would probably be a lot better. But most of these fights aren't that bad. This fight is okay.
She doesn't have the same change of heart that Luxord did.
You're gonna be recompleted.
The only fight out of here that I'd say is good is the Triple Nort fight, which, if they were going to pick one fight to be like the good one of these, I'm glad it's that one.
This to being Xehanort's puppet. Well then why the fuck did you join him then?
Now I really don't have any like hard evidence that she's thinking of Demyx here, but it really seems like it. Like she could be talking about fucking Marluxia, but like I don't think so.
Your humanity for the dance water dance guy. As for Marluxia, getting a few bonks on the head made him remember that he's actually Lauriam. Good for him. Looks like everything's okay here, so let's head over to Riku. Riku seems...
What I don't like is that all the good renders of these characters that I'm putting in these intros are like ripped from a magazine, because I don't think they were ever released in a digital format, which kind of sucks.
Darkness explosion that I think does nothing. Anyway, this fight is...
Maybe they have been since this video came out, but the best renders were like clearly scanned from a magazine.
Fast, but he will chase you across the whole arena. For this, I'd recommend you go after Xigbar first, even though that's not what I did here. Both of them have desperation.
And I didn't do that because I wanted Xigbar's cutscene to come after,
onto the ground.
because that's clearly the more important one.
Once or twice he'll do it in front of you, so you gotta change direction a couple of times when dodging it. Xigbar's has him go to the center before firing a shit ton of bullets that form a ring moving closer to you. It's not too bad, all you gotta do is block.
What a waste of a shot lock. I did it when I had 3, and one of them missed. One of them hit the ground.
Their desperation moves at the same time, so that's spooky.
It is cool that they can do their desperation moves at the same time.
Real.
Huh? That's Riku Ansem, isn't it?
No. You beat Ansem and you're still here. This guy is me.
Oh. Neat twist? The replica rips the other replica's heart out, revealing the vessel his heart was put in. He leaves it empty. He's not going in it because that one's for Namine. Well, at least we won't have any more Rikus around, am I right, fellas? As for
One can hope.
lamenting that if he had a Keyblade, he'd win this fight. You see, that's why he's been working for Xehanort for the past 10 years. He would get all no-name gazing eye once Xehanort has the Keyblade. Won't need it once he does, after all. But that's off the table now that he's lost again. He isn't gonna fade away from them like the others. He teleports on top of the ledge and jumps off.
I do hope that in Kingdom Hearts 4 he does still have the personality that he does here, because I like Xigbar. I hope he doesn't like have a completely different, like he's back to being like Lushu was in the fucking, what was the movie called? I forgot.
Takes care of that.
Back cover.
Go after Ansem.
I hope he's not like that now.
Another 2 choices. Should we go after Axel and Kairi fighting Sayax and someone else? Or Aqua and Ventus fighting Terranort and Vanitas? Well, Aqua's a master, so I'm gonna...
In Remind, they force you to go after Ventus and Aqua first.
So, this hooded figure wielding a kingdom...
I think solely because they have the Roxas bit, where you play as Roxas, they wanted to save that for last. Because Roxas is like fun to play as.
Person besides Sora use a kingdom key. I'm gonna assume that this is Shadow Sora.
That's also not true. I said you can only see, there's only one person. There's 2. Besides Shadow Sora.
Shion somehow copies his abilities. No,
And there might be more than that. There might be one I'm forgetting.
It's more a matter of surviving than fighting. You can't really do much against either of them while they're rampaging. Not Shion will occasionally break out of her Sayax mode and go for Keyblade.
I think you briefly see Riku with it in Kingdom Hearts 1 when he steals it.
Fills up completely. It's complete.
I don't know if that really counts though.
You know what that means? Cutscene! Sayax really fucks all of us up and leaves Axel on his knees. That's when Xemnas comes in. It seems
God
like
damn.
he's mildly
His
personal,
chest.
so he wants to finish him.
I remember the fucking the secret reports mention that fucking what's their names? Dylan and Alias are barrel chested, but fucking look at Sayax. Goddamn.
You know how
He's got a rack.
I am? I got loads of people rooting for me.
This speech is just so weak. It's not even really a speech. It's very, very small, but this does not fill me with like, oh yeah, this is awesome. It just feels so out of character.
That was lame.
And then it ends with him not doing anything.
Honestly, I'm glad. I much prefer the Chakrams anyway. We don't need everyone to wield a Keyblade. Xemnas fucks him up and is gonna do him in completely, but...
Darkness!
I don't know why I censored the with in there, because he just says darkness.
Changing sides again?
Wait, who's this? I was only fighting Sayax. He tells her to kill him because he's
Teehee.
like that. But then Sora goes ahead and stops her, saying her name in Roxas's voice.
It's all right. You can stop now.
It is kind of hard to tell that is Jesse McCartney when he says that,
Causes her to go into a
but I'm pretty sure it is.
So Xemnas gives her a kick. Maybe that'll help, like a car. Instead, it takes her hood off, making
Maybe it's easier to tell in the Japanese version.
job finishing.
I should play the game in the Japanese version sometime.
That'll show him.
See what happens.
But all of this resonated with Roxas's heart, and it finally exits Sora's body, probably into that replica from earlier.
Hands off my friends.
Hands off my prey. It cannot be.
My man. Because
Yeah, see, this is a much better moment than the one that fucking Axel had.
Now it's just Sayax. Axel got roughed up a bit, so it's down to you, Roxas, and Shion. Now this fight is very easy, but I'm okay with it this time, given the context. Normally, Sayax can't be hit stunned when in Berserk mode, but Roxas has some moves that can, leaving him open for a good few seconds. And on top of that, both of them can do a stupid amount of damage against him on their own. But I mean, listen to that music.
Yeah, this fight's pretty cathartic. It's not really fun, but it's cathartic.
The moon shines down!
Not really. Is Kingdom Hearts even visible right now in the sky?
Axel finally breaks through his stoic facade.
Isn't it, like, obscured by the clouds right now?
Side in favor of his shiny new friends. And so he became all nihilistic as we went over. Of course, Axel didn't forget him or her. Why do you think he worked to put him up in the ranks? And in response to that, Sayax finally admits that he was jealous. And with that, it's time for him to go. Sora's off to do better things while they have their little reunion.
This is a good moment. Out of, like, anything, out of, like, this is like the fight was cathartic before this. This scene is cathartic.
Guess I should have brought some ice cream.
Alright, I'll admit it. I felt something here. I wasn't crying or anything, but this was a long time coming.
I like that. I had to specify. Well, I wasn't crying or anything. To be fair, I didn't cry, but like, I'm a hard laugh, like I said earlier, but I'm an even harder cry because I'm not some sort of Family Guy, you know. But if I was an easier cry, I probably would have cried at this scene. Because I mean, like, I was invested in these people for a while.
Both of them exit his life and desperately try to get one of them.
I don't love 358/2.
That has his friend.
I don't even necessarily like it that much. I played it once and it was all right. But I like this group.
He's like 7 feet. My man's in the wrong line of work.
I think maybe Axel isn't that tall. It's just that the others are so short. I don't know if they have official heights. Probably gonna take a break after this one because, like I said, I got shit to do.
Even though Terranort literally destroyed us earlier. Speaking of which, what the hell happened to the Lingering Will? Did he just get bored and fuck off? Whatever. Terranort's here now.
Oh, we learn later, and it's not a fun answer.
So this fight straight up sucks. In true Birth by Sleep fashion, they decided that bullshit is...
If they were gonna pick one fight to be stupid and bullshit, the one against the Birth by Sleep characters, that's probably the most fitting one.
There's nothing you can really...
I wish the fight was better, though.
Throughout the whole thing, which is super fun. And this problem is amplified because Aqua and Ventus will almost always bring whoever they're fighting to you. So it becomes this complete clusterfuck. But don't worry, you know what could make this much more fun?
It's kind of weird that I'm zooming in on the entire command menu instead of just the prompt. That was a weird editing choice.
But if you look closely, this is fun. On the plus,
that's like a Scott the Woz joke. I'm not sure if he's made a joke like that before. I wouldn't be surprised. If you look closely, this is fun. That sounds like a Scott the Woz joke.
He finishes by going to the center and shooting them at you until he's out.
You're nothing!
Well, that's just rude. As for Terranort, his constant voice lines are just as annoying in Birth by Sleep, but now in...
Are just as annoying as they are in Birth by Sleep.
Dark times ahead. Join the shadows.
His bread and butter is dashing around like an ass.
I made it sound newer because I added panning.
At times it feels like he's not targeting anyone while using it, so maybe he really is just being a dickhead. Aside from that, he has projectiles that he shoots out of his Keyblade, basic combos, and guardian shit. What? What do you mean, nice?
Why does he say nice? It is weird. It's like he's using... It sounds like the voice clip you'd make if you use a healing item, but he's not healing himself.
And turn the arena into hell. Beams everywhere, the Guardian keeps dragging you in to punch you. Every time he punches, Terranort says, break him.
Break him!
I do respect the bit of making Terranort sound annoying all the time. I don't know if it's an intentional bit, I'm gonna assume it's not, but it's funny.
You should be fine if you just do that. I beat Vanitas first, figured it made more sense. His mask cracks once more.
This is a good editing bit on my part.
Your face.
What are you talking about?
Even if you are not the prisoner.
Oh yeah, you were at the cathedral.
Your face.
So fun fact about this part, I originally had it, not originally, but I had it uploaded as a short, just this whole bit. And there was this one comment I got, the short is deleted, so I don't remember exactly what the comment said, but it was like they pulled out the whiteboard pretty much and just like pointed out all these different reasons why it actually makes sense that Sora wouldn't recognize that Vanitas looks like him until now. And then it ends with like, it's really not that fucking difficult if you think about it for like 2 seconds, when it was like multiple paragraphs of like explaining how it could work. And I don't even remember it being a very convincing argument. Also, it doesn't make sense. Sora saw what his face looked like in the cathedral. He said he saw him at the cathedral, and now he's saying he doesn't recognize his face. That doesn't make sense. And this is, I think I might be moving on this point a little too early, but like, just embrace it at that point. You don't have to pull out the fucking whiteboard. You don't have to say that there's no way this is actually stupid. It makes perfect sense. The people that are critiquing this, they just don't get it. It's allowed to be stupid. Like, this is a very slight criticism. This is not like this ruins the scene. It doesn't. I'll talk more about this later, but like, my thesis there is the game is allowed to be stupid. You can embrace that the game is stupid. It's okay. All right? We'll talk more about this later.
I'm the piece of Ventus that was taken away.
Okay, but really, what is this voice we're putting on? You didn't even sound remotely like that in Birth by Sleep.
I'll be asking the questions, and why shouldn't I? After all, between the two of us, I'm the only one who will walk away from here alive.
We are brothers.
Oh yeah, also, the guy who made fan art of the Maleficent thing in Snoozing in Oblivion, he made another piece of fan art for this bit where he showed Vanitas as one of the little green men. I was so happy when I saw that. I'll put the art in the artist's name here, but to that person, fucking respect, man. That's my first fan art. I'm not even sure if I've gotten any since then. I'm not sure if I really deserve it, but I'm glad I got at least 2 pieces of fan art.
Anyway, he gives the whole explanation about how he and him are connected because Sora filled the void that Vanitas left behind, which still doesn't make sense to me. Vanitas was created before Sora completed Ventus's heart, right? So unless he didn't have a face under that mask before then, that's really dumb. I mean, it's really dumb anyway, but you get my point. He says that the 3 of them are real tight-knit, but Vanitas repeatedly tried to kill them both because after all of his heart is darkness. Ventus tells him that he shouldn't just be in the darkness because that's the way he was created, he should choose what he wants to be. Well, that argument went out the window because Vanitas wants to be darkness.
And honestly, I kind of respect that. Vanitas is like, I am what I am, bitch. You can't change me.
He'll probably come back one day.
And that's kind of based, if anything.
He gets knocked out, giving Aqua and Ventus the chance to get through to Terra. They could get a few words out of him, but the Xehanort in him took control again after a couple of seconds.
You'll never be able to break these chains. They're our bonds. You have no power over me!
I really want to think that in the recording studio, there were multiple takes for this line, and all of them were better than this one, but the guy in charge was like, no, this is the best line. He gets him really...
It is a funny take. You have no power over me! Stupid, but it's very funny, though. This moment's kind of hype.
Oh!
I don't know why it takes him so long to materialize his Keyblade here.
Sora goes ahead and unlocks his heart so Terra can reclaim it. And everyone's favorite character...
It's a shame that this hype moment is in service to Terra.
Is it you?
Some people like Terra. I am not one of those people.
You never stop lighting my...
Maybe he'll be better now that he's like here, like free, and he's probably wiser than he used to be, because he was really not wise in Birth by Sleep.
Last one, I don't feel much here. I don't have too much sympathy for the main cast of Birth by Sleep. They were never very likable, and the shit they went through was partially their own fault. That Anakin Palpatine bullshit with Terra and Xehanort was annoying. Ventus trying to find friends in every world and that basically just being his goal for half the game was annoying. The fact
It really is. The plot of Birth by Sleep can be summarized as annoying.
Ventus is dumb. Terra
is dumb.
Isn't as dumb, but she didn't really have too much of a character in that game. She has a little more here. So yeah, this reunion doesn't feel nearly as emotional. Well, that's all the appetizers out of the way. The only ones left are, well, the Xehanorts. This is it, fellas.
Buckle your seatbelts. Once again, I love these little edits I make.
We made it this far, and so did Riku and Mickey. I guess they were just standing there waiting for me to get here. Remember, Xehanort now has possession of Kairi. I guess as another backup plan? With each clash between the lights and darknesses, a key is made. Thus far, there's been 9 created. 4 to go before 13. Once there is 13, the Keyblade will be forged.
Yeah, sure. And what makes you think there'd ever be any way we'd help you with that?
You forget I plan for every eventuality.
That is fair. What if the reason...
I do like that they legitimately just pointed out that Xehanort is just... he devises plans for everything. Also, that was, I believe, the address to Square Enix headquarters. So it's public information, so it's okay.
Maybe you will. Or then again, maybe you won't.
That is pretty much what he said. I gotta lower this. Hold on.
Battle begin. Remember when I said that there was one fight that I consider genuinely challenging? This is it. It's kind of like the...
This is the one. Again, if they had to pick one fight to be the good fight here, this is the right choice.
A bit more manageable here, as it's usually not outside your view when he comes in. The 3 of them combine attacks frequently, but it's designed to work. You can avoid each move one after the other. It's not easy to do it, but that's the fun part. A few seconds into the fight, the 3 will disappear and Master Xehanort will cause a Keyblade Hurricane, taking the other 2 away.
Legitimately, this is the best vanilla game fight.
What attacks they use depends on who you've beaten at that point in the fight. One I particularly liked is when
it gets beaten by a lot of the data fights and definitely Yozora's fight, but of the base vanilla game, this is the best one.
Laser balls, lasers that circle him.
And again, I'm glad it's this one.
Uses a lot of his Kingdom Hearts 2 moves. Lasers, lightsabers, whatever these are, and kicks. Young Xehanort could put you in a time stop while he shreds your health. He uses his Keyblade as a whip, he shoots ice projectiles that can freeze you, so yeah, there's a lot of moves for you to keep track of. But it's a good thing we have...
But the fact that a fucking attraction can show up here is, like, insulting.
When you beat Ansem, Riku admits that he's gonna miss him. Ansem gives...
I really desperately hope that these are not in Kingdom Hearts 4. Seriously, they suck.
I wanted to defy my fate. But when the others betrayed us, I found I did not care. And then, nothing else seemed to matter anymore.
Ansem.
What? It is time to move.
I do genuinely wonder if, not Master Xehanort, but like, if these guys genuinely have the chance of coming back.
And seek it.
They have these weird little redemptive monologues here. Except for young Xehanort. Fuck young Xehanort.
Loneliness. He used the organization and its members as a tool, nothing more. Now he finally understands that they were more than that. They were people.
Do you see?
And this one feels a little more forced than Ansem's. Where he literally goes, like, really? That's what it's like?
Really?
Like, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know emotions were like a real thing. I thought you were fucking with me. I thought you guys didn't feel things like me. Damn, I guess I was the villain. Shit.
Young Xehanort goes out like a little bitch. He's just gonna go back to his time period and keep going like nothing happened, but Sora will fall into the deep depths of slumber forever.
What?
Goodbye, Sora. Your time in this world is...
Stupid. Your time in this world is stupid, Sora.
One last time. Oh well, we won't be seeing him again. We've got ourselves 12 keys now. He clears the clouds above, once again showing Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts was obscured by clouds. How was Sayax getting his power?
So let's use the next best thing. Sora starts rushing up to get to Xehanort, but honestly, he should have air-stepped.
To be fair, I think air-stepping in a cutscene would look stupid.
Well, that sucks. Rage isn't gonna work here. He's become too powerful. How about Riku? Nope, Mickey, well, actually that made things worse.
It is genuinely weird how Xehanort with just a bunch of gazing eye Keyblades seems way stronger than him with the Keyblade.
Well, this is unfortunate, but honestly, were you expecting him to not get it this time? He finally unlocked Kingdom Hearts, making it purple, you monster! Alright, I forgot that you guys were here.
I think this scene was changed in an update. The sky was a lot darker originally. I read that somewhere, and I don't really remember if that was the case. But I think the sky was originally a lot darker in this scene.
What? Whatever, just go with it. Someone has to go with him, though.
But for whatever reason, they changed that.
Masters will go in.
Also, Xehanort being a portal is,
They stay out here.
it's.
He'll go in with Xehanort and defeat him. But hey, only Keyblade wielders can really help with Kingdom Hearts, so you know what that means. 3 half-pints taking on a final boss again. We didn't get that in the second game. Hey, before you go...
Oh! Hey!
Kairi will be alright. I can feel it.
How would you know? You're connected to him, not her. Also, I'm just noticing that Axel...
It is weird that she would say that when she would, like, have no idea.
And a 2. And a...
Oh yeah, also, I don't know why I didn't really harp on the fact that Axel got his Keyblade back. It really seemed like Xemnas destroyed it. I guess I was wrong, but he got it back.
Only threat left.
It's weird.
Portal's taking us.
We're going to Chicago, Sora. We have to defeat Xehanort in fucking Chicago.
Whoa! Where are we?
Luckily, Chicago looks so much better than the last time I was there. This is Donald saying this, by the way.
Seems to be somewhere else in this place.
Because I couldn't. I've never been to Chicago.
Ooh, 2-for-1 deal. Okay, come on now. We just got done beating 3 Xehanorts. Oh, what's going on here? They're all glitching out into these things. Well, honestly, who cares? Because while this happens, the best song in the game plays.
It is genuinely the best song in the game. I'm going to talk over it because I don't want to get like struck or anything. I don't know why it hasn't been in the actual video, but I'm going to count my lucky stars that it did.
So the 13th must be our man. But first, let's get these guys out of the way. Seriously, that was like 10 seconds. Ugh.
I'm referring to the song, not the moment. Like, the fact that the song only plays for like 10 seconds before you have to, it turns into the fucking scary boss music.
They're all still pretty straightforward, except for their desperation move, where they start Armageddon. Lasers rain in all over the place, while the others come in to take pot shots. But aside from that, pretty easy. The real guy shows his face. This place used to be a town made for Keyblade wielders, the nexus from which all worlds spring. Apparently, I thought that was Daybreak Town.
It is. It is Daybreak Town, by the way.
Its name? Scala ad Caelum, Stairway to the Sky. Yeah, it looks like it, but that's enough talk. He wants to finish.
I mean, that's a fitting name.
Absorbs the power of all the 12 you just took out, and well, the fight begins.
This is my favorite edit I think I've ever made. That is just, it's just such a, I need to go back. That's such a good edit.
Absorbs the power of all the 12 you just took out, and well, the fight begins.
I love the fucking Xehanort having aura thing. I need to play it in slow motion now. Ba 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 ba, like that. I love that. I love the Xehanort having the aura thing, him doing that burst along with the music. I love the way that looks. I'm so proud of that. I'm really close to the mic because I'm fiddling with the keyboard. Sorry if that was really loud.
He dons the
3 half pints versus 1 liter.
To manipulate the environment to his will. The walls? That's now the floor. But that's too simple. Let's stretch the entire thing into an orthotope.
An orthotope is a 3D rectangle, and I did have to look up what a 3D rectangle was called. You think I knew what a fucking orthotope was before I made this video? Do I seem like the kind of guy that would know that?
It creates other fire pillars around it. But be careful because the old rascal will try to take you while it's happening. He'll finish it off by trying to drag you into a pending explosion. It's a fine move and all, but hey, do you know what would make...
I didn't do this. I did the zoom in on the blaster blades that time, not the entire command menu. That's the better way to do it. I don't know why I did it the other way before.
Come on. We've only been underwater once before this. This fight just went from a 5 out of 10 to a 3. He has the least moves in this phase.
I think that's fair.
Avoid them, he attacks.
This is like a 3 out of 10 fight.
You attack, rinse and repeat until his desperation.
The next fight's a lot better, I think. I mean, not a lot better, but it's a good fight.
What it was. This part sucks, it really does. Finally, we head to the surface, but Xehanort propels you into the air, separating you from Donald and Goofy. And now the rest of the fight is airborne. He doesn't really have any new moves here, it's just the same as the first phase.
Yeah, like this last phase is really not that special either.
Good thing it wasn't the actual final boss.
You think you have won?
We break through his armor, but it's not over yet. He teleports to the top of the town, and we follow him. That grin, he rarely doesn't have it. I think he has it this time because he just remembered that he has the ultimate weapon, the Keyblade.
But it's not the Ultima weapon, just the ultimate weapon.
Will the final boss be good? And well?
So I think I legitimately, yeah, I actually bit my tongue there. I think one of the, what I genuinely forgot to do was give you my final thoughts about this fight. I just say, will it be good? Let's find out. And then I don't really tell you my opinion on it. It's a good fight. It's a good final fight. It's not as good as 1 or 2's, but it's the only one of the 3 main games where it's solely focused on the base combat. Like Kingdom Hearts 1's had a lot of flying involved. Kingdom Hearts 2 was like a 20-phase fight that had a bunch of different like gameplay gimmicks attached to them, except for the last fight, really. But this one is purely purely base gameplay, which is good. I think I do prefer the other 2 though overall, because honestly, I really like the million phases to Xemnas' fight.
There, it's a straight shot to the end. Once you have him down to 1 HP, you have to use a reaction command to finish it. Uh-oh. He's got a Keyblade beam of his own, but this one's way more powerful, to the point that you'll probably die because you didn't realize that you had to plug the controller into port 2.
This part's decent with the controller speaker on the PS4.
Wait, hold on.
I think it just plays the audio like on your speakers if you're on the Xbox or PC.
The controller's making noise too.
So I'm glad I played this on the PS4 or PS5 in this case. That controller is fucking broken now. Blame my brother for that. I have a black one now. I think if they were going to end this fight on anything, this is not a bad place to do that.
You realize, Xehanort, in cutscenes you're the victors, but in gameplay, wow.
This song is from Naruto to Ultimate Ninja Storm 1. I think it's called, like, Tsunade's something or other. It was a Tsunade-themed song. The light prevails.
As you can see, this was not something Xehanort considered. But according to him, he's already won. Kingdom Hearts is looking awful intense right now.
What's gonna happen?
Now for my least favorite villain speech ever. Maybe that's exaggerating, but this one, I hate this speech.
Once it started.
Hey guys, I'm suddenly a good guy. I'm suddenly have the best intentions at heart. And I never even attempted to divulge this information to anyone because I wanted the fight.
Evil.
I wanted this fight really badly because I'm evil, but I'm not. I'm actually a great guy.
Spread across.
I actually just wanted, good reset so, the darkness would lose. Even though I am the biggest wielder of darkness of all time, I actually don't like the darkness.
No one wants this.
But the first light, the light of Kingdom Hearts, it can give us a new...
Riku, give in to the darkness. The darkness is awesome, except not really.
Nomura, you son of a bitch. You made me wait for so long to get an I'm a misguided good guy, I'm so quirky ending. I understand that the whole what would a Keyblade War
It genuinely was, like, infuriating to me.
incredibly far off from this, but to frame it in such a way that he had the best intentions at heart is such a slap in the face to everyone waiting for this game. And the fact that they
I like that my vocal cords fizzled out at the end. Such a slap in the face to everyone waiting for this game.
on his face for years. Now suddenly he's serious, saying his piece on how we need a leader? He's literally the reason that there are problems in the worlds. Before I get too in-depth on this,
I'm going to overrun the world, all the worlds with darkness, so light can prevail, guys.
Terra and Xehanort make eye contact. This is an interaction I want to see.
Master Xehanort.
Aqua, what exactly...
This part is kind of wasted. I wish that Terra actually spoke with Master Xehanort for a little bit.
Makes you think he could take on 10 gallons.
He just immediately spews Ericus out.
There's more to light than meets the eye. As I told you.
Yeah, he's just speaking as Ericus there.
You sly fox.
He's got very nice teeth for someone his age. Also, it's crazy that Ericus and Xehanort are supposed to be the same age.
Keyblade, that it's time he finishes this nonsense.
I mean, I guess Xehanort is a little older because Ericus is dead and he's not. But, like, there's not a major age difference. He's only had his physical form back for, like, a few months, right?
Enough. Checkmate.
This reminds him of the chess game, and that Ericus ended up winning. This was, good enough for him, I guess? He hands the Keyblade over to Sora.
My plan is for the best, for the whole universe, but I give up. Because chess.
And telling Terra to look after them. Xehanort watches with possibly conflicting emotions before starting to stagger, but Ericus catches him.
Ready, my friend? Yes.
What a shitty conclusion to these characters. Really hope the Master of Masters is better.
Wow. That has to have been the most underwhelming ending possible for this game. It's not actually over yet, but I just want to talk about how they handled Xehanort. Such a quick shift, and then he just fucking dies. I'm gonna go ahead and fuel my narcissism for a second and tell you how I would fix it. The last scene doesn't necessarily need to be changed too much, and
now, I don't know if this correction is much better.
Natural if there was context beforehand.
I still kind of like it, but, you know, I'm not a writer, besides for my own videos.
Quite simply, why are you doing this? Of course, in response, Xehanort would give yet another speech about Keyblade Wars and darkness and what-ifs. This would be the point where Sora says to him that no one would go this far over a hunch. What are you really after? And so, someone finally calling his bluff, he gives his motivation, but he doesn't give them a chance to argue against it, as that's when he goes into armor.
It would be better, legitimately. I really think it would be better if he gave his motivation before the fight.
The maturity that people keep talking about tells him that he's not worthy of being a leader. Not only that, but why he isn't. Xehanort sought a peaceful age using...
Now, this argument is really my love for Fallout New Vegas' ending showing. Because, you know, one of the ways you could end the game is by telling Legate Lanius why it wouldn't work. You know, why they would do a bad job. Why the Legion is just not ready to rule over a place as big as Vegas.
And ruined so many lives.
That's definitely my New Vegas loving heart showing a little there.
In a 10-year coma, put Aqua in the realm of darkness, and had Terra strike his own master and father figure down, killed said master in front of him, and stole his body just to destroy it in the process of making a heartless nobody. He tore Kairi from her homeworld and grandmother, and speaking of her, he just fucking killed her. He sliced a 15-year-old girl's back open for selfish reasons. He turned Radiant Garden into such a shithole that they changed its name to Hollow Bastion and forced...
That's how bad he is, that they had to change the name of a place
comrades into believing they were doing
to accurately reflect how bad it is now.
had it, and they're just making him stronger. His Heartless is literally named Ansem Seeker of Darkness. He even tricked Luxord into thinking his power...
Imagine if someone, like, wreaked havoc in New York City so bad that they had to change it to Old York City or something. That's not a very good comparison, but you get the point.
No one's ever really confronted him on these things. It's always been, Xehanort, you're a real meanie, you know that? If these...
I mean, Mickey tried a little bit at the end of Dream Drop, but, like, not nearly enough to really get him to fucking reveal anything.
Leadership was what he was after. And so, this being the first time he's confronted with this, it actually gets to him a little bit. Visible with him getting angry instead of just confidently denying these things as usual. That's when the final battle begins. I'd change the way it works just a little bit to suit this ending that I'm making here. It'd be faster and more hectic, fitting...
Yeah, I mean, this version of the fight wouldn't fit a lot with this version of the ending I'm creating in my head.
It makes Xehanort realize the things that he's been missing out on in pursuit of his goals. He killed his best friend, someone who would have done the same for him as Donald and Goofy just did for Sora. And so, his beam weakens as his confidence wavers, and that's what leads to it being broken and him being struck down. The destination is the same, but I personally think that would have made it a bit better. You might think that was terrible, and maybe it was, but to me, it would have not only...
And maybe it still is. Maybe it's just my own biases showing, I don't know.
...confidence crumble like that.
What do you think?
...that we got was underwhelming at best. But, let's move on to our ending. Back in the Keyblade graveyard, it's done. Or is it? You may have not noticed, but Kairi's still dead. The only thing that could possibly bring her back is the power of waking.
I like how in this pre-rendered cutscene, they have a major aversion to having Mickey really express himself.
Saying that he can
like,
find her, but just like
maybe it was a Disney thing. Maybe they were like, in a pre-rendered cutscene, he has to be smiling all the time.
Neither does Riku. He's bringing Kairi home no
His eyes can be sad, but his face must be smiling.
Now, for the Where Are They Now segment. The Disney crew made it back to the castle, and Yensid too. The Wayfinders set up a memorial for Ericus with his Keyblade, so I guess Aqua's going back to Rainfell. They start walking back, but Chirithy comes
I didn't really figure Keyblade wielders really had that level of control over like what kind of Keyblade they have ownership over.
And then she
It should just be like your heart dictates the ownership of it or something.
A little crowded, don't you think? In Radiant Garden, they put the Riku replica to good use.
Yeah, that's just asking for someone to fall off that tower.
She's back. I guess Riku and Namine are a thing. The man's cucking himself. But wait, I thought it would be her and Roxas based on the...
Oh, this is one of my favorite jokes in the video.
...going on in the second game. Maybe he's with Shion.
Shit, is that incest?
Thieves is rebuilt. Make it back to the real world with Andy. Sully and Mike finally get their playdate with Boo. Arendelle still sucks ass. 2 Baymaxes. And then we get over to Destiny Islands. This is a real everyone is here moment. Ventus is playing Frisbee with Axel and Isa. Shion and Namine are looking at seashells for some reason. Donald, Goofy, Hayner, Pence, and Olette are making sand...
I mean, what else is there really to do besides, like, look at seashells on this island? It's not even a great island, honestly.
But you didn't have long to say goodbye.
Can't play fucking Clash of Clans on your phone here. What's the point? Just fade away, pretty much, like Sora's doing.
And that's it. That's the end. Okay, not really. You see, we have another cutscene after the credits. Xehanort's Keyblade went flying, all the way over here, where someone was waiting for it. Some portals appear,
Now, maybe it's the fact that I haven't played Union Cross. I could genuinely be a part of it. But I have zero, and I mean zero interest in the foretellers. I hope that they are at least made to be a little more interesting in Kingdom Hearts 4.
Is that you, Lucio? You look different.
But again, that could just be because I haven't played Union Cross.
Heard that name in a long...
But I have watched back cover. They were not interesting in back cover.
Okay.
Which is a shame, because, you know, they were kind of the central focus of that movie.
Multiple times so he wouldn't die of old age. Just like the master...
Also, Xigbar's Lushu, guys.
...over to someone else, and it was...
I like how his face scar looks painted on in a pre-rendered cutscene.
For who knows how...
Looks like a tattoo.
It eventually fell into Xehanort's hands. And so, once it came time for Lucio to reclaim it, he was Braig, working for Xehanort under the condition that he gets that Keyblade once it's over. The rest you know. He turns into a nobody, he becomes Xigbar, etc. Now that he has it and the box, the time has come to enact the Master of Masters' next phase of the plan. It seems Ava didn't make it like the other 4 did. Whatever her role was, it wasn't leading her here. By the way, Pete and Maleficent! They found the box! Now all they need to do is get it. Aced gets fed up and demands to know what Xigbar's role was.
Well, apparently he was the traitor. Spoilers for Union Cross, I guess. I don't know, it's been long enough.
I hope you like long stories.
It ended before this video came out, so yeah, it's been 5 years.
That's it. Okay, again, not really. As is tradition, there's a secret ending. In the past games, it was kinda time-consuming to get them, but here
I don't even really fully remember what all the requirements were to get the secret final mix ending.
ending entail.
For 2, I mean. Welcome to Quadratum. But like maybe an alternate version of Quadratum, because it seems like the version of Quadratum in the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer is just different. I could be wrong about that.
This might be a good spot.
Funny joke. But also, like, you know, in Kingdom Hearts 4, it's like a populated city, but in here, it's not populated at all.
It's a secret ending, it's meant to be confusing, just keep playing. As Riku's walking along the sidewalk, he can feel that someone's watching.
Sorry, I had to crack them. Had to crack open a cold one. And by a cold one, let's just say, my knuckles.
What? But it's Yuzora from Toy Box.
From Toy Box.
We're bringing Versus 13 into Kingdom Hearts, aren't we, Nomura? Finally.
I was zooming in on the Square Enix on the poster. It might not have been easy to tell.
Okay, lot to unpack.
Reconnect my dick in your butt. Got him.
Mine does answer some of the major questions, so
I'm sorry.
Save it for then. Well, that's it. We beat the main story, got through the thick of it. That ending was gross. I would like you to keep in mind that this was Kingdom
I maintain that.
3, the game
It is not a good ending.
for years. A game hyped up to be the ending of the Xehanort.
I would like to point out that I think Kingdom Hearts 2's ending is really good.
The next game. Do you understand?
And it's not a requirement that it is, like, that this ending has to be as good as 2's, but it wasn't good at all.
It seems like this next saga with the Master of Masters and Zigbar and wherever the hell we are right now is much more thought out and advanced than the Xehanort saga. It's more interesting. But before we get to that, we have to finish what we started. And this game barely did that.
Exactly, past me. It barely did anything to really conclude this fucking arc.
Checkmate, and then he just dies. And then Sora poofs out.
Like, they didn't even try.
Save that shit for later. Focus on making beating Xehanort better. Then we could focus on the next saga. Instead, it feels like we've moved on before we're at the final boss. This plot had no focus at all. It'll shift from Xehanort to mystery test subject in a split second, back to Xehanort, then did you know you guys are Keyblade wielders? We never go anywhere with that, but just thought I'd let you know. Then Xehanort, then ooh, what's this mystery box? Am I being too harsh? I really don't think I am.
You're not. You're not being too harsh. This is great.
Deserve better than this. Video isn't done though. There are still more critiques to be made, but also some praise. Hold on to your hats, because it's time to enter the post-game.
Anhedonia is the inability to experience joy or pleasure of any kind.
Can do, but only one of them is mildly.
There's an episode of House where there are anhedonic patients.
Portals have opened up across all the worlds. There are 14 in total, but you only have to go to.
They have some sort of they had Mediterranean fever, but it was like a specific kind of it.
Some of them straight up suck. There's more than one that feature these big mini-boss heartless that we've seen throughout the game, and they are just the worst. Not because they're too hard or too easy or even cheap. The problem is that the camera is terrible around them. It just doesn't know what to do when you're hitting at close range, which is...
Yeah, I guess maybe it would be better to not be locked onto them, I guess.
There's this one in the Caribbean that goes...
That probably wouldn't even help that much, actually.
This one in Toy Box is putrid. I didn't really go over these dinosaur guys because the only time we fought them was when we had access to the mech, so that destroyed them. But now that we're mechless against 5 of them, I can tell you that...
Alright, I could have rolled to the side for that. I didn't think that they could go that far.
Has like 2 frames of wind-up before it's too late. I'm exaggerating, of course, and I'm sure this looks like it's plenty of time, but when your mind is focused on the other assholes that might do the same thing at the same time, your reaction times will get worse. This is once again a case of this game showing its birth by sleep. Putting 5 giant enemies in a fight with significantly higher health than they used to, might I add, isn't challenging, it's fuck you. So you gotta stay ranged until one's separated from the rest, or there's only...
Yeah, this fight really fucking sucks. I don't really have much else to add.
Isn't nearly as bad. As you can see, they're mechs. I only need to beat one and then the fight is basically over. The battle gates end up feeling like the Colosseum matches, but a much higher clusterfuck to match ratio and none of the charm. Also, I experienced the only softlock I've ever gotten in this series in one of the battle gates. I killed everyone, but it wouldn't end. It wasn't a very large arena.
I remember I got a comment that said, oh yeah, one of them is like up top there. And then it happened to me again. So I decided to check if there was one like up at the top layer. And there wasn't. I was just soft locked.
The first one is written by the mystery test subject that Xehanort was looking for, labeled Subject X. All she recalls is that she had 4 friends and there was a key somewhere in there, and yeah, that's all she's got. Aside from that, she just reiterates things we already know, like that Axel and Isa visited her frequently. But the person that took her away from Xehanort's clutches wasn't Ansem the Wise, but actually Xigbar. She's likely someone from Keyblade War times, based on her saying, "May my heart be my guiding."
I mean, I guess it could be someone else with an eye patch.
Saying much aside,
you know, but it's not.
Is actually a descendant of the original masters from the Age of Fairy Tales. There was some written by Isa, not really revealing much we didn't already know. There's one written by Evan that reveals that the person among the organization's ranks who wanted out earlier was Isa. He doesn't say his name outright, but
otherwise known as Syax, in case you didn't know.
Had no reason to switch sides, so that's the only conclusion we can come to. There's some more non-revealing ones written by Yenzo, and the final 3 are written by Xigbar, going just a bit further in depth on his plan to get Xehanort's Keyblade. It was destined that someone would come and start another Keyblade War, and so once that person revealed himself, it was time to take it back. He was intentionally playing the part of a jackass looking for a Keyblade just for the sake of power as break, and now that it's all done and over with, the Master of Masters will return soon. That's cool or whatever.
God, I hope.
Focused on the secret 14th battle gate containing this game's only super boss, Dark Inferno. I knew that that's what this thing.
It is really like kind of embarrassing that they had one secret boss in the base game.
Until 1 below the max.
Like really? 1?
I upgraded past the halfway point, ate the only cuisine in the playthrough, got to level 52, and beat it on my first try.
Although, I guess now that I think about it, Kingdom Hearts 2 only had Sephiroth, didn't it?
Not really saying a lot.
So Kingdom Hearts 1 takes the trophy here.
Too much damage. It gets harder as it goes on, but the main problem with the boss is that you can easily tank most of his moves and be fine.
The only problem with Kingdom Hearts 1 having multiple secret bosses is that it didn't have Sephiroth in the Japanese version.
Couldn't really afford taking too many hits.
I'm gonna guess Final Mix had it, but the original Kingdom Hearts 1 in Japan did not have Sephiroth.
He has this one move where he stuns you if you get hit. For some reason in this most recent playthrough I kept getting hit by it, but most of the time he follows it up by disappearing for 10 seconds, giving you plenty of time to get out of the stun and avoid what comes next. I don't know what to say, man, it's just not right. Aside from that, there's the ultimate weapon, and that's it. Getting the ultimate weapon is annoying as always, but in a different way this time. You need 7 Orichalcum pluses. 2 are found in chests. 1 you get for getting 80 of
I should stress that
1 is by
getting the ultimate weapon is never fun. This is just not fun in a different way that was worth explaining.
Previous ones, it's a great time. There's one for doing the Flantastic 7 minigames. They're the equivalent of the Mushroom 13 and 2 Final Mix. I don't think I need to go over them. And the last
I really didn't.
Is by doing this
They're boring.
Fucking sledding minigame again and finding 10 collectibles, which means you have to do it multiple times and it takes like 12 years to do it once, but once you've done all that, you have the ultimate weapon. The best Keyblade, arguably. It doesn't have an incomplete shot line.
Yeah, also, by the way, that sledding minigame having to do it like a bunch of different times to get all of them, fuck that. Genuinely fuck that.
Wiping out everyone in sight. Its Keyblade form, Ultimate form, is the successor to Final form. It's not quite as fun as that to me, but it's still pretty fun. It splits the Keyblade into many pieces and uses them in combos. It's very cool visually, and quite the damage dealer. Its finisher is basically another screen nuke. Overall, it's the most effective Keyblade of them all, but I'm not sure that it's the most fun to use.
I think the battle gates have the interesting gimmick of some of them having a special nobody that was in the previous games, but there's only the only way you can encounter it is in the battle gate, and they're way stronger than they used to be. That's interesting, but like, I don't know, not that interesting.
The base game version was harder than the Final Mix variant due to not having limit form. So again, that's something you might actually want the ultimate weapon for. This has 13 generic Heartless battles and a boss that, despite everything you have at your disposal, the devs thought shouldn't be too hard.
Again, that's really embarrassing.
So, we've experienced everything that the base game has to offer now. I've been conflicted as to whether or not I should tackle anything after that for a long time.
What I was conflicted about was whether or not I would divide the Remind portion into a different video. I'm very glad I did not do that.
A lot of this game's shortcomings and symbolizes one of the biggest ones. So, what do you say? Go on one last adventure with me? Well, if you're still here, that's probably a yes. Let's start from our next beginning. 3 months after this game's release, a free update was launched with 2 big features. One being New Game Plus. You can start a new game carrying over everything you've gotten from your last playthrough. And by that, I mean all of your Keyblades, albeit now at a completely unupgraded stage, and selfie poses.
That also is embarrassing. Why even have New Game Plus at that point?
Completely from scratch. But with more Keyblades and selfie poses, only the necessities. But the other new feature was Critical Mode.
Did they really think that the selfie poses were going to be like, that like people were going to take a million selfies?
A definitive way to play that game, but it does have some faults. There are some enemies that can really shred your health in 1 to 3 hits, but those enemies are far and few between, and some really...
It's few and far between, by the way. I don't know why I said it the incorrect order this entire video. But to be fair, the amount of times I say it is far and few between.
Must have heard this, but fixing that problem wouldn't be easy. They wouldn't need to simply change some values. I'd argue for some enemies there's no need to do that. They just need to be more aggressive. Making it more punishing to be hit by certain moves wouldn't be the only fix they'd need to do. I remember...
And they did not do that.
I booted the game up and...
I didn't really explicitly say that, but they did not do that.
Turn this game around. I fucking hated it. As soon as I had gotten out of Olympus, I wanted to stop playing consistently throughout the rest of it. Nearly every enemy was one-shotting me. Here, look at this. This is the first fight in the game.
This fucking glitch.
It can't be.
Its hitbox must be all fucked up for that to happen.
Very small amount of health. Large bodies are supposed to hit hard, but I don't think it's fair to get killed in 1 hit when I didn't get hit. You probably think I'm cherry-picking, and you're right, I am. But now let's look at the first fight in Twilight Town. This goes from simple early game fight to why the fuck can Dusks kill me in 2 hits? And the snipers are just the absolute worst. That fight was pure stress and nothing else. And it's supposed to be super easy. It is super easy, I'm proud. And this continued...
A weirdly difficult early game fight on Critical.
To people who decide to play on this mode, it's use Kupo coins. Let me tell you why. Withstand Combo is this game's equivalent to Once More. It, as its title implies, lets you survive a combo that would normally kill you at 1 HP. But it won't save you from singular attacks that can kill you, which is what the vast majority of enemies will kill you with. Second Chance is what will save you from that. Depending on what you pick between attack, defense, and magic, you'll learn this ability at different levels. I picked defense, which gets you Second Chance at the earliest level, 30. I beat the game at level 30. AKA, I didn't have it until the very end. This part's more so my own fault.
Yeah, on Critical Mode they should have had Second Chance packed in.
Until post-game. Either way, throughout a good 98% of the game, 1 tap for most enemies could kill me. As a bonus...
And I never really felt the need for that on Critical Mode in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Counter abilities, Combo Master, etc. Second Chance should have absolutely been one of them. But as it is, use Kupo coins to avoid unnecessary hair pulling. Now, when I originally beat the game on Critical, I came out thinking that it was complete and utter bullshit. They couldn't make it naturally difficult, so let's have everything kill you in at most a few hits. It wasn't until making this video that I played it again. Twice, as a matter of fact. It's amazing how much it changed for me. It went from bullshit to somehow still too easy? I know, that sounds fucking stupid, right? But it's the truth. There's a good reason for this. When I was looking up which abilities you get early on this difficulty,
I probably wouldn't do this in a video nowadays too.
This mode's biggest problem.
To shit on an article that I just found. I mean, I'm not really shitting on it, but I'm like, I'm criticizing it.
From previous KH titles. This mode is designed to make you rely on all the game's mechanics.
What a strange screenshot, though. This doesn't really communicate anything.
You can, to give yourself just enough of an edge to make it through. Well, first of all, if it is more than just enemy buffs, can you tell me what else has changed with the enemies? Because I don't see any differences. And second, why yes, it is designed to make you use everything you have at your disposal. And when I say use, I mean abuse. Of course, like before, you can use Keyblade forms, Grand Magic, Cuisine, Shotlocks, etc. It's hardly breaking new grounds to say that using them makes the game easier. But there's one thing that can especially get you through the game without too much effort. I said earlier that you can't die while using a Link. You take damage, but once you're at 1 HP, you're fine. I didn't use Links too much on that original playthrough, but now I know just how OP it is.
Yeah, this strat is still undefeated.
Was that they don't show up frequently enough to change much, and that much is true. If you're not keeping an eye on your MP bar at all times. You need a full bar to use a Link, and it's very easy to get to that state. On Proud Mode, it's unlikely that you'll use potions or ethers pretty much at all, but now they're quite useful in breaking the game. Ethers aren't incredibly cheap, but potions sure are, and they're useful throughout the whole game because your health bar is a lot smaller on Critical. Unless you're in a situation where you need Leaf Bracer, don't use Cure, just drink yourself into a potion addiction. And if you ever use offensive magic...
Sorry, I don't really have much to say about this part. It's just, I feel like I got it right here.
But your MP bar
Oh, except for this part. Because,
until you're back to full. And you could have a...
it recharges slower.
Just in case.
That's my bad.
Doing that will have...
I think I might have said this earlier. I don't really remember. But,
enemies and keep you...
yeah, on critical mode, yeah, you do have a smaller MP bar, but it regenerates about as slowly as it does on Proud.
They put me in that position. Without links, this mode sucks. There's no in between. It's either painfully bullshit or still piss easy.
Sea Spectacle is undefeated. Undefeated. The MVP.
But at the same time, I don't know which I prefer between this and Proud. I guess they both suck in their own special way. With that out of the way, we can get to the DLC. 1 year after Kingdom Hearts 3's release, DLC was made for it, at a pretty hefty $30. Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind. Final Mix is now a thing of the past. The DLC includes more content after the adventure, but also it makes one large addition to the main story. At the start of a playthrough during your dive into the heart, you're given a new choice, them being if you want to use easy codes or pro codes. Also, neither is an option. These are two sets.
And easy codes and pro codes were not a bad addition. I feel like they maybe should have been a new game plus thing.
Gummy ship, never messing up cooking minigames, one
I feel like having that option during any playthrough was a little weird.
The last thing this game needs is to be easier, but it's actually very useful if you want to speed run through. As for pro codes, we have health, MP, and focus draining, deactivating things like Keyblade forms, links, putting your defense at 0, and so on. I didn't bring up attractions when talking about critical mode because I actually used a pro code to turn them off. It's a very interesting way for the developers to tell us to make our own damn difficulty if we're so smart. But like I said, removing features doesn't automatically make the game better. The features that are there need to be tweaked heavily, and there isn't a code that does that. Unfortunately, this DLC doesn't...
What a great line, am I right? That was super badass.
Are given after
Damn, I'm good.
Those additions being 2 Keyblades and some abilities. As for the abilities, the only one of note to me is the new combo finisher, Last Charge. It's much faster, and I believe it does more damage too.
I think it does, yes.
Classic Oathkeeper in Oblivion. To get Oathkeeper, you need to get all the lucky emblems and beat the game. To get Oblivion, you need to beat the game on critical mode. They're both very similar. They have different incomplete shot locks.
It is interesting that Oblivion is a difficulty exclusive Keyblade. I don't think there's any other item in the series like that.
Moves in 2
I could be wrong.
They have 2 Keyblade forms each, the first being light form and dark form. Again, the first form is a little different between the two. I believe the only difference is their combo finishers. Aside from that, it's basically just a speedy new form that's not all too different from your base form.
It does feel good though. It's a nice feeling form.
You're fast as hell, the combos are fun to look at, this combo finisher is great, and the finisher is another Roxas-esque move. These are the most fun Keyblades to use. I just wish they added some things to the main...
Yeah, they're not statistically the best Keyblades, but they are the most fun to use by a pretty wide margin.
One that comes to mind is when Syax tells you to keep killing Heartless. We get an extra cutscene right after where Syax reports to Xemnas, saying that he did, in fact, tell them to...
Yeah, this cutscene was kind of pointless. I don't know why it was added.
Serving their greater goals, kind of dampening that twist later on. Another that I can think of was right after Axel sacrificed himself. We go back to the organization room and they say how they feel about him doing that.
Perhaps he put his existence on the line and won what he'd been longing for.
Wait a minute. How would that even be possible? We don't exist, remember? What you're saying goes against the laws of nature.
Then perhaps he bet his non-existence.
I can't say these cutscenes added much to their character. It adds nothing, really.
I think I got some shit for saying that, but I still agree with it. I really don't think it was a necessary... Most of these cutscenes felt kind of unnecessary.
Fun to learn and punish. It
just kind of told us things we already knew. For the most part, there's some interesting cutscenes in there, but I feel like most of them are just redundant.
That's not what the majority of people bought the DLC for. What we're really after here is the 2 new chapters, Remind and Limit Cut. Remind is the only one we have access to right now. Limit Cut is unlocked after beating it. Quick note before we go in, I played through this DLC on critical mode. Let's go.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Remind the creators to make a better game, lol.
Revolves around Sora's adventure bringing Kairi back to the land of the living. I was thinking about going over some of the trailers like I did for the main game, but just like then, they spoil the fuck out of it so...
Boy, am I glad I didn't do that. That was a terrible idea that came in my mind, and I'm glad I did not listen to it.
They brought Shion back, or what happened to the Lingering Will. Let's get into this, shall we? The first thing we're greeted with when entering Remind is the cutscene...
Oh yeah, I feel like I should point this out, but You could tell I lost all my footage of Kingdom Hearts 3 because the footage I used of all the cutscenes had Sora using Kingdom Key because it was just taken from theater mode. Because I didn't want to watch all the cutscenes again in my playthroughs, so on my subsequent replaythroughs, I skipped all the cutscenes. But in Remind, I actually managed to still have the original footage, so I didn't need to re-record it. So you could see I have Oblivion and Oathkeeper in the cutscenes here.
Supposedly what's in the box is a mystery, so why the hell are they even looking for it? He was told Xemnas was the one who gave the order to him, but he asked the big man himself and he didn't even know what Luke Sword was talking about. So Xigbar's caught with his pants down and has to come up with a new story. The best he can do is just say that he's so curious. For being alive for thousands of years, living who knows how many lives and making new backstories for himself constantly, he sure is a terrible liar.
And where
He really is.
this?
You'd think he would have his story straight.
I don't remember. I keep my eyes and ears wide open, but I've traveled...
Like, he's lived as Braig/Xigbar for how long? And he really... And it's hard to keep everything straight, really? Kill him. Oh.
If this box is truly as important as you say, why now? I believe you discovered that others also seek it, and you need to find it before anyone else does. In order to keep your connection to the box a secret from those around you. Xigbar, who are you really?
Doesn't actually matter to him, just wants to let Xigbar know that he's onto him.
I'm content to feign ignorance.
Yeah, this is a good scene. I like this scene.
The question is, who are you, Luke Sword?
Oh, cool. Luke Sword's super important too. But in all seriousness, I really do like this scene. It's not often that we see a character get owned with facts and logic in this series.
That was another victim of me speaking too fast. I said, another character gets owned with facts and logic.
So he hasn't become the total...
He got owned with facts and logic.
The, Master of Masters. It seems he sent Xehanort off on some grand tour across all the worlds to see if it would give him a new worldview. It most certainly did. There's darkness everywhere. There needs to be a reset, a purge. We need a ruler, a good, handsome ruler, like me, yada yada. The Master is letting him blabber on, essentially being a yes.
So this is the Master's fault, then.
Leading me to believe that he's subtly egging Xehanort on toward a path that suits his own goals. But this isn't a very long conversation, as it's time for the Master to go. He gives Xehanort his name, but it seems his lav mic started...
My name is Ian.
75 years later.
I hope he has a name like that. My real name is fucking... John.
I stand here
John Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. As I said, Rutger Hauer passed away 6 months after this game's initial release, so he had to be replaced once again by Christopher Lloyd. He does okay. This scene takes place in between Dream Drop and this game, as what we talk about here is filling out the rest of their ranks. They're still missing 2. Number 12 is reserved for Terranort, who they're working to bring to the present day. And the last space was reserved for Sora, but the Light Gang saved him from getting Norded. So we're gonna have to go with Plan B, Sora.
Xion.
But if you recall, back in 358/2, when Xion was killed by Roxas, everyone lost their memories of her. So how could they bring back someone they didn't even know existed? Well, the answer is quite simple. Their hearts may have forgotten, but...
This really is... It's so weird, like, it sounds so stupid, but logically it isn't stupid.
All over again when reading them.
But, like, it's stupid, right?
Still some fanfiction sounding bullshit to me. Now let's get to what we came here for. Sora's first stop on his new adventure is the final world. Cheerthy reiterates what young Xehanort, Mickey, and the ending said. He's already restored 6 hearts. If he continues on this path, he'll fade away from the mortal world. And on top of that, he'll lose the power of waking, so he can't just use it to come back. But, once again, Sora don't care, just point him in the right direction. Basically, what's about to happen is Sora's gonna go back in time yet again and redo the Keyblade graveyard, doing everything in his power to stop Kairi from getting Deep Sixed. But because his heart was already present in a time travel sense, we're going back to the first timeline, the one where we all got fucked up. Going up until we restarted the first time, and then finally we'll move from that timeline, the one where we beat the game. Does that make sense?
Even I'm just listening to the rules.
Traversing this old timeline,
I don't fully get it.
Guardians, making our way through all of them until we get to Kairi. So, first things first, Terranort one-shots Ventus. And through that, we see what's going on deep inside his heart. Someone's in there with him. Someone dark. It's not Vanitas, though. If you've ever played Union Cross like I haven't, you know that a mysterious figure named simply Darkness took refuge inside Ventus's heart. doing some kind of evil things, like killing Laurium aka Marluxia's sister Strelitzia. I guess they never left, as they challenged.
Isn't Strelitzia the one we saw in fucking Quadratum in the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer? I think that's supposed to be Strelitzia, right?
Very funny. After obliterating them, we go back to business. Now we go over to Aqua's heart, where we see why she gave up on fighting it so quickly. You see, in her eyes, the tornado wasn't a terrible nightmare, but rather a dream come true. I suppose it's...
Now, I said that I vastly regretted writing and recording that, but like, if I could let the mask slip for a second, she's so fine. She's so fine.
Nothing's different here. I don't even think it's been made any harder. I beat it in about a minute because I was a higher level than I was the first time. Tornado takes her, tornado takes everyone.
A lot of people really like this bit, and so do I. I don't think my phone had a screen recording feature at that point, so I'm pretty sure the audio was literally me just recording my phone's audio from another phone.
We've passed over to the second timeline, and our man LW...
Or maybe I was doing it through just through my Blue Yeti mic.
...him and Terranort to their battle.
This bit is a little too long. I don't know why I showed this entire clash before I got to the jokey bit. But, fun fact, this clip that I made is one of the first things I made for the video. Which is weird, because it isn't even that good. Minus the last part. The last part's pretty funny.
I've been preparing since I last fought him. What witty line should I use against him? That why does your mind resist thing didn't really make any sense. It also wasn't really a witty...
It does make sense.
I gotta have one this time. I mean, I'm the Xehanort. That's what I do best. Well, aside from giving some brain-dead explanation as to why I'm still alive and can never die. Okay, the time has come. I've made my decision.
Wretched spirit.
Master Xehanort, why?
Will says that he's gonna protect Aqua and Ven no matter what, you know the drill. But then something I really don't like happens. Terranort starts kicking his ass.
I hate it when fan service goes south.
Crushes his helmet skull. Why the fuck is Terranort suddenly so OP? He couldn't do shit in Birth by Sleep. You can't make this such a hype moment and then have this asshole beat this secret super boss. So I guess that's how Terranort came back to the battle later. He just nonchalantly killed him. But in this new timeline, Sora jumps in and saves the day.
How can you be here?
Hey, I can travel to different times too, you know. Did you think you were the only one with that power?
Roasted. Oh, but never mind. I fucking hate this. Stop it. Stop winning. Great, the Lingering Will sacrifices...
Terranort is too much of a little bitch to really be getting this much, to be winning this much.
He barely speaks, which was Terra's worst quality. All he ever did was think brown-haired twinks, ducks, and dogs were Xehanort and beat ass. And now he's one shot by one of the shittiest characters. Rest in peace, I guess. Now we get to fight Terranort alone. Unlike Anti-Aqua, I think he's been made a bit harder due to not having Vanitas with him. It's still not incredibly hard though. He has the same moves, but he goes just a bit faster. Once again, cutscene villains win. Sora gets grabbed, Terranort yells a bit more, and before Sora can die, he's sent back to the true timeline to continue where he left off. And now we're going through all the old fights again, but with a few major differences in each of them. Except for the first one with Mickey. All you get there is a new kind of shitty team attack. So let's...
It is really shitty.
Zigbar battle, you get...
It's kind of like the Heroic Origins finisher, where it's like...
That's just Aqua's...
It's just kind of whoever it hits, and if it doesn't hit anyone, I don't know.
There's a bonus cutscene that takes place after Sora leaves the area. Demix pops in to take the empty replica. It's kind of weird seeing these two interact with each other.
It's also kind of weird that this had to be saved for Remind. Like, that wasn't really a cutscene that revealed much.
Going for Terranort and Vanitas. But before we get to them, we see another bonus cutscene with the Wayfinders talking to them.
Maybe not, but I'm still going to keep calling his name. We have to light his way home.
You know, it is interesting that it's pretty clear that the English voice cast were either in a different recording booth or they were recording from home for this bit. For Remind, I mean, and like it's very noticeable. Like they sound like they are in a different environment, which is weird because I'm pretty sure this was done pre-COVID.
There's a new team attack.
I think COVID happened shortly after this DLC was released.
For a little while, Sora finally comes back in, and we get the choice to either swap back or stay as Aqua for the rest of the fight. I wonder. I beat Vanitas first last time, but what if I went for Terran?
Aqua, if I recall, isn't really that fun for this fight, too.
Would there be an alternate cutscene? Now I'm curious. Let's see. Oh, okay. Anyway, Vanitas goes night-night, and then Terra comes back. Let's keep it moving. Another pre-Sora cutscene with Axel and Kairi.
Are you truly foolish enough?
Yeah, like Xemnas here.
Believe you can defeat us?
He sounds like he's in a much different recording booth than he was previously.
To do that?
I think you'll lose, Axel.
Axel.
Now that we know Saïx wanted out, we can tell that he was the one that planted the seeds for Xion to regain her memories.
Wait. That Keyblade. Is that you, Roxas?
Is that you, Sora? Why did you switch sides? Shadow Sora from Captain Hook's ship? Is that you?
It's not Roxas.
No, it's not Shadow Sora. Axel. And then Shion's like, Shadow Sora. I'm getting my memory back.
This fight had the most added to it by a lot. Once Roxas returns, Xemnas doesn't just take Kairi and leave. First, he traps both her and Sora in the Cage of Naught, and he fights with Saïx, leaving us to play as Roxas. And let me tell you, Roxas is very fun to play as. His combo starter has him warp to his opponent no matter where they are relative to him. And he also doesn't seem to take hit stun at all to minor attacks. Mid-combo, you could do the classic Dusk reversal into a different finisher. Kinda. The man's a beast, but hold on, what's the title of this video?
I'm kind of glad that Roxas is fun to play as, because I think Roxas might genuinely be my favorite character.
One punishes you for being too close, and the other punishes you for being too far. And the only things that
like, we had the most personal look into his life out of any of them through the intro to 2.
With him not blinking when you hit him. There's also this team attack that for some reason shows up incredibly rarely. I had to reload a save twice just to get this fucking thing to show. So the character's fun, but the fight itself isn't. Does that make sense? What's that? Too negative? Well, so was your mother when, fuck. Once you do enough damage...
That joke was the most real me of any joke in this video. It's just me burping and going, fuck. That's what I sound like in real life.
Flashy screen nuke. Nothing else of note here. Now for the moment of truth. We just gotta stop Xehanort from... Really, Sora? Alright.
To be fair, he didn't have... Present Sora didn't have any control over that.
Mickey somehow contacts Sora telepathically through the time stop and tells him something that he fucking should have said the first time around. And that's that Xehanort actually didn't kill Kairi just then, but rather he crystallized her heart so that just in case he were to lose to these 3 dipshits in the next few seconds, he'd just use Kairi's heart to activate Kingdom Hearts anyway.
I had an itch.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you for a second. Everything that I just said could be very incorrect, but I don't know what else it could be. That's very clearly what Mickey is saying here. And if that's the case, it doesn't make any sense at all. Again, he didn't kill her, but he was going to if he had lost. So why the fuck didn't he just kill her? If he did that, he could get to Kingdom Hearts.
Xehanort, like, the worst part of the writing for Kingdom Hearts always comes out when Xehanort is involved.
Kill them if you want Kingdom Hearts so bad. Does he have a backup plan fetish? It all feels like...
It's like they write themselves into ditches for no reason.
She's not dead. All we gotta do is get her heart.
Let's give a perfect way that Xehanort could win this thing, and then make him not do it because he wanted to do it this way.
Am I right?
Stupid.
Well, it's time to take another trip to Skylight Kailum, this time in spirit form, before our canon self goes in. We can't be in the same space at the same time physically, or else we'll merge and things will go as they did before. So we gotta rush and find her heart before the 3 half-pints come in. Makes sense so far? Fuck you. Let's rewind a bit, in real life. Apparently there was a press-only trailer for this game in 2015, showing Sora exploring Scala much more than we ended up doing in the base game. Remind is...
I feel like I only read like one article that said that, and I kind of took it as gospel. That might have just been a rumor.
We've got some Heartless over here. One Shadow has this strange aura around him, as well as having a lot of health and a teleportation habit. So, you know, that means obviously it must die. This part's actually pretty hard. They bombard you with other Heartless and Nobodies while you chase after this thing. But it's all good, because that one song that I really liked from earlier...
Oh yeah, those unique Nobodies that you fought all over Kingdom Hearts 2, but only in the battle gates show up here too.
Shadow reveals that it was holding onto a fragment of Kairi's heart, one of 5. The others seem to be hidden around the town. There's one that you get by matching colors on this very unnecessary looking decoration, but look out because you get ambushed once you get the heart piece. There's one that's in this fountain and you gotta get it working by beating the shit out of it, but once again, look out, another ambush awaits you. The next is caged up in the tunnels, so you gotta make your way to a spot where you could die.
Why is the mic...
Finally,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at OBS right now. Why is the mic showing like there's audio constantly going? That's weird.
Thinking Man's tutorial boss. Well, we've got all of them. Shouldn't you just materialize back or something? Wrong, here's Xehanort instead. You know, kiddo, use the power of waking like that and you're gonna end up paying the ultimate price. You're not my dad, Xehanort, get to the point. Turns out he's the one that hid the fragments of her heart. Very thoughtfully.
He almost like kind of comes across as a different character when now that he's voiced by Christopher Lloyd. It's kind of weird. It feels like he's written a little differently.
Either way,
he's not usually this talkative.
Pints are here, so it's time for them to merge. From here, we fight these guys again. Nothing new to note here.
Or at least not talkative in that context, to literally just like show up in front of Sora and be like, haha, I hid them, hee hee, I tricked you, ha. Like, he doesn't really do that.
Would that spit out the remaining fragments? Better safe than
like in Remind, he almost comes across as like a villain of the week type thing.
Can't keep calling him these guys. What's their name? Replica Xehanorts. Okay, so the Replinorts had the same idea. They summon a bunch of Keyblade portals and push the Guardians into the air. Hoo boy, it's a great day for a fight. 6 lights versus 12 darknesses in a climactic final battle. Admittedly, there's really nothing to this fight. It's just a whole bunch of mashing X with the occasional square when they synchronize. But I mean, come on, this is pretty cool. Technically, you're playing as everyone, and there's even...
This is decent fan service.
If there's one big flaw with this part, it's that said banter is terribly mixed with the music and you can barely hear it.
And they never fixed it with an update or anything. I wonder if the Japanese version it sounds better.
What? Why aren't there subtitles? It's not like there weren't subtitles during gameplay before. I can't hear the only interaction Roxas and Ventus have. I also think...
I believe it's Ventus goes, Roxas, was it? You're pretty good. And then Roxas goes, yeah, you're pretty good yourself. That's it. It's really not that much of an interaction.
Send the gang flying into the keyholes. Mickey's about to get sucked in, but Riku takes the fall. Now only the rats left. 1 against 12, the odds are stacked against him. But who said it couldn't be done? He'll fight to his last breath and keep fighting, damn it. We play as Mickey here, struggling but barely warding off their attacks.
Now this song is from Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, from when Guy uses the 8 gates.
They get more aggressive as time goes on, but it's nothing hard. It's not supposed to be. It's kind of funny, but part of the song that plays here sounds like the American national anthem.
It really does. This part's funny. And the home of the brave
is the ultimate patriot. Finally, Mickey transfers all of his power into a giant energy sword, destroying them all in 2 swings. And finally, unlocks the keyhole before collapsing from it.
I wonder if this was a Disney thing. They're like, you didn't make Mickey cool enough in this game. You have to make him cooler in the DLC, or else we're removing Kingdom Hearts from the world.
3D shooter would be like. Probably a side game in the works for that.
Ooh, Sora should be in Fortnite. Sora should be in Fortnite. He's in Smash. Put him in Fortnite.
Their romantic reunion is short-lived, because here comes Xehanort to rain on the parade. A new version of Armored Xehanort is the final boss, but why isn't he using the Keyblade? That's his more powerful weapon, isn't it? We actually get to play as...
Well, as we know, Xehanort loves doing the more difficult route for no reason.
Combo starter has her teleport to him, albeit slower and having a more limited range.
I am very glad that she's fun to play as.
With feathers showing little screenshots of them in
if they're not going to make her like really relevant to anything, they might as well make her fun to play as, so I guess I'm glad about that.
Most of her combo finishers have her yell, which is pretty annoying. As for Xehanort, his arsenal is mostly different from before. He can spawn fire pillars onto you with sigils to indicate where they'll pop up, as well as having the fire spawning from the underwater segment earlier, but now not in the water, so automatically it's better implemented. Halfway through, he'll mix things up using more fire stuff. The man sure does love his fire. He also busts out his desperation move, summoning meteors that have a really large area of impact, all the while popping up now and again to take pot shots. Overall, I'd say it's harder than the actual final boss, although the desperation move in that one is more tricky. After beating him, the other Guardians...
Yeah, that fight, I still haven't made it out of that boss fight without being hit by that desperation move. But I think I've gone through this Remind fight without doing that.
This is a bit more anticlimactic. He just dies, not even saying anything beforehand. Good thing this isn't the canon way he goes out, I guess. Sora and Kairi's time in this timeline comes to an end and they disappear, letting the events of the main game play out. They go to the final world, meeting up with Chirithy once again. Unfortunately, Sora's starting to fade away, so he doesn't have much time left. He invites Chirithy to come with them to the mortal world. He gives an inspirational speech about how they should be together with the person they're waiting for while they have the chance. This makes them cry, and they agree. And now I
remember I got some pushback for using they-them pronouns for the Chirithy, but like, I don't think Chirithys are ever referred to having a gender. So I feel like that's like kind of the natural thing that should be done. If they don't have a defined gender, you're supposed to use they-them, right?
And that, my friends, is Remind. It was interesting. I can't say it fixed everything, not even close. There weren't any quality of life fixes, like I said, and the new playable characters were basically the entire selling point. But those singular fights were all we get of them, and never again. But I suppose it's better than just doing the entirety of the Keyblade graveyard again with some bonus cutscenes. You know what would have been a good addition though? If you have a save file with Remind completed and start a New Game Plus on it, you should be able to play as these characters again when getting to the Keyblade graveyard, as well as having those bonus cutscenes. You know, minus the time travel shenanigans.
Genuinely, if they were not going to add anything substantial to the game through New Game Plus, why even have New Game Plus? It doesn't make any sense.
But the next episode of this DLC, Limit Cut, just might.
The real game starts here, baby.
Story-heavy episode. There's only about 8 minutes of cutscene in the whole thing. The Remind episode was the story-based section of the DLC. Limit Cut is the gameplay section. That all being said, there is a story to it, and it starts 1 year...
It's kind of a weird way to put it, but, I mean, it's not incorrect.
Mickey, Donald, and Goofy are going through every Disney World that they've been in the past. I'm sure it was a blast to go back to Atlantica and Pride Lands. Wonder how Tarzan's doing.
I really wish I got rid of that white line at the bottom of that image. That always bothers the shit out of me.
Herself into a coma so they can delve into her noggin and find something. This made me just dislike the game's ending more. Again, conclusion to the Xehanort saga, and it still ends with our main cast in a bad position. She's put herself in a coma for a year. Another reason why they should have saved the setup for the next arc for later. They're also searching through Roxas and Shion's memories, but no mention of any coma there. As for the Wayfinders, Terra trained Riku for a while, even though Riku's a master and he isn't. Master status basically means nothing at this point. But after they were done with that, he and the other two set out for the Realm of Darkness to search for him. A quick question, why them? Specifically, why Aqua? She, has PTSD.
Genuinely, of all the people that should go to the Realm of Darkness, Aqua. She chose to go? Why? Just have a different group do it.
Useful for protection. So why doesn't Yen Sid give everyone armor? Anyway, over in reading...
Especially because that's not where he fucking is.
These guys? Remember how they had 0 presence in the game? I would say that they just forgot about them, but apparently they didn't. In an interview, Nomura stated that there was basically no reason for them to be in the game's story, as they weren't needed for it. Which is true, but...
Make a reason.
I know that they're not necessary, but neither are the Disney Worlds. The entire point of this series is...
I had to crack my neck, sorry.
Disney and fantasy, and the best he could do was Muggles? And even here, they're only in 2 cutscenes. Also, still no word on Cloud and Sephiroth. That was basically the only thing I cared about, but they still haven't concluded that.
It's kind of weird that I did say, they should really be in this, and then right after that say that Cloud and Sephiroth were the only thing I really cared about.
Can explain? Whatever. After a year, he hasn't figured out...
And yeah, what fucking data are we talking about? What data?
Meet the second incarnation of Data Sora. Along with him, we've got data versions of all 13 members of the real organization. Perhaps this could lead us to Sora. One problem though. The data of the organization cut their limits, get it? So now they're so strong that Sid can't access them. Maybe they can use Data Sora to beat these data guys and let Sid look through the data. So now let's use the computer and fight them.
I should have said data every other time I said data, so it would just be going back and forth between 2 pronunciations.
You can use multiple different maps and a bunch of characters and enemies. It's fun to mess around with for a while, but data analysis is where the meat of this episode, nay, this DLC is. If you couldn't tell, this is the successor to the data fights from 2 Final Mix. They were fun, but not perfect at all. Firstly, they don't have any story as to why they're there. There's just this weird place in Hollow Bastion that has the data organization. Why is it here? Why is it data? Never answered. Also, all of the fights were just redos of previous ones with minor differences. Of course they were harder and faster, but you'd be lucky if one had a new move or 2. Some of them were more annoying than difficult, like Larxene or Lexius or Xemnas. This game has a pretty...
I remember Larxene's fight being really fucking annoying. Maybe I didn't understand it too well. That might be why, but it was fucking annoying.
They feel new because they're alone this time. So, how does it stack up? Well, I'm happy to say that it's better than 2 data battles. way better. And unexpectedly, it's way harder. Better yet, challenging.
Yeah, these fights are really good. I've played them plenty of times since I made this video, and I understand them more than I ever did, and like there are more openings than I previously mentioned. There are more ways to dodge things than I previously mentioned.
They'll mostly take a while.
And these fights are really fucking good. I think I might skip this part because honestly, I don't have a lot to say about each fight individually. So I'm just giving you the overview.
To begin with, we have
yeah, let's skip through this. I don't know if I'm gonna watch the entirety of Yozora's fight too. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, the part about the links. Who cares? Am I right? Who cares?
Wrong? This was a great time. By far the best part of Kingdom Hearts 3. Honestly, one of the best parts in the series. If I had to rank them in difficulty, it'd look like this. And as for enjoyment, this. Good job, Square.
That might be different now that I know a lot of these fights so much better.
You do these fights with the other playable characters.
And I skipped the part because I didn't want to just like keep interjecting with, oh yeah, you could also dodge this move by doing this, because who cares?
Oh well, it's not the end of the world. Once you've beaten all of them.
If you care that much, you could watch like a guide video about the data fights. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
That wasn't such a good time. But fear not, it's the Fairy Godmother, another character absent from the main game. This DLC and also Melody of Memory feature her at her most useful. She asks Riku about any dreams that he's had recently. Funnily enough, they've been very intriguing lately. He's been dreaming of looking for Sora.
They really did make the Fairy Godmother like really, really important to like figuring things out in Melody of Memory.
Really there instead of it just being a dream, then could that mean that this is a...
I haven't actually played Melody of Memory because I'm not much of a rhythm game guy, but I've watched the cutscenes a couple times.
Not the direction.
So I do know what's going on there.
Yen Sid had the suspicion that because he was Sora's Dream Eaters, his dreams could hold the key to his whereabouts, so he sent the Fairy Godmother here to look into it. And once she hears what his dreams were like, she figures there really is something special to them. And the rest of that story is left to Melody of Memory. The end.
I think this little cutscene with Kairi here is like exclusive to theater mode, which is really weird.
We've got one last chapter to our adventure, and it's probably the most interesting of them.
Okay, a fun fact about this. Chapter 13, this ending on 13, was not intentional. And it might seem like it was, because there's a chapter 1.5, and if I just called that one chapter 2 instead, then there'd be 14 chapters, which would not be good. But I didn't name it chapter 1.5 to make sure there were 13 chapters. I called it 1.5 because it was the Twilight Town chapter. It was in between two Disney worlds, and it was more about establishing more stuff about the game, besides going forward. So I called it chapter 1.5, but it was perfect that it fit, that made it fit perfectly into having 13 chapters. I was so happy about that, I have to say. And I'm glad that it worked out in a different way in Metal Gear Solid 5. I won't say how, but you probably know. Oh, no, sorry, let me pause again. Kingdom Hearts More is like a two-layer, not joke, but a two-layer thing. Kingdom Hearts More rhymes with 4. So that's the simple part. More rhymes with 4. And the other part is that it's a reference to Mario Galaxy. The original internal name for Mario Galaxy 2, when it was still just a DLC, was called Super Mario Galaxy More. So I thought that was a nice double-layered reference where it rhymes with 4 and it's a reference to another game. That's all there is to it. I liked that.
Sora, the real one, awakens in a place that looks like the final worlds, but it's nighttime and it's completely empty. No stars, no Chirithy, nothing. He calls out, but initially no one answers. When he calls a second time, however, there's a faint voice in the distance.
Yozora!
It's Yozora. Sora recognizes him from Toy Box, and strangely enough, he recognizes you, or your name.
If you're here, then this...
I love the obvious coloring difference.
Wait, that girl...
This is the PC version, but the other part is the PS4 version.
Star was talking about. So that must mean Yozora has a past life that he forgot about. Perhaps this past life was what we saw in that fake trailer. Maybe this girl was that star. Something of note here is that Yozora is...
That's, I think, probably the case.
I recognize from Rick and Morty, Zack and Cody. Apparently the appearance he takes isn't his true appearance. I hope his true appearance is like a neckbeard. That'd be pretty funny. Yozora has his own motivation.
It's a little fucking complicated. It's like, this guy's already mysterious, but that's also not what he really looks like. There's a couple too many layers to that.
Before then, the city we've seen in the secret ending. This place is known as Quadratum. Apparently,
Now, we didn't learn that the place was only called Quadratum until Melody of Memory. But, I don't know. I didn't feel the need to keep the name a secret.
Time to end this.
And so, the secret super boss begins. One final mix's super boss was Xemnas. Two final mix's super boss was the Lingering Will. Xemnas wasn't incredibly hard, actually being topped by Sephiroth in terms of difficulty.
God, wouldn't you like to be topped by Sephiroth?
His moveset was crazy and he didn't give you time to breathe. Despite that, it was still pretty fun. 3 Remind has already proven itself to be really hard in Limit Cut. Honestly, fights like Saïx, Xion, or Xehanort gave the Lingering Will a run for his money. But by the end of the day, he was probably still the hardest. I had no doubts that this would be a hard fight. But will it top everything?
Yes.
You thought you'd win?
How could...
I'm kind of just in anticipation to talk about the song that's going to play in a minute.
Sorry.
I gotta be honest.
But I don't lose.
And you're about to, you piece of shit.
I will save you.
So, I suppose that was the bad ending?
I guess that was the bad ending. Oh.
Obviously, I'm not giving up there. Thankfully, if and when you lose after this, you don't have to watch that cutscene again. Only if you pick give up on the game over screen. Damn, that's how you know this is gonna be a tough one. Well, nothing left but to beat him. Wish me luck.
Let's do this.
Okay, so clearly that is Megalovania. I did tell you, I believe earlier, that I used to be in the Undertale community, and that was with Calamitous and whatnot. This song I made all the way back in 2018, this cover of Megalovania using a SNES Earthbound instruments solely, which isn't too far off from the original version of Megalovania, because that was for the Earthbound Halloween hack. But this is using the direction that Undertale's version of it went in. And I made this in 2018, and I realized, fuck it, I could use that for something else. So I brought it over for that. I made some adjustments to it. I added the solo that's in the Smash Brothers version to it. Kind of. I mean, like, it's like half and half. But yeah, I'm glad I got to do that. That was fun.
This is by far the hardest fight in this series. The Lingering Will is tough on his own, but Yozora outclasses him and then some. The developer's goal for this one,
and I still stand by that. This is the hardest fight in the series.
like anything this game has offered before.
I mean, like, naturally hard. I mean, I fucking young Xehanort and Birth by Sleep might be harder, but like, fuck that fight. That doesn't count.
Here, so messing up the timings was always my fault. As I said for the data battles, use everything you have at your disposal. Koopa coins, rage form.
Sorry.
Fight in one run. Let's go over them. He could shoot 6 sets of lasers at you in an easy to get rhythm before pausing for a second and shooting out 3 more just to fuck with you. He'll charge up a blade slash and teleport to hit you with it before continuing to wail.
You know, I really don't have much to add about this fight.
Air step to him.
I might skip through this one too, because I just have very little to add. But I want Megalovania to play. So I'm in a bit of a pickle here.
With a couple of swings.
I know it's a basic bitch musical video game music take to have, but I really fucking love Megalovania.
Dodge roll once and then
It kind of got me into making music, so I have to give it its credit.
will go away and he'll get up close and personal. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that a lot of his slashing moves take away from your max health. Another move has him spawn a red triangle thingy that you need to roll out of at the right time to avoid.
When he spawns this triangle the second time, you saw it there, he's inside the triangle for a second, and you could use Thunder on him there.
tossing acid
and then he's open.
and sucking you in to steal health and items off of you. The motherfucker could even steal your Kupo coins, so you're gonna be shit out of luck if you rely on that. All you gotta do to avoid this is glide horizontally. While he's using the beams, he goes out of armored mode, so you can shoot some magic at him. Another laser-based move has some...
Here's a fun fact about this Yozora part is that I actually made it, like wrote, edited, recorded all of it. I did this while I was making the Frozen World. Like I was just getting kind of bored about talking about the Frozen World, and I was like, let me talk about something more interesting. So I wrote and, you know, did all that for this part. This is far from the last thing I made for this video.
Menacing. First instinct's to block and hope for the best, but the best will not happen. Once he gets close, he'll teleport and spawn a sphere at you. If you get hit, you'll get grabbed and have your Keyblade copied onto his blade. Not only that, but you lose your Keyblade too. From here, you can't attack, do spells, Keyblade forms, rage form, anything. He's gonna shoot waters at you first before lunging at you multiple times, sometimes teleporting. Dodge rolling at the right times is essential here if you don't want to die. Unless you have potions or elixirs, you have no means of healing yourself, but even if you did, you don't have the luxury of Leaf Bracer while he's coming at you. After a good 30 seconds...
I really never felt cheated in this fight. Despite it being really fucking hard, I never felt cheated, and I think that's a very important thing in a difficult fight like this.
Now it's time for the big one, his desperation move. He'll use a Rubik's ball to change the environment around you. While this happens, you'll be barraged with red and blue lasers and difficult to predict combo patterns. Meanwhile, you're pushed back to the edge and into the air occasionally, so your trusty dodge roll isn't usable all the time here, leading to tons of hijinks. After a while, and I do mean a while, the environment will change again and we're bum rushed by a bunch of the mechs from Toy Box because they're from Verum Rex. That's a nice detail. After a little bit of that...
I feel like that move might be foreshadowing something in the future. I might be looking too much into that, though.
Him spawning his blade behind you. A bit more time later, and he'll again go to the white landscape for some clone action. And finally, the ball...
He turns the whole arena white to literally hit you once, and then he turns it back.
Still don't know how to consistently dodge him here. If you get sucked...
The way to consistently dodge him there is to literally just turn the camera around so you could see him coming.
Death. But to combat this, the desperation move's 2 whole minutes long, well above the length of a Link, even with extension abilities on. For reference, Vanitas and Xehanort's desperation moves can be completely avoided with a Link. Lingering Will's desperation move was something I found arguably easier than a lot of his other moves because all you really need to do there is glide with an angle for a while before spamming Reflect at the end. This, by comparison...
To be fair, that wasn't really a consistent strategy to dodge all that, because I found myself getting hit by it even when I was gliding at an angle.
What a dickhead. After he's done using that move the first and hopefully only time, his moveset will change a bit, being more aggressive than it already was. A lot of his previous moves will now be blue, meaning you can't block them, and he'll gain a few new ones, including a big fuck-off teleport heavy combo that messes with your head, and a long-ass armored state combo that doesn't let up. All of this is ridiculously hard, a huge departure from the baby shit we dealt with in the main game, but now it's just a straight shot to the end. He has no more new tricks up his sleeve from here. You need to be careful and aggressive at the same time to dodge and punish his moves more than ever, and after doing that for roughly 6 minutes straight, you can
6 minutes straight doesn't feel like too long when I just say it, but for a boss fight, that's really fucking long.
Oh my god. He stole my Kupo coin earlier, so now he...
And this is just smart. I don't know, I like this.
Wow. I'll admit, the first time I beat him, this happened, and then I lost. I didn't even get mad. I laughed. That was too fucking clever to get upset at. Bravo, I got outsmarted. It's impressive to see how far this game has come from its release. From barriers that could be cleared with short hops to this insanity. I was really hard on this game, but now it's hard on me. I consider this one of my favorite...
That's a little awkwardly worded.
Its learning curve. It's seriously a blast. And once you've overcome his moveset
and yeah, I think this is genuinely one of my favorite boss fights ever.
You can feel the immense rush.
I wonder what my favorite ever is.
As you finally...
I could give another basic bitch answer and say the end in MGS3. I'm not sure if that even is my favorite. It's definitely up there. That's right, you messed this up, bitch. Two whole hours.
Yozora starts to fade away.
I guess that my powers aren't needed yet.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
He wakes up in a car, a scene very reminiscent of one of the trailers for Versus 13. The man
oh, and here comes Luxord. or his human name, his human name,
Well, we knew he was important from that cut.
Druid?
Retelling of the I've been having these weird
Druid.
from Kingdom Hearts 1 and
It's a mixture of Andrew and Edward. Druid. There's no A.
So, earlier I said that the DLC symbolizes one of the game's biggest problems, but I think it more symbolizes one of the biggest problems of this series, which could very well lead to a declining interest, and that's the constant, non-stop blue balls that Nomura loves to give you. I get why it's a thing, it keeps the players engaged, wondering what's going to happen next, and obviously that has a monetary benefit. But it could get so in your face that you'll realize pretty soon that this is a series that won't end anytime soon. There's only
I've got some stuff to say about this, but I'm gonna let this little speech finish first.
Why get excited for answers when you're only getting more questions with it? The formula is still working, but it won't last forever. And Yozora here is a great example of that. He's so mysterious, but so is everything else. The Master of Masters, Xigbar, Luxord, still Xehanort to an extent due to recent things that happened after this game, Subject X, I can go on. To the point that all of these things blend together. You'll get lost fast in all of these open plot points, and not in a good way. A decent way to remedy this is to quite simply not have it so in your face. There are a few scenes in this game that open new questions and are brought up sparingly, but not rarely. And I think that that's the best way to go about it. So many mysteries are practically shouted at you. Going forward, tone the latter down a lot and keep things subtle. Kingdom Hearts has become known for its complicated plot. There's no undoing that. I just hope that isn't so obvious about it going forward. Since Remind of...
Okay, so there is one point that I really wanted to get across, just as a note after watching this video, and that's that the game is allowed to be stupid. It's allowed to be stupid. It really is. You don't have to pretend that it isn't, you know? It has the right to be dumb. And it is entertaining because it's stupid. You don't have to pretend it's 10 times deeper than it really is. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people who really love to defend this game on the grounds that, like, oh yeah, the plot isn't actually complicated. It's just, like, people who don't understand it, you know? But, like, I know the story. I know the story, I understand it. There's a few pieces that I'm missing because of, like, Union Cross and Coded, but, like, overall, I have the story of this game down, and it is dumb and complicated, and that's okay. It is okay for it to be stupid. Just admit it, you know? It can be complicated, and you can enjoy it. It can resonate with you despite it being stupid. It resonates with me sometimes. Despite what I have to say about this game, this series has provided a lot of moments that feel like that have an emotional impact on me, and I can tell you that a lot of those moments are dumb. It's okay. It's just I know this is going to sound stupid coming from me, but like literally, it's just a game, you know? It's allowed to be a game, and it's allowed to be stupid, and allowed to be ridiculously complicated. You don't need to pretend it isn't. Now, I'm starting to feel like I'm repeating myself, but you get my point, right? What else can I say, really, besides that? I really just wanted to make that point, get that point across. You can have fun with something despite it being weird. It's allowed to be weird. You know, you could say that about a bunch of other series, too, like even Metal Gear. That series has a lot of stupid shit in there, and yet it still resonates with so many people. And the fact that it has weirdness in it, if anything, benefits it. And I think Kingdom Hearts has that going for it as well at some points. You know, like Xehanort is a dumb villain, but, you know, he was kind of fun at points. Maybe not some versions of him, but like Master Xehanort himself was a fun character to watch in Birth by Sleep. He can be stupid and he can be entertaining at the same time. It's okay. You know? I don't like mean to say this like put down other people. I'm just burping. I'm just saying, you know, you don't have to shut down the people that say this is dumb, you know? I didn't make this video because I hate Kingdom Hearts. I made this video because I love Kingdom Hearts, and I want to see it be better. And it doesn't have to be better by suddenly taking itself much more seriously or suddenly being a lot more goofy. It doesn't have to do either of those things. It can maintain its level of absurdity and seriousness and goofiness that it has right now, and still be a better series for it, you know? It has its identity. and it can embrace that identity, and you can embrace that identity. You don't have to pretend that the series is something that it's not to love it. And I think that's the best way I could put that. So let's move forward.
A few things have happened with the series. Firstly, Melody of Memory, a rhythm game that is of course important to the plot. Union Cross came to an end and added an actually decent set of twists. And most notably to me, the game, along with the entire series, came to PC. At the moment, it's an Epic Games Store exclusive, so make of that what you will.
Not no more. Thank Christ.
And I can say confidently that this port doesn't run well on my computer with OBS. But it does run...
It is actually kind of a miracle that the game did. On this computer that I had at the time, the laptop I was using to run this, it should not have been able to run the game well, and it's actually it's a miracle that it did. So it's a well put together PC port.
Still in its infancy, and they're figuring things out. But this Infinite,
which is like a breath of fresh air, because right now I'm dealing with the Assassin's Creed series, and they did such a terrible job with all the PC ports. So I don't take this PC port for granted.
moves, and to that extent giving you the ability to play as other characters like...
And the modding scene is really fun. It's gotten better and better. There's one where you could it adds the Olympus Coliseum, like an entire Olympus Coliseum mode with so many matches that you can go through. It's so fun.
For some fucking reason.
If you have a PC that's like of moderate strength and you want to experience Kingdom Hearts 3, you should play it with modded. It's so much more fun.
Which is apparently a place.
And you could say that about a lot of games, but I feel like it really benefits Kingdom Hearts 3, you know?
Color scheme, and it's called Dawn to Dusk because that's how long 7-Eleven.
Also 7-Eleven Keyblade, that's funny.
Weapon in any video game ever made. And my personal favorite is this one that replaces Terra's Keyblade with his Lingering Will counterpart. The mod itself is nothing crazy, but I just like the description. Bruh, peep this one, like really peep this one.
I am aware that this description is referencing that one guy did like that $19 Fortnite card. Who wants it? I know that that's referencing that, but I thought that out of context it was funnier.
Implies a mod menu, letting you spawn party members and enemies wherever you want, and many other features. But my favorite part is that when you enter any data fight or Yozora's fight, you're given a little character select menu, where you can pick who you want to play as and what party members you're bringing in. This doesn't necessarily make the
I think that mod has been updated, and I think the menu system is a lot smoother now. It's been quite a while, so I could be misremembering.
Very funny for when you want to settle unfinished.
I'm going to assume it's better. I mean, it's been updated and it was already good.
Other stupid pairings. Taking on Larxene with Marshmallow is funny, and you will laugh. I said earlier that it would have been neat to be able to use other characters like Roxas and Kairi in the data fights. But now having that ability made me realize that it doesn't work quite as well as I thought. As in,
I don't really understand what I'm saying here. It could be, they could be changed a little bit to make it, they could just be buffed. They could just buff the characters you're playing as.
It's a fixable issue, but now I kinda get why it wasn't implemented. But yeah, if you have a good enough computer, this is the best way to play the game. Mods aren't that hard to install.
And your computer does not even really need to be that powerful. It's a good port.
That's all she wrote. So that finally is the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. You've made it through all 5 hours of this video. I've sung the praises of Remind, or rather Limika and Yozora, but I think it's important to say that it doesn't change my overall opinion of the game by much. To get to these really good parts, you have to get through the pure mediocrity of the main game. The Disney Worlds are the things that most people play these games for, believe it or not.
Once again, I don't have much to say about this speech. I'm just going to let it play out.
And the Disney Worlds are a joke. And the ending, what we've built up to, is a joke. The good parts of the game are far and few between, or are locked behind a third.
Few and far between.
It's not good. It's okay to acknowledge the faults in a game you like, and this game has so many of them. You're allowed to love this game, more power to you. You don't have to make shit up to enjoy.
I probably wouldn't be showing a random tweet. That was kind of an irresponsible move on my part. I wouldn't do that now. Sorry to that person.
Don't get me wrong. This isn't a video that'll end with me saying that this series is doomed to stay bad or will never reach the heights it did. Quite the contrary, actually. Despite everything that I've said, I believe that this series holds more potential than it ever has. Kingdom Hearts 4 could very well be the best game in the series, story and gameplay wise. This upcoming arc is very interesting to me, and Tokyo Team has clearly learned a lot.
Osaka Team, I fucked that up.
To see what's next, and you should be too.
Tokyo Team is dead.
The series I grew up with, but in order to do that, we need to see the bad to know where the good can come. Kingdom Hearts 3 was the bad. And very hopefully, Kingdom Hearts 4 is the good that comes from it. But as it is now, this was massively disappointing and a waste of effort.
Yeah, and I feel like that really summarized everything pretty well. I really don't have much to add on that speech. I agree with it now. I think Kingdom Hearts 4 has the potential to be the best one. Do I think it will be? I don't know. But it certainly has that potential. I think it has more potential than 3 did, honestly. And I am curious to see it at some point. As of this recording, there's been the one trailer that was... I think it came out like... I don't know. Less than a year after I made this video, and nothing since then. But you know, if they want to take their time cooking this thing up, that's up to them. I mean, that's probably a good thing. So yeah, here's hoping Kingdom Hearts 4 is a good game. I think it'll be at least good. I hope it'll be at least good. I don't know. We'll see. This song is called 2 Squared. It's yet another one that I think I should remake at some point, because it's actually really good. I'm a fan of it. Jess sought out the truth on why the game was the way it was. He was on the cusp of finding the truth when he was found shot in the back of the head 4 times. The note reading Nomura was here was deemed a suicide. After an intense legal battle, Mickey eventually won the rights to Kingdom Hearts and made a video game series based on his adventures. No one likes them. Goofy still hears the voices in his head to this day. They never leave. I don't know what to do next. Donald had a nightmare one night and accidentally shot off a Zeta flare, killing him. Due to struggling with PTSD, Aqua found a support group to help her get past the memories of the Realm of Darkness. Every day is a little easier than the last. VSG went on to have a very successful career, making tens of fans and crushing serious puss. Due to struggling with the loss of their vocal cords, Alias and Illis found a support group to help them get past their disability. Every day is a little easier than the last. After Eeyore's mysterious disappearance, Pooh went to search for him. On his journey, he found a strange book labeled the Book of Prophecies. After reading it, Pooh had the realization that he still can't read. Cloud and Sephiroth landed in Twilight Town and decided to settle their differences in the Struggle Tournament. They both lost to Hainer. You guys hear what happened to her Heracles and Megara in the actual Greek myth? Yikes, huh? After much deliberation, Ventus and Aqua decided to send Terra back to elementary school to graduate. For shits and giggles, Evan made another replica of Riku, then told him he wasn't real, just to see him have a mental breakdown about it. God damn it. Vanitas Remnant was once again created after his defeat. He was challenged by Ventus. He challenged Ventus, but was stopped by Sully, who threw him into more doors. He just gave up at that point. The Twilight Town clock tower eventually became so crowded that Pence was tragically pushed off, falling to his death. With, of course, Mike Wazowski, Vanitas Remnant, and Sephiroth joining in. Xehanort ended up forging the Keyblade and purging the afterlife, creating a fucking awful age. What a dumbass. Sora's in Quadratum. What do you want from me? And then we have my final message here. If you've made it all the way to the end, thanks. Seriously, this is a real adventure to make it, to say the least. I actually lost all the footage in my original Proud and Critical playthrough, as well as most of my footage from 1 and 2, so I had to do it all again, but it was worth it. I'm proud of what I have here. I sincerely hope you enjoyed. Have a good night. And then we have the post-credits scene showing what's to come.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since the last struggle. No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by Vivi.
This is Skullface talking to Paz, in case you were unaware, by the way.
Face to face, in order to contact
Setzer.
So yeah, this was referencing that if I was going to make another one of these, it was probably going to be on MGS5. Just as the end to MGS5 Part 4 is referencing what's coming next there. Oh, nope. So, that was it. Kingdom Hearts 3 was a waste of effort. So ends my Kingdom Hearts voyage. For now, at least. We'll see what happens, you know. A lot of people have asked me if I intend to make any more Kingdom Hearts content in the future. My current goal is not really. I don't really want to make a big video about Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2. I don't really think I have as much to say about them as a lot of people might think I do. And also, I feel like everything that needed to be said about Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 have been said already. You know, like with Kingdom Hearts 3, the game was only out 2 years by the time I made this video, so I felt like it was still fresh enough that I had something new to add to the argument. And it seems that I did have something new to add to the argument, you know, with to a lot of people, for better or for worse. You know, I don't really want people to bring my video as like a point to bring into an argument, like, this guy thinks this way about Kingdom Hearts, and that's why I think that way about Kingdom Hearts. I don't think you should take my opinions as gospel, because I'm just some fucking guy, you know? I decided to make a couple scripts, and it turns out I'm decent at doing it. That's all. You know, my opinions aren't worth more because of it. Kingdom Hearts 3 to me is a bad game. To you, it could be a great game. But your opinion should be your opinion, not mine. I say this because back in the day, when I was younger and watched a lot of videos from other people, I always took those guys' opinions on games as gospel, you know, when I was young and impressionable. If fucking, let's say, JonTron had something to say about one game, I would just treat it like, oh, he has the right opinion about these games. I'm just going to treat whatever he says as correct. But that's dumb, right? You shouldn't take other people's opinions on games that you might not have even played as the end-all be-all opinion. My opinion on Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't the end-all be-all opinion. It's a flawed opinion, like anyone else's. You can form an opinion on the game, yours will be flawed too, you know? I made this video because I was passionate about my opinion. And you can be passionate about your opinion too, you know? If you've got the time, if you want to, you can make your own video about anything. It doesn't have to be a video, it can be an essay, it can be, I don't know, other forms of media, I guess. You can, and if you're passionate about something like internal, you could make your own product, you know? You could make your own video game, and you can be the next big guy. You can be the next Toby Fox or whatever. This is sounding stupid, I know. I'm just trying to, you know, wrap this up in a way that I feel is appropriate. But I'm really proud of this video, and I kind of hope that it's someone's inspiration in the future. You know, I was inspired by the aforementioned Steak Bentley and other reviewers like fuck, I have a hard time remembering a lot of their names. I'm bad with names, unfortunately, but that, I hope that I'm the reason that someone might have thought to follow something like this, to show that just out of a random spike of passion, you know, I just had the idea to make a series of videos about Kingdom Hearts for my friends, and then I realized I kind of had something going. And so I decided to follow through on my deep-seated desire to make a big video essay about a game. And it seems that a lot of people wanted to see someone's opinion on that game because, goddamn, 2 million views is a lot, and I don't think it'll ever be topped. And maybe that's okay. You know, maybe I don't have to make the next big thing again. It's weird to call it the next big thing, but if you have the desire to make something like this, or something on a large scale of any kind, you should do it. If you've got the time, if you've got the resources, or even if you don't, try it. If you have a passion about a certain game, and you think you have something to add to that conversation, add to that fucking conversation. I'm not special, and yet I made something special. I can guarantee you that thousands of the people that have watched my video could probably make something better than I could. And weirdly enough, that does not upset me. So, yeah. I think that's all I have to say. April Fools, and have a good night. Take care of yourself.